طارش يا المعنى خط بكتابك الترحيب لو صرافة ليلك وجنة بالدجا في الليل.
Bismillah wa salatu wa salam ala Rasulillah. Brothers and sisters, respected elders, guests, friends, everyone. I bid you the greeting of believers, the greeting of the Anbiya of Allah Azza wa Jal, the greeting of Al-Jannah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome once again to the Gender Wars series. The previous episode was a couple weeks ago, and it was all about Islam, feminism, the women, their issues, the things they wanted to address. It was an intense few hours, subhanallah, and each speaker spoke about such important topics like Islamic feminism, the modern marriage, the marital discord, and things like that. And today we have part two. And part two, if you have missed part one, you can get the link from us. Drop us a message. We'll give you the link so you can watch the first part. But part two today is about the brothers. It's about the men, Rijal, the how can I put this? The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam's, the title that we have, it's taken from the hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The best amongst you are those who are best to their ahliha, to their women folk, to their family. And I am the best amongst you. So today's episode part two is all about how to be the best of men, inshallah. And Allahu Akbar, we have our first speaker. I'm going to introduce, you know what, needs no introduction. Most of you know Sheikh Reda Bedeir, subhanallah. He has given lectures all around the world. He's traveled, spent a lot of time in Canada, has traveled the US. Now he's traveled Europe as well. I've had the honor of knowing him for many years. Allah Azza wa Jal bless him and his family. And without further ado, Sheikh Reda is already here. So let me just welcome him. Sheikh Reda, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
How are you, Sheikh Reda?
Alhamdulillah, Sheikh Jalal. It's nice
and now,
to see you.
And yours. So nice to see your face finally, seeing that beautiful smile of yours. You know what? Allahu Akbar. When you used to lecture, and I used to listen to your lectures back in the day, from the early days that I can remember, the smile while you explained the characters of Rasul alayhi salatu wasalam and how your eyes would engage. I have to say, Sheikh, may Allah bless you. You really inspired me in parts of my dawah and when I would lecture other people, when I would, in my own life with my family. So may Allah Azza wa Jal reward you immensely for the benefits you've brought to thousands of people around the world. And we are grateful today you're with us on such an important topic. But before we get into the topic, Sheikh Reda, you are now back teaching at Azhar, am I right?
Yes. I'm a professor at Al-Azhar University, and I used to live in Canada, and now I'm back to Al-Azhar.
MashaAllah, tabarakallah. How's life in Egypt? So many people would want to know. Let's just take 10 seconds and tell us a bit about life there.
Alhamdulillah. I mean, the only advantage that we have over the UK is the sun. We see the sun every day.
Well, yes, that's true. We get a little bit of sunshine like today. Sometimes we get blessed with the Sheikh. Sheikh Reda, I think the topic, you already know, and I guess I want to hand it over to you. We can carry on with your reminder, and if you want to engage with me in a discussion, that's fine as well. And I am going to have questions from our guests for you shortly, inshallah. So over to you, Sheikh Reda. Bismillah. Tafadal.
Barakallah fi, jazakumullah khair. Thank you so much for having me in this wonderful series. Barakallah fikum, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide my heart and tongue, inshallah, to share the truth with you. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salamu ala rasulillah, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man wala. But dear brothers and sisters, it's an honor to be with you today to talk about such an important topic, because subhanallah, the nucleus of an ummah is a man and a woman who come together and make a family. And then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala blesses them with children. And then we have a community, and then we have many communities that make a state, and then many states that makes the ummah. So may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless this ummah and bring it back to the same way of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Are you saying sallallahu alaihi wasallam? Okay. In the class I can see you, but now I don't see you. But I mean, Again, remember, every time you hear the name of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, you have no options but to say sallallahu alaihi wasallam or sallallahu alaihi wasallam, inshallah.
Yes.
Okay, so we're talking about the best of men. And let me just modify that to be the best of husbands, because we're talking about marriage. Because there's a difference between a man and a woman and a husband and a wife. So now we're talking about that special relationship, and it's the closest relationship, as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala described it in the Quran. He said, "Hunna libasul lakum wa antum libasul lahum." Allahu Akbar. I mean, a man can see from his wife, or a husband can see from his wife what her parents cannot see. And a woman can see from her husband what his parents cannot see. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, described this close relationship by saying men in such a relationship are like a garment, like a cover for their wives. And women are also like a cover or a garment for their husbands. So with that, I would just quote the hadith that Shaykh Jalal, Jazakallah khair, brought to your attention in the introduction when he said, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, "Khayrukum khayrukum li ahli." The best amongst you are those who are the best when it comes to their treatment and their conduct with their ahlihi here. Like, linguistically speaking, the word ahli means family, but it's used in the Quran with the same sense of this word here in the hadith by meaning wife. In Surah Yusuf, my love, in the Quran, because this was the thesis of my PhD. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, yes. Yeah, ما جزاء من أراد بأهلك سوءا. So the wife of Al-Aziz was saying, ما جزاء من أراد بأهلك. I mean, if we translate this literally in Arabic, it would mean your family. But in this context, it means your wife. And exactly what the Prophet ﷺ meant by خيركم خيركم لأهله. It's like the best amongst you are those who are the best when it comes to the way they treat their wives. And then the Prophet ﷺ is teaching us that he leads by example. He's not just like dictating or instructing. He said, no, وَأَنَا خَيْرُكُمْ لِأَهْلِ. So basically, and I'm the best amongst you when it comes to treating my wives. And this is why I'm going to give many examples of the best husband and the best man, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
And I think people are going to really appreciate that, because that's what they want. That's the complaint right now. It's where do we find good husbands?
Exactly. And this is why, like one of the main quotes that I do when I teach my class called engagement before engagement in Islam, marriage in Islam from A to Z. I always make that statement. If you want her to be a Khadija, you better be a Muhammad. And I think everybody should ponder on this statement. If you want her to be a Khadija, you better be a Muhammad. Because subhanAllah, when you ask a brother, like, what do you want? It's like he's going to give you some description of a woman that you can find in Jannah. It's not real life. Because we all have our shortcomings, whether we are men or women. And then if you talk to him, like, what about you? Oh, he wants her to be slim, but mashallah, 300 kilograms, okay? He wants her to be very beautiful, and mashallah. So basically, what we mean here is we have to act like the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And I'm going to just take it down to real life now and talk about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when he mentioned in Surah An-Nisa, Surah number 4, brothers, sorry, there's no Surah Al-Rijal, there is no Surah called men, but there's a Surah called women. Sisters, you have to be grateful for that, inshallah. Okay, in Surah number 4, ayah number 34, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, الرجال قوامون على النساء. And some translation of the meaning of the Quran unfortunately misinterpret the word qawamun. In Marmaduke Bukthol, for example, he says, men are superior to women. That's not Islam at all. Islam never said that. No, basically the word qawama here, or the concept of qawama, is not a dictatorship. It's a responsibility. So basically my own translation of the word qawamun here, because I work in that field, and I did like a translation of Surah Yusuf in my PhD, it is الرجال قوامون. It means that men are maintainers and protectors. So these are the two words should come together. So to maintain means to provide for all of the needs of the wife. And protectors, he should also protect her, not only from tangible or concrete danger, but the most important thing is that he should protect her from hellfire. Because to me, marriage is a company that ends in Jannah. Marriage is a project that we start in this life, and the intention is to continue with each other in Jannah. I remember Sheikh Jalal, one time I was doing tafsir Surah Yasin, and I came to the ayah where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is talking about them, that like the husband and the wife, they're going to be both in Jannah, you know, under the shade and sitting like on a sofa, reclining. And then one of the brothers said, hold on, Sheikh, what did he say? So my wife in the dunya will be with me in Jannah? Isn't it enough that I had like a life sentence? I mean, like 25 years in the dunya. Then she's going to chase me in Jannah? And I said, subhanallah, ya akhi, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said that some men have their own shortcomings, some women have their own shortcomings, but subhanallah, in the akhirah, will be created in a different way. I mean, all these like diseases of the heart will be cleansed. You know, like there will be no grudge, no hatred, no nagging, no miserliness, you know, like it will be like perfect human beings. And life is perfect in Jannah. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide all of our steps to Jannah. So let me just jump from the word qawama just to explain this to the brothers and sisters also. So qawama means maintenance and protection. So you maintain her means you provide for all of her needs.
Yes.
And her needs are like, you know, like mental, emotional, physical, psychological, you name it, financial. So we have to take care of all of that. And also protection. I mean, your main job is not to provide for her food and clothing and shelter, because how many husbands, how many men, Brother Jalal, died and their wives and their children were the best?
MashaAllah.
Prophet Muhammad was an orphan. It was an orphan, right? So think about this. So basically, what we mean is your main job is to teach her what's missing in her religion, to bring her closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And that's the only way peace, happiness, and tranquility will come to the house. If that relationship is based on how can we please Allah before we think about pleasing ourselves, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will bring that love. Allah will bring that tranquility. Allah will bring that happiness into our relationship and into our marriage. Now, once we establish this, we're going to move to how can I be the best husband? You know, I gave a series, how to be an outstanding husband, and subhanAllah, Sheikh Jalal, you will be amazed that after I finish that series, who's supposed to be coming to take the handouts? Is it the men or the women? It should be the men, because I'm saying how to be an outstanding husband, right?
Yes.
SubhanAllah, no brother just came to take the handouts, but all the sisters, mashallah, they came and said, Sheikh, give us a copy so that we can give it to our husbands and remind them. You see, that's what the Sheikh said, page number 6.
That's right.
You know, don't be picky, you know, just like be tolerant, you know. So, and of course, I gave also another series called How to Be an Outstanding Wife. And guess what? It was the brothers who came to me to take the handouts.
Of course, the best wife.
Yeah. So anyway, how to be an outstanding husband? We should go back to the best husband in the history of mankind, and that's Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Now, before I give you examples, let me just break it down. What are the expectations of a woman in that relationship, a wife in that relationship? I'll tell you this. Women expect a AAA husband. And Sheikh Jalal, I usually like try to throw some sense of humor so that people will remember what I'm saying. Okay. So a wife expects a AAA husband. What do we mean by a AAA husband? That's not a battery. Okay. Because some people would think about the battery. Okay.
Or recovery truck. That's what we have here. Anyways, carry on. Sorry.
Yeah. So the first, I just gathered them in 3 A's. The first A is affection.
MashaAllah.
And the second A is attention. And the third A is appreciation.
Yeah.
And if the brothers are good and if the sisters are going to be encouraging me, I'll give them a bonus A2 at the end.
I've used this before. This is one of my favorite examples you gave. The triple A's, amazing, mashallah, absolutely amazing.
Barakallah feek. So as for the first A, which is affection, it's unfortunate, Brother Jalal, that we, especially men coming from the East,
yes,
we are so cheap. I'm sorry to say this, and let me talk about myself, okay? So that the brothers will not be mad at me. We're so miserly when it comes to expressing our emotions.
Very true. Very true.
And the way, Sheikh, the way to the woman's heart passes through her ears, which is different from the way to the man's heart passes through his stomach, you know?
I thought you were going to say through his eyes, but yeah, through his stomach, same thing.
I'm just kidding. but subhanAllah, you know, like, it's very important. It's very important that, you know, we should know how, you know, my partner perceives me and what does he or she expects from me. So in the engagement period, what you notice, Sheikh Jalal, is that the men are dressed the best, they smell the best, and yes, they always carry gifts when they go to visit their, you know, fiancé.
They're suave, they're cool, they're they're stylish, they're modern.
Yeah, and likewise, subhanAllah, when the sisters comes to offer a drink or something, you can hardly hear her voice. But subhanAllah, they say in the first year of marriage, the man talks and the woman listens. But the second year is completely different because the woman talks and the man listens. Yet, Sheikh, the third year is completely different because both of them talk and the neighbors listen. And we shouldn't be getting to that point. Why? Because if we really understand each other, if we know the psyche of the other partner, then we'll try to nourish and provide what they expect from us. So the first A is as I said, affection is please express your emotions. And I'm going to give you a story now, practically from the life of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Sheikh Jalal, it's shameful that we today feel ashamed to mention the name of our wives or the names of our mothers. I'm proud to say my mother's name is Fatima. May Allah shower her with her mercy.
Ameen. Ameen.
You know, Allah have mercy. We all know that the wife of the Prophet ﷺ was Khadija, was Aisha. We know the names. We know that the mother of the Prophet ﷺ was called Amina. So it's not something shameful, right?
Not at all.
But subhanAllah, you know, a couple came to me in their 50s and they had a problem as a life coach. And then I listened to both sides and then I got them together. And I figured out that the problem was, you know, there was no communication. And communication makes it or breaks it in a marriage.
Massive.
So they haven't been talking to each other, Sheikh, for almost 10 years. And subhanAllah, listen to the party, they say, like each one says, if it were not for the children, I wouldn't be in this relationship. Likewise, like both ways, okay? So I found out that subhanAllah, the man was so dry when it comes to expressing his feelings. So once I started asking him when I brought them together and I said, okay, brother, like when was the last time you said to your wife, I love you? And once I said this shit, as if he was like bitten, like with a scorpion, it's like, you know, Sheikh, like shame in you, Sheikh. Like, you know, how dare you speak about this? I said, like, you know, did I say something wrong? I'm just asking, when was the last time you said to your wife, I love you? Is this haram? Is this aib? And look at our culture. Like when the culture supersedes the religion, this is when the problem comes out, right? So I said, listen to this story. The Prophet ﷺ used to treat the Sahaba all the same. He used to distribute his smile and his kindness to everyone, to the degree, Sheikh, that everybody thought to himself that he is the most beloved one in the heart of the Prophet ﷺ. So here is Amr ibn al-As, and we all know Amr ibn al-As, radiallahu anh. He had such a special character, like, you know, he needed that praise from the Prophet ﷺ in front of everyone. He came back from an expedition, a Sariya, which is something a little bit like than a ghazwa, like a battle.
Yeah.
And he was victorious. So when he came back, you know, and the way the Prophet ﷺ treated him, he thought that he is the most beloved one in the heart of the Prophet ﷺ. So in front of everyone, he said, Ya Rasulullah, oh Messenger of Allah, Man ahabbu an-nasi ilayk? Who is the most beloved one in your heart? He expected him to say, you Amr. And guess what? The Prophet ﷺ said, Aisha.
That's right.
Brothers, stop here and think about this. The Prophet ﷺ, as if he is proclaiming in public, saying, I love Aisha. Would you do that?
Right.
Think about it. That's the Prophet ﷺ. This is why he said, I was the best to my family, meaning I was the best to my wives. So, Amr was embarrassed. So he said, oh, I don't mean amongst women, Prophet of Allah. Maybe he thought he's going to talk about men now. And then, guess what, Sheikh Jalal? And coming from a linguistic background, and I stopped at that very deeply. The Prophet ﷺ said, Abuha. From amongst the men, her father. I said to myself, the Prophet ﷺ could have said Abu Bakr.
Yes.
But why would he say her father? Because he still wants to talk about Aisha. Somebody related to Aisha. Allahu Akbar. Brothers and sisters, take this as an example for affection. Express your emotions. And here's the prescription. Sheikh, you need to write this down, inshallah, in the handouts to give it to the brothers. How to be an outstanding husband. Say to your wife 99 times a day, I love you.
I've actually written it down. I've typed it out.
Yeah. Send a text 77 times a day saying, I miss you. Wallahi ya Sheikh. The wife will be sitting in the kitchen for 4 hours to cook biryani, and the 3 little monkeys, angels are running around her, and she's so tired. But wallahi, once she hears that ting, and then she looks at the iPhone and it says, I miss you. Oh my God, that makes her day. She'll forget about all the fatigue and the pain that she's going through. So brothers and sisters, it makes a difference. And all the sisters who are listening to me now, they have nothing but agreement with what I'm saying. So first thing is affection. Please express your emotions. Don't let this relationship to be dry. Number 2, attention. Sheikh, we go for work. We spend 8 hours. Sometimes we have a second job, another 6 hours, and we come back tired. And subhanAllah, the wife is dressing up, even though she had, as I said, 3 little monkeys who are consuming her, energy all the time. But she puts them to sleep and she dresses up for the husband when he comes back to see her looking nice, feeling nice. And then the man walks into the house without noticing anything. He doesn't pay any attention. And that's very disappointing to a woman. And then, Sheikh, what happens is the man walks into his room and he wears that 24-year-old pajamas that he used to have in his single life, right? Yeah. And he just sits on the couch and he starts checking his Facebook or Facebook page and his Twitter and his email and watching the TV. And if Mo Salah is there, he's going to be watching a Liverpool. I'm just, being biased, okay?
I understand.
So basically, he's not paying any attention to her.
Yeah.
And that's not right. That's not right. And she's trying to draw his attention listen, I'm beautifying myself. I'm dressing up for you. And look at yourself. You're not even paying any attention. That's very disappointing too. Now, look at the Prophet ﷺ. He was so careful about treating his wives.
Yes.
One time he was sitting with Aisha radiallahu anha, and look at the attention he's giving her. He said, Aisha, inni la a'lamu ridaki anni min sahhatik. Allahu Akbar. I know when you're pleased with me. I know when you're mad at me.
Yeah.
Allahu Akbar. It works the opposite way, Sheikh Jalal. If the Prophet ﷺ is happy with her or not, that counts. But if Aisha radiallahu anha is happy or not with the Prophet ﷺ, that doesn't count.
No,
He's the man of Allah. Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar.
He's leading by example, Sheikh. He's telling us this is how you should act as a husband. And Aisha loved that. And she said, how Prophet of Allah? He said, In kunti anni radiya qultu la wa Rabbi Muhammad. If you are pleased with me, you say, when you take an oath, you say, no, by the Lord of Muhammad or by the Master of Muhammad. وَإِن كُنْتَ عَلَيَّ غَضْبًا قُلْتُ لَا وَرَبِّ إِبْرَاهِيمَ. But if you are mad at me, you don't use my name and you say, no, by the Lord of Abraham.
That's right.
SubhanAllah. And Aisha said, Wallahi ya Rasulullah, la ahjuru illa ismak. I only abandon your name, meaning your love is in my heart. Look at this beautiful conversation and beautiful attention the Prophet ﷺ is giving her. How much quality time, ya Sheikh, we spend with our wives today.
Yeah.
And like, again, another case that was brought to my attention as a life coach, and I said, brother, your wife is complaining you don't spend time with her. It's like, Wallahi, ya Sheikh, she's lying. I spend 8 hours. I said, I know. 3 hours in bed and 5 hours in front of the TV. And the sister said, Allahu Akbar, Sheikh, do you live with us?
May Allah forgive us. So true. May Allah forgive us all. So true.
Yeah. So, Sheikh, by quality time, we mean you sit together and talk, like the conversation that I shared with you now. Because when we sit together watching something, this is not quality time. Quality time is when the wife says, I want to discuss something with you. So like later on, inshallah.
Yeah.
I have a headache. I'm tired.
Yeah.
So when will be the time when she's going to talk to you about things? When she has concerns, who will be sharing those concerns with her? It should be the husband.
Yeah, so it should be.
The third A is appreciation. And appreciation, many of us, subhanAllah, we take our wives for granted.
Oh, yeah.
And she'll be cooking for 10, 15 years. And just one time, ya Sheikh, it was a bit salty or something. That's what you remember. It's like, no, why is the food salty? Why is the coffee sugary? Oh, you know that I'm diabetic, you want to get rid of me? And then we start a fight about that. SubhanAllah. How many times was the food perfect? Did you ever say thank you? Do you know, Sheikh, that the Prophet ﷺ said, lying is permissible in 3 scenarios. And one of these 3 scenarios is that the Prophet ﷺ said, hadith rajul li zawjih, meaning like the emotional talk between the husband and the wife. And brothers, do not act like one of the brothers who did this back in the days in Canada. He heard this from me, Sheikh, and he said, Alhamdulillah, the Sheikh said lying is permissible between the husband and the wife. And every time...
And we know what he's going to lie about, right? We know the first thing he's going to lie about.
Exactly. And when she asked him, why do you come back late? He's like, I'm doing i'tikaf. And mashallah, she thinks i'tikaf with the Sheikh, but he's doing i'tikaf somewhere else. So basically, let me just specify this. Like the Prophet said, hadith rajul li zawji, meaning it's the emotional talk between the husband and the wife. So I'll give an example. And that's what I mean by appreciation. Sheikh, sometimes some parents, especially the mothers, they do not teach their daughters how to cook, for example.
Right.
So the first time she starts cooking is when she gets married.
Right.
So once she gets married, she starts cooking. Imagine what's going to happen in the first week after what they call the honeymoon. I don't know, why should it be a honeymoon? Why not a honey life? Why not a honey year? But anyway, we just import this from other cultures. So basically what happens is once she starts cooking and she's trying to make a pasta, for example, but it turns out to be, a cake. Because she doesn't know that she has to boil the water first and add some salt and some oil before she puts the macaroni there. And once she cooks the food and the food doesn't come out like the best,
how it's expected, normal.
Yeah, she's going to put labels, Chef. She's going to say, that was supposed to be a pasta, but it turned out to be a cake. So please just, imagine it was a pasta. Yeah. So what should a husband react, at such a situation? I mean, that's where lying is permissible. So you can just eat the food and say, Bismillah, and then you eat and say,
so if I'm supposed to take out the garbage, for example, but I forget, and in the morning my wife asks me, did you take the garbage out? Am I allowed to say, yes, I did, and then run and quickly take it and drop it off, and she doesn't know I forgot?
Wallahi, that's fine. That's fine. As long as, subhanAllah, your intention is to please her. Of course.
I'm referring to a beautiful story a Sheikh once told back in, I think it was Sheikh Rashad back in Houston, Texas. And in or Sheikh Sayed, I forget. Anyway, so there's this parable about garbage. A man's supposed to take the garbage out. The truck is coming. He's forgotten. She hears the truck. She says, have you taken the garbage out? He goes running because he realized he forgot. He's like, yeah, I've done it. I'm just going to go get something outside. And he quickly goes and drops it off. The Sheikh basically said that while he told a small, what they call white lie or a small lie, it wasn't a big lie. And his intention was to do it. And then he made it a truth by going and doing it. Is there wisdom here?
Oh, of course. That's exactly a perfect example of what I'm talking about, Sheikh Jalal.
Yes.
Because, I mean, I don't believe in a white lie or a brownish lie. Lying. But if the Prophet ﷺ said lying is permissible in this relationship, meaning in the emotional talk between the husband and wife, so it's not a lie. You know, I mean, basically, as you're saying, you're just trying to compliment your wife.
Yeah.
Or in such a situation, you're trying to honor her request when she asks you to take the garbage away.
And avoid getting told off and avoid getting things thrown at you.
Exactly. Yeah. So basically, like what I said, like, you know, if the food, you know, is not that good, so what you should do, because most of us, like, you know, they leave the house or they start like shouting and they start a fight and, you know, they're going to order a delivery or something, you know, look back to the best husband again. Aisha radiallahu said, ما عاب النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم طعاما إن اشتهى أكله وإن كرهه تركه. The Prophet ﷺ never ever criticized food. If he likes it, he'll eat from it. If he doesn't, he'll just avoid it. And subhanAllah, Sheikh Jalal, look at our table today when we sit to eat. How many dishes are there? How many appetizers there? Yes. How many like juices? How many? Subhanallah. You know, we put weight and then we go to a doctor and say, please, we want to lose weight. We're going to pay you money.
You're describing me today, Sheikh Reda. You're describing my situation. You know what? It's something to be really grateful for. Last night, my eldest daughter, she prepared a big meal and she had help with the wife and my other daughter, etc. And they prepared. It was just a surprise. It was not the normal. Normally, the table is very nicely laid out, but it was a lot of extras. And exactly what you just said is what I kept thinking about. Is subhanallah, you know, just when the efforts are made. I just remembered the moment of Rasul alayhi salatu wasalam. Sheikh Reda, please correct my memory here if I make a mistake. When he was stitching his sandals, I believe, and Aisha radiallahu anha just like sang to him or poetry to him, and he dropped what he was doing to go spend time with her to like show appreciation of that little bit of effort. And this is what I'm thinking today, is to show more appreciation to my daughters and the family for what they do, for the little things they add. And yes, we say we want to lose weight, but then the table is so well laid out, mashallah.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. So, I mean, I'm just giving an example. If you didn't like the food, all what you need to do is just like eat something, just to compliment your wife, or eat something else. And then I would say, Bismillah, and then I would eat and I'm going to say, oh my God, this is the most delicious food I've ever eaten. And then you turn around and say, Astaghfirullah, because you're lying anyway. So,
so that's if you don't like it, if there's something wrong with the food. I understand. I have an interesting comment from a sister, Sheikh Reda. Yeah. I think men nowadays are overwhelmed by the role of maintaining the struggle in balance and then balancing the rest. I mean, I really appreciate what she's saying here, because I think you and I, we understand men, we understand our brothers and ourselves really. And we understand that we can go really extreme into what their weaknesses are, flaws are, how to improve and how to step up. But this is an interesting approach where you rarely see a sister saying, that's why I'm saying it now. I'm not waiting to Q&A. It's such an interesting comment from a sister saying, well, actually the men are so stressed sometimes by the maintenance, the money, paying for things, that they struggle to balance the rest. I mean, mashallah, tabarakallah, the sister is obviously a very good, very understanding wife. And with that, she says that not all men struggle with these things, but they want to step up. They want to do more, but the financial responsibility or the strain might cause this problem. Sheikh, I want to go back to the beginning of what you said. The man comes home, how he behaves with the wife, his ill manners sometimes, or a lack of appreciation. This actually, she's right. This is a massive thing where men struggle to balance that. When you're outside the financial struggles of the dunya, you shouldn't bring it home and display it to your family in such a way, like you're taking away their rights, you're bringing the grudges from outside home. Is that something we should touch upon? I think that's what the kind of thing she's talking about.
Of course, and thank you, Ustadh Jalal, for bringing this up, and thanks for the sister, because we have to remember that we wear many hats, as we say in North America, Sheikh. Like meaning,
yes.
Outside, I'm a professional, whether like I'm a doctor, an accountant, a plumber, whatever it is. When I come back home, I have 2 jobs at home. These are the 2 main jobs that I should focus on. I am a husband, and if I have children, I'm a father. But the problem is, Sheikh, we bring all the tension, we bring all the stress, and then we bring it to the family inside the house. Like, they want to talk to you, like, oh, hey, like I haven't finished work. I need to go and work on this.
Yes.
I remember, Sheikh, like, we are no exception, Sheikh. Wallahi, one time I remember, my daughter, she graduated now from university, but back in the days when she was young, she came one time, and because I was so busy, like traveling and preparing a speech and preparing like a paper or something, so they wanted to go out, and we haven't been out like for almost like 3 months.
Yeah.
So she told the whole family, she's the youngest, but mashallah, she has a very strong character. So she said, like, get dressed and I'll take care of him. She came and she knocked on the door, and then I said, who is it? She said, this is your daughter, but I'm not looking for Dr. Bedeir. I'm not looking for Sheikh Reda Bedeir. I'm not looking for Imam Reda Bedeir. I'm looking for my father. Wallahi, Sheikh, like, that's what she said. I'm looking for my father. Is he inside? Should I go in? That was enough, Sheikh, to bring tears to my eyes, because I started reflecting. It's like, oh my goodness, I just forgot that I'm a father at some point. So we are no exception. I'm just telling the sisters and the brothers out there, we are no exception, and then this is very important. We have to practice what we preach. So she told me, listen, Dad, we are dressed up and we are leaving. Are you coming with us, or shall we take a taxi?
Oh.
Are you going to be our father? I left everything and I went.
MashaAllah, tabarakallah.
I mean, like, this is very important. Quality time is very important, and we shouldn't bring, our package of all the stress and what we go through as professionals outside to the house. Once you come into the house, take off that dunya with its struggle with your shoes. Take off your shoes and take off all that garbage outside, all that package outside. You walk in with a smile.
Interesting. Sheikh Reda, sorry.
Smelling nice. Yeah, go ahead.
Afwan, I was just going to say that, I have this hypothesis, or not really a hypothesis, actually more than that. It's an observation I've noticed. I'll come see you, Sheikh Reda. When we speak, I get excited. I get a big smile on my face, and I'm like, oh, Sheikh Reda, and all the energy comes up to my chest, my heart, and my mind. I have energy that I have to make the best impression. How much more can I smile to let him know I'm so happy to speak to him? How much more love can I present to show him how can I change my voice, my sound, my tone to make him know I'm so happy to be in his presence? And girls, sisters, mashallah, they're more than us. The hugging, the kissing, the giggling, whatever. And they go and they see someone in the shopping mall. You don't know them. You're on the other side, but you can hear some sisters screaming, hugging, because they just saw each other. And that's our wife. That's our sister. It's our daughter. And everyone does this when they go out, Sheikh Reda. And it's an observation. And then when they're home, as soon as they walk in, Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum salam. Yeah, everything is very somber. And I sat with my family many times. I've done this. I can't say I've done this once. We're human, Sheikh Reda. People probably think me and you, we have perfect homes, perfect families. We have issues. We have problems. We have arguments. And in that, I've said it many times, not once, to my family. I'm like, we're hypocrites outside. We show a false sense, the best of our smile, the best of us. It's like a hypocrisy almost. If it is hypocrisy, we deserve the hypocrisy more than outside. At home to each other, we should be bigger hypocrites at home. Show that fake smile and laugh and love, and maybe it'll become real. And this is how I've been like trying to nurture certain people and their families with that, you know, you're fake outside. And exactly what you just said, Sheikh Reda, when you come in through the door, stop, take a moment, make dhikr. This is ibadah. Shake it all off and enter with what you would like to come in. What kind of energy, what kind of smile. That's an observation I had.
I really appreciate that. I really agree with you 100%. And that's true. Like, you know, subhanAllah, we are so generous with everything, with our smile, even with our pockets. Like when we go with friends, we spend lots of
I'll pay.
money.
We fight with the credit card.
Yeah, but at home it's like, you know, oh, I'm going through this. I have to pay this bill and pay that bill, you know. And then this is why we like when I talked at the beginning and I said Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said men are maintainers, and it's written even in the poster. Is it all what we do just to maintain, to provide, meaning to pay the bills? No. Wallahi, a smile, you know, could do better than giving like thousands of pounds or dollars, subhanAllah, because I remember one of the things that I learned from one of my shuyukh is like when I go home, I have to take something with me, even if it's so cheap, wallahi, shaykh. If it's like 50 cents, if it's like 50 pence, if it's like $1 or £1, because it's not the value of what you buy, it's the thought that counts, shaykh.
Yes.
Because what they will say is like, oh mashallah, he thought about me before coming home. Not that he bought something for $1 or £1 rather than 500 or something. Because some people, they buy something very expensive, but subhanAllah, the way they present it as if like, you know, here you go, here's a present. No, it's the way you deliver it, the way you carry yourself. That's very important. And this is why, as I said, like, you know, quality time means, you know, you should be there with full attention, not divided attention. And you should be there with a smile. You should be genuine. And even if it's fake, as you mentioned, Sheikh, wallahi, if it's fake, Allah will reward you. Because that's what the Prophet ﷺ said. You know, like lying is permissible in this scenario. So if you're not happy and you act like happy, just to make them happy, Allah will reward you for that. If you smile, even though you have so much pain and you're going through a lot, to make them happy, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will reward you for that. And I will just add a bonus, plus the triple that we mentioned. Yes. And this is very important, like Sheikh Jalal, it's called acceptance. So we talked about affection, express your feelings, attention, pay attention when your wife talks to you. Look at the Prophet ﷺ again as the best husband, and like a small touch, ya Sheikh, it makes a difference. Like one night, it was the night of Safiya radiallahu anha, and subhanAllah, she was traveling, and the camel that she had was a very old and sick camel. So it just came late, and she missed her night with the Prophet ﷺ, so she was crying. And when the Prophet ﷺ saw her crying, he just used his finger, ya Sheikh, just to remove, subhanAllah, like the tear. That touch, it means a lot. Like we don't have this today. I mean, when a woman cries, the man is going to say, oh, I heard Sheikh Bedeir saying, these are the crocodile tears. Like, you know, cry your eyes out. I don't care. No. You have to be sensible. You have to be affectionate. So the third one, as we said, is, affection, attention, and appreciation. I'm going to add one, which is acceptance. And by that, I mean, Sheikh, after marriage, some years go by, and the woman puts some weight because she delivered like maybe 3-4 little monkeys, angels, as they
call babies.
babies. And then, I mean, she put some weight, subhanAllah. Then the husband comes to me right away, like, you know, Sheikh, can you talk to my wife? Because she's really like, you know, she's getting bigger and bigger. Like, you know, can you just ask her to lose some weight? And at that point, Sheikh, I keep staring at the brothers. And then like, he's like, Sheikh, why are you staring at me? I say, brother, do you look at the mirror? It's like, what do you mean, Sheikh? I mean, like, are you asking your wife to be slim and you're overweight? He's like, but I'm the man. I said, so what? What do you mean by I'm the man? I mean, he can put weight and she couldn't put weight. And like, subhanAllah, I always give this example just as a joke, Sheikh. I say, brother, look at the mirror when you go home, because you're almost 9 months pregnant, if not 12 months. The only difference, yeah, I'm serious. The
Allahu
only
Akbar.
difference is that when a woman gets pregnant, ya Sheikh, they deliver after 7 or 9 months. But when a brother gets pregnant, subhanallah, he never delivers. Right? So
I got that a little bit late, Sheikh. I got that a little bit delayed, but it struck.
Yeah. So I mean, the idea is, you know, when they saw, you know, Abdullah ibn Abbas one time combing his hair, you know, putting cream and like, you know, getting dressed up, they said, "Ya ibn Abbas, hada sha'n nisa." Like this is like womanish thing. Like this is what women do. What are you doing? He said, "Astaghfirullah, that's wrong." Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in the Quran, وَلَهُنَّ مِثْلُ الَّذِي عَلَيْهِنَّ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ. They are entitled to everything that you asked from them, and you have to treat them with kindness. So if I ask my wife to be slim, I have to be slim. If I ask my wife to smell nice, I should smell nice. If I ask my wife to dress up for me, I should dress up for her too. So all these things, you know, should be like, you know, and also spend quality time. Look at the Prophet ﷺ as the best man. You know, at the early days, he used to, you know, when he took Aisha with him, while he was like traveling with the army, he will ask the army to move forward, and he will be at the back, and he will race with Aisha radiallahu anha. Look at this quality time. And subhanallah, Aisha would win because, like, you know, she was young. And then later on, subhanallah, Aisha put some weight, and then they raced again. Yeah, and the Prophet ﷺ won the race. So he said, "Hadihi bitilk," you know, tat for tat.
A day for a day, yeah.
Exactly.
Sheikh, I have a question from a sister. She's a daughter, and she's saying, "Me and my siblings struggle to show affection to our father because he was a very tough man, very tough father. Till now, we are afraid of even talking openly in front of him. How can we change this kind of feeling?" I mean, from the words, I can assume they're older now, and they're struggling with something. What advice do you have, Sheikh?
I'll share this touching story with you. One time I was giving khutbah on Eid, and there were about 25,000 people attending that khutbah. And once the khutbah was over, and we prayed, I turned around and I said, "Please look to your right and to your left and give a hug to the person next to you." And subhanallah, the sister came to me and she was in tears. She said, "Sheikh, thank you so much for asking this, because my dad, for the first time, I'm 19 years old, and he just hugged me today." Listening to you.
SubhanAllah.
Can you imagine? And that's exactly what the Prophet ﷺ told the man when the Prophet ﷺ hugged Al-Hassan, and then he said to him, like, you know, "Oh, do you do this to your kids? Like, you know, do you kiss them and hug them?" And the Prophet ﷺ said, "Yes." He said, "Oh, I have 10 children. I have never done this to them." What did the Prophet ﷺ say? He said, "مَا لِي أَرَاكَ وَقَدْ نَزَعَ اللَّهُ الرَّحْمَةَ مِنْ قَلْبِكَ مَنْ لَا يَرْحَمْ لَا يُرْحَمْ." Now, what can I say to you when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has taken away mercy from your heart? If you don't show mercy to others, Allah will never show mercy to you. So that's what we should like remind first. We should remind that father, if he's listening or watching us. You know, brothers, we have to show affection to our kids. We have to open a dialogue with them. We have to listen to them, because this is another issue. Parenting is another issue, Sheikh. But this is very important. We have to befriend them. You know, sometimes I used to date my daughters, like, we're going to go for a date. You know, and we go there, and I said, like, don't ever call me dad or doctor or professor or sheikh or imam. Just talk to me as your friend. My son used to do the same. He would say, "Hey, buddy, you know, I saw that girl, and like I feel this and this and this." Like, can you imagine like a father and a son talking like this? Yeah. This is very important. Yeah. So I will just remind the sister who's asking the question by one ayah. You know, just to give her some solace and patience. You know, if you go to Surah 17, Surah Al-Isra, ayah number 23, I mean, 23 through 25, these are like the central ayat that talk about birr al-walidayn. And I know that you are asking the father to be nice to you, but I'm just reminding you that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, وَقَضَى رَبُّكَ أَلَّا تَعْبُدُوا إِلَّا إِيَّهِ. In this verse, like 17:23, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, and Allah has decreed that you worship none besides Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And then next to that, he said, وَبِالْوَالِدَيْنِ إِحْسَانًا. Yeah, Sheikh, again, coming from a linguistic background, I stopped at this ayah and I said to myself, Allah said, وَبِالْوَالِدَيْنِ إِحْسَانًا. There are 2 points here. Number one, أسلوب حصر وقصر. Allah didn't say وَإِحْسَانًا بِالْوَالِدَيْنِ. That inversion means if anyone deserves ihsan, the best conduct, the best behavior, the best patience, it is the parents. That's number one. So that's limiting the best conduct to them. Second, Allah didn't say وَبِالْأَبِ وَالْأُمِّ إِحْسَانًا. He didn't say, like you should be the best when it comes to your behavior, when it comes to your father and mother. He said, no, walidain. And walidain, ya Sheikh, comes from milad. It stems from birth. As if Allah is saying, if your parents were only the reason for you to come to this world, they deserve ihsan. And their job as a father and a mother starts after your birth.
SubhanAllah.
Think deeply about this, Sheikh. This is why, sometimes I know that some parents are very tough, especially the fathers. You should do your best, inshallah, to be patient with them and try to find ways to speak to their hearts first. If you can reach their hearts, as my daughter did, because sometimes the oldest one, she will come to me and it's we need to go out. I'm going to say, I'm busy. She's going to cry and leave the house, leave the room. Yeah. But the young one, she knows how to get to my house. She's hey, I'm not talking to the professor. I'm not talking to the sheikh. I'm not talking to them. It's my dad. You see, so it's the approach too. Yeah.
She's thinking she's talking to her father. It's a different approach. It's a different thing altogether. Sheikh, the ayah you just quoted about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala saying, if it was that they are the only, I love those words. If it was them, if they were the source of you. I mean, I appreciate what Allah has done there. He has shown us the importance of mother and father, that they deserve this love. They deserve this. Lower your wings of humility to them, etc. But in this ayah, I love that you just read that, because there's something else that's been on my mind for weeks, for many months, actually, a few years now. I'm struggling as a father. That's why. So it's been on my mind for a few years now, actually. And it's my children, my daughter, my son. And Allah is saying, subhanAllah, in this ayah describes exactly what I've been feeling for a few years now. It's not mine. She's not mine. She is my daughter, but she's not mine as a person. I am not the source of her arrival on earth. My mother and father are not the source of my arrival here. They are the means by which I am here. But it is Allah who creates me, and it is Allah who created our children. And Sheikh, if I can just take another aspect, a philosophy, I guess, or an observation similar to the previous one about we fake it outside, fake it at home. This other observation is more about, there's this man, he has a son, he's always struggling, very pious man, good man, by my judgment, very nice man. And his son has autism and is violent and nonverbal. And he's very patient with him, and he's struggling with his family. His family's struggling with this difficulty, and they're very patient. And then sometimes he just says to me things that I want to get violent. He can't take it. He's getting impatient. And I was so shocked that how can this come from you? You're an inspiration. So I pulled him aside, Sheikh, and Allah, I never thought of saying this. It just came out of my mouth. I just said these words, and only after did I realize what I had said. I said to him, Akhi, you can't get violent with your son. Oh, but look, there was a resentment. He started to feel resentment about what he's going through with his son. And I said, do you know that that's not your son? You haven't met your son yet. This is a person on earth who is tested with autism, and he can't express himself to you. He can't speak to you, so he's violent. But when you go to Jannah, inshallah, because you looked after him as amana, correctly, successfully, and you enter Jannah, you will be 33 years old, and he will be 33 years old, and you'll be the same age, both of you. So when you meet someone your age on the street, you don't think that that's your son. He's your age. So in Jannah, you'll be two men that will meet, and he will say to you, on earth, I had the role of a son, and you had the role of my father. And you will meet him for the first time because he'll speak to you. You will understand him. Just look forward to that incredible meeting you're going to have. I mean, my intention was to make him feel good about his situation. But I actually walked away from that realizing, wow, these are These are people who are going to be the same age. They're just amana, kind of like a theatrical role play. I'm the role of a father. And I think the messages, the comments people are saying right now, a lot of them are similar, and they're really grateful for the things you said, Sheikh, is everyone's struggling with that hierarchy or that fake concept of mine, my dad, my son. And because they're struggling with that, there's pride and ego, and it's not your God. To God, you can lower your ego. Does that make sense, Sheikh? Could you explain what I'm saying here? Because this is really like playing on my mind.
Oh, that's perfect, Sheikh. MashaAllah. You put it like nicely, MashaAllah. When Allah talked in the Quran, He never mentioned that we own anything. The real owner is Allah. I mean, even not only your children, Sheikh, yourself. Yourself is an amana. Your eyes are amana. Your heart is an amana. Right? And this is why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the ayah said, وَلَقَدْ جِئْتُمُونَا فُرَادًا كَمَا خَلَقْنَاكُمْ أَوَّلَ مَرَّةٍ. On the day of judgment, Allah is going to say, you've come back to us individually as we have created you the first time. Look, what's next? He said, وَتَرَكْتُمْ مَا خَوَّلْنَاكُمْ وَرَاءَ ظُهُورِكُمْ. And you left behind you what we entrusted you with, not what you owned, not what you made. No, it's Allah who gives you, and it's Allah who claims it back. This is why when we say لِلَّهِ مَا أَعْطَى وَلِلَّهِ مَا أَخَذ, to Allah belongs what He gives, and to Allah belongs what He takes back. And when we say إِنَّا لِلَّهِ وَإِنَّا إِلَيْهِ رَاجِعُونَ, Shaykh, we just like we say this statement as a lip service. We don't even think about it. If you just stop and say إِنَّا لِلَّهِ, what does it mean? We belong to Allah. My eyes come from Allah. I asked one time, I said, to our brothers, would you sell me your eyes?
No.
He's like, no. I said, okay, how much did you pay Allah to give it to you? And he was like stunned. Allah gave it to you for free. But Allah gave you the eyes as a trust. Allah also gave you the heart as a trust. Allah gave you the tongue as a trust. Allah gave you the children as a trust. Allah gave you the wife as a trust. And then you will be asked, how did you treat them? How did you take care of them?
Yeah. Sheikh, Jazakumullah khair with that. I think that I know we can talk about this for ages, and we're going to have a little bit of time left soon. So I want to open the doors to anyone else who has questions. I have been reading your comments, and some of those are, mashallah, beautiful. Thank you so much. Farzana, Sister Farzana, Jazakallah khairi for your comment. She's saying, finally, an honest and realistic conversation. I have to make a comment on this comment, and that is, this was really difficult for me. The interaction with Sheikh Reda was very difficult for me because Sheikh Reda is a source of knowledge, and I am just Jalal. So I had to try to make this somewhat interactive. Sheikh Reda, I hope I didn't cause any offense. I hope I didn't step on any toes. I hope I didn't say anything wrong.
Not at all,
because I don't want anyone to think I was adding any knowledge to this. I was just trying to make it interactive because Sheikh, I think this is what people want to see, a discussion. And they need to see that we're human, that we have families, we have our own situation, and our kids argue with us, and our wife is upset with us, and we make them happy and it's back forth, or we disappoint them. I shouldn't big us up and say that they're the ones causing trouble, but it's the issues. We're just normal people, and there's a way to deal with it. Afwan?
Sorry to interrupt you, Sheikh Jalal. Like, not only you and me, the best husband again. Was there a dispute? Was there disagreement between him and his wife? Yes. One time, Aisha radiallahu anha disagreed with the Prophet ﷺ. And subhanAllah, when they disagreed, the Prophet ﷺ, out of his kindness and his treatment, what did he say? He said, Man tardayn, who would you like to be a judge between me and you? Yeah. Allahu Akbar. The Prophet will bring another human being to be a judge. Brothers and sisters, like, humble yourselves, because when you say it, no, I don't want to go to the Sheikh. No, what is the Sheikh say to me? I know it all. That's the Prophet ﷺ being very humble. And then he said, shall we bring Umar? She said, no. He said, okay, who do you want? Who do you accept? She said, Abu Bakr. Subhanallah, who's Abu Bakr? It's her father. That's his father-in-law. But yet the Prophet ﷺ said, okay. So he brought Abu Bakr, and then look at the Prophet ﷺ, the way he presented the case. He said, Shall you start or shall I start by presenting the case? Allahu Akbar. Who will do this today? Who will treat his wife like this? And then Aisha, out of her anger, she said, this man who claims to be receiving revelation.
Allahu Akbar.
Of course, she didn't mean it. She was angry. And then Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu, he slapped her. I mean, he was so angry. Look at this, Sheikh Jalal, and this is very, very touching. Aisha radiallahu anha, she ran away behind the Prophet ﷺ, seeking protection. Allahu Akbar.
From her father.
Isn't this the man that you are like disputing with? And subhanAllah, and then Abu Bakr left. He was so angry and so mad. And then the Prophet ﷺ smiled. He said, like, oh, you're coming to seek protection with me, even though you're mad at me. And then subhanAllah, they started laughing. And then Abu Bakr passed by and he said, like, why didn't you include me when you're happy now? When you included me back when you were fighting.
You're only coming to me when you're fighting. Brothers and sisters, I've had a lot of people ask these questions. I've got some questions for you, Sheikh Reda. When I don't like my wife, but I don't like my wife, but I have to live with her for my kids. It's hard to want to be nice and loving. What can I do? May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala soften your heart and make it easy for you. Sheikh Reda?
Number one, Sheikh, he should get closer to Allah first. He should get closer to Allah. Because wallahi, if this brother marries the most beautiful woman on earth, 1, 2, 3, or 4, he will still see them the same way.
Yes.
He will still see them the same way. But if you come closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, wallahi, Allah will beautify that woman in your eyesight. It's because like we are greedy. As men, we are greedy. And subhanAllah, that woman that you see outside, just from the external, or from the outside, wallahi, if you get closer to her, you might find like a monster. You might find a very bad person. She's very controlling. She's very abusive. But we take our wives for granted. This is why,
Does this fall under the third A, Sheikh Reda?
Yeah. Appreciation, no appreciation.
No, sorry. The third one, isn't it? Acceptance.
Acceptance, yeah. And
by second one.
Yeah. Acceptance is like, subhanAllah, like when we were young together during the engagement period, everybody was young and nice and this and that. But subhanAllah, with the passage of time, akhi, like things change. But we don't look at the mirror. We always see like, oh, she's aging now and she's putting weight. And then he starts looking at someone else who's younger and prettier. Brother, like, look how many years she spent with you. She spent her youth with you and she gave everything. Now, if you get someone else, again, once you live with her for a few, maybe a month or something, you might discover that, I was living with an angel. Because it's not the external beauty, Sheikh, that we live with, wallahi. It's the internal beauty. It's the behavior, it's the conduct. So if that person is just looking for the external beauty, it means that he is like having like his animal part of him, like controlling the human part of him. Meaning, yes, we have desires. And the sisters should take care of themselves. This is also a piece of advice to the sisters, because sometimes they neglect their job as wives once they have children. This is also a piece of advice to the sisters. They don't dress up. They don't, spend quality time with their husbands. Sometimes, if he asks his right in bed, she's going to say, I'm tired. And, but again, for the brothers, I would say, fear Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and like appreciate the years that she spent with you, what she has done for you. Don't look at her now because she's getting old, and love the beauty of her character, not just the external beauty which fades away. And look at the mirror, and you will find out also that you're not the same young man as before.
Sheikh Reda, we have a responsibility as speakers and teachers and advisors and counselors. We have a responsibility to try to empathize and give advice that would benefit, even if it's not exactly what we're thinking. Most people don't know that. But I want to share with with the attendees, my students, your students, everyone who's here. I want to share with you this one piece of advice. When you're listening, also listen with a similar ear. that you know, like for example, this poster was about the best of men, and somebody commented, why are you focusing on the men? Well, we focused on the women 2 weeks ago, but you didn't know that. And now we're going to focus on the men, and next time will be family, etc. Different topics. My point is, when a woman is being advised about her husband, sometimes we make the mistake of thinking, gosh, all Islam is all for men. And then when we're advising our brothers, you heard Sheikh Reda earlier beautifully, when we advise our brothers, the brothers are like, man, I've got so much to do. That is Islam. So I think there is a lack of balance in people's mind, Sheikh, which is what drives people. Shaitan tricks people. And with that little bit of knowledge, missing that other piece of knowledge drives them to that miscommunication and causes their iman to fail. I'm talking about iman Islam, not husband, wife. Why? Because I think you beautifully said your relationship with Allah. Because if your relationship is not with Allah first, of course you're only going to be attracted to looks.
Yeah.
And you're only going to see negatives about each other. But if your attraction is with Allah and you love Allah first and your relationship is good with Allah, I think that's what you're saying. If your relationship is good with Allah, then you see the good in the person, not the physical appearance. You're looking at the good of, I'm happy with this. At least it's like that. Your morals, your ethics, your values are different when you have a relationship with Allah. Is that correct, Sheikh Reda?
That's right. I totally agree with you, Sheikh.
I want to follow that up, Sheikh Reda. Same person's, can I just say, may Allah bless you for asking these questions. I see these people's questions coming in. This isn't easy. So I appreciate that. The person who's thinking, oh, not for me, that's the person I feel sad for, because you're missing out on an opportunity due to shyness. Don't be shy. May Allah reward you. There's a follow-up on that same question by the person, and they are saying, it's not her beauty I don't like. It's her as a person. She has a character I don't like and is not open. Her character is not open to advice. What should he do?
Okay, that's a different scenario, Sheikh Jalal, because you cannot live with a person that you cannot handle and you cannot deal with. And in Islam, alhamdulillah, we know that marriage is permissible, but at the same time also, divorce is permissible and it's halal. So when life comes to like an impossible relationship, a relationship where both parties are suffering and they're hurting each other, then we should consider, first of all, Islah. We should seek maybe advice or counseling or anything. Then if it works, then we'll continue with each other in marriage. But if it doesn't work out, and as the brother is saying, she's not listening, she's stubborn, she doesn't want to change, she doesn't want to listen to the truth, she doesn't want to obey Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because by the end of the day, Sheikh, it's like when we have a disagreement,
yes.
What did Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala say? It's again Surah An-Nisa, Surah number 4 and number 59. It said, Ya ayyuha alladhina amanu ati'u Allah wa ati'u Rasula wa ulul amri minkum. O you who believe,
yes,
obey Allah, and that's absolute. Obey the messenger, that's absolute. But then when it came to ulul amri minkum, those who are in charge of you, Allah made it conditional. He didn't say wa ati'u ulul amri minkum. Why? Because obedience to those who are in charge of us are conditional to their own obedience to Allah and His Messenger.
Yes. MashaAllah.
Because the Prophet ﷺ said, "La ta'ata li makhluq fi ma'siyat al-khaliq." If the husband asks me to take off my hijab or not to pray or to do anything haram, I'm not going to obey them.
Yes.
This is disobedience to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But then Allah said, at the end of this, I said, فَإِن تَنَازَعْتُمْ فِي شَيْءٍ. When you disagree about something, when you have a dispute, فَرُدُّوهُ إِلَى اللَّهِ وَالرَّسُولِ. Take it back to Allah and His Messenger. The problem today, Sheikh, is that we don't take it to Allah and His Messenger. We take it to our friends at the cafe.
The wrong friends.
Yeah, we take it to Sheikh Google. And Sheikh Google is not a good Sheikh.
Sheikh, you know what? I'm sorry to say, I want to add this in there, my brothers and sisters. There is a big poison in our communities. Netflix, Amazon, these devices you can watch movies and shows on. That becomes your advisor eventually. You watch so many programs, it actually programs your mind in how to react and how to behave in your own marital situation.
And this comes from a completely different culture, Sheikh. It's not bound by any religion or any principles, right? It's like it's all about secularism. Maximize the pleasure, just like try to be happy at the expense of whatever, No,
Yes.
that's not Islam. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, when you have a dispute, take it back to Allah and His Messenger. So if a man says to his wife, hey, listen, you shouldn't be going out without my permission. You shouldn't be doing this because this is disobedience to Allah. If she doesn't listen, then there is a problem.
Yes.
We're not saying you have to live with her regardless. No, we're not saying that. And this is why thank you for the brother who sent a follow-up question by saying it's not about her external beauty, as I was explaining at the beginning. It's all about her character. So if it's about her character, then we should try to fix this by seeking advice and counseling. If she accepts, that's fine. We continue. But I cannot say I'm going to live with her despite her bad character just for the children. No, because this is not going to be a healthy relationship, Sheikh. This is not going to be having a good environment to raise the children.
Yes. It's a difficult one when the character is in question. This is where you do need the right kind of influence. And can I just add to this the importance of making dawah to our neighbors, dawah to people around us? Well, even to our own family members, we must find a loving, compassionate way to encourage their heart back towards Allah. If someone is not willing to listen to advice, etc., it could be something else. Sheikh Reda, what I'm trying to say is that there's history, and we kind of ignore the history that's built up to this, and we think this is the only problem. Well, my advice to the brothers, look back at the history. There's things you can unravel, take apart, and then fix them. Move forward with that. Sheikh Reda, another question. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm going to try to get to all the questions before Sheikh Reda leaves us today. The next question is, my husband lives and works in another country. So this has caused the distance between us. When he comes, it feels strange for me and children. What can I do to feel closer to him?
Well, it's always better to be in the same country if possible. So if there is a way that she can move with the children and live with him, that would be perfect. But I know sometimes for some financial situations or like rules in the other country that they cannot have, the wife and the children because of the limit of their income or whatever, then they should keep in touch. Alhamdulillah, now we have social media, we have like the whole world became like a small village, and we can do this like not only audio, but visual too. So if we can maintain the relationship, because subhanAllah, Shaykh, with the tough financial situations everywhere in the world now and the bad economy, people are struggling. And when they get so busy just to make the money to provide for their families, then as you said, we tend to forget that we're humans, we have emotions and we have needs, and then everything becomes mechanical. So we should maintain that relationship as much as possible, and we should not make it like 6 months or 1 year before the man comes back. Because Umar radiallahu anh, when he was walking in one night and he heard a woman saying poetry like within the lines of if I don't fear Allah because my husband is far away from me, I would be sleeping with another man now. So Umar felt so bad, and he went to Hafsa radiallahu anha, his daughter and the wife of the Prophet ﷺ. He said, how long can a woman stay away from her husband and be patient? And she said 4 months. Then he gave a decree or a command to the army. He said no one should be away from his wife more than 4 months. So what I'm saying is try to maintain that relationship, and when the man comes, he should make it up for them. And during that distancing time, during the time when he's away, he should send gifts, and he should be talking every day. Because as I said, those gadgets, those devices that we have today, we use them to waste time. As you said, we use them to listen to songs. We use them to listen to lyrics. We use them to watch movies, but we don't use to communicate with each other. We should make the best benefit of these devices to our benefit. We shouldn't be just consumers. So we should make the best use of them. So that would be my advice. Maintain a relationship, through communication devices that we have today. Exchange gifts, don't be away for a long time, because really that kills the relationship. You know, and it ends up like the man is like a bank. He just like travels away to work and send money, and that's it.
I'll add to that, that if your husband is far away, have you know, you don't always need to discuss things and plan things. Spontaneity is beautiful. So make your own plans to yourself when you're addressing him, speaking to him. I think you could treat it as you know, I think sometimes that distance causes hearts to grow fonder. So it's all about attitude. It's all about perspective. It's about how you address it. You could address it with sadness and negativity, where shaitan can lead you a different way. Or you could treat it as positive, like, oh, you know, I can't wait to see him again. Or he's thinking, can't wait to see you again. I think it can increase that love as well. Sheikh Reda, there's many questions, but there's a comment. We miss Sheikh Reda's recitation. If there is time today, maybe you can recite a few ayat for us. I definitely am saying this because I miss your recitation. May Allah bless you. So the next question is from Sister Farzana, I believe. What advice would you give to a man who supports his parents, but he neglects his wife and his children? How much rights do the parents have to his finances, while many women are struggling with this type of situation?
Yeah, this is very important. SubhanAllah, Shaykh, like some men do not know how to maintain that balance between their duties towards their family, i.e., that's like the wife and the children, and their extended family, and basically, most importantly, their parents. The man is obliged financially to provide for all of the needs of his wife and his children. Of course, he should take care of his parents, especially if they are in need. But sometimes some men do not maintain that balance. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will hold you accountable, as we mentioned, Shaykh, like the concept of qawama, الرجال قوامون. And the Prophet ﷺ mentioned also this in the hadith. He said, يا معشر الشباب من استطاع منكم الباءة فليتزوج. O young men, whoever has the financial and physical means, let them marry. So if you don't have that, do not marry. And this is why he said, فَمَنْ لَمْ يَسْتَطِعْ. So you could be able and you couldn't be able. And this is why he said, if you don't have the financial and physical means to get married, he said, you know, like you should fast, because this is gonna lower your desire, you know, to do something haram. And this is why when you get married, the Prophet ﷺ said, فَإِنَّهُ أَغَضُّ لِلْبَصَرِ وَأَحْسَنُ الْفَرْجِ. It will help you to lower your gaze, and it will help you also to keep chaste. So basically, if I'm financially able to marry, then I should provide for the family. And Allah said, "Arijalu qawwamun." He first, like, you know, Allah said, "Bima anfaqu," you know, like what you have provided, what you have spent. So I should maintain that balance between providing for my family and taking care of my parents, especially if my parents are in need. But what I find sometimes, if those men are controlled by their parents, especially the mothers, then they would lose that balance between taking care of their families and at the same time taking care of their parents. So you are responsible. And the Prophet ﷺ said, كَفَى بِالْمَرْءِ إِثْمًا أَنْ يُضَيَّعَ مَنْ يَعُوهُ. It's enough of a sin for a person who would not provide for all their dependents. So your wife is your dependent and your children are your dependents. So you have to take care of them. And you have to maintain that balance between them and your parents.
Beautiful advice, Jazakumullah khair. I think it's I think that's a tough one as well. I'm really glad you answered it. I'm really glad you answered it. That's a difficult one. Sheikh, the next question is, a man is saying I have a bad temper and I admit this and know this is a problem, but when my wife does things, I don't accept it and it makes me angry. I bite my tongue and don't say anything. And this is causing me to resent her.
Again, it's normal. It's natural, and we should deal with it in a natural way. Meaning, if I keep biting my tongue and I'm not gonna talk about it at all, then this is gonna like increase the gap between me and my wife, and that resentment will grow, and that will not be healthy for the relationship. So in this case, yeah, I bite my tongue and I control my anger, and I go and make wudu, or I ask my wife to go and make wudu, but later on, when the time is right, I should discuss with her. I said, like, honey, we need to sit down and talk about this. Why? Because if we let these little things, Sheikh Jalal, pile up, they're going to build a wall between the husband and the wife. And that what leads to what you just mentioned earlier, when a man says, I'm just living with her because of the children. Because that wall is already built and there is no communication between them. There is no relationship, basically. So they're living just for the children. What type of life? What quality of marriage is that? How can this marriage be successful? How could this be a healthy environment for raising the children? They're going to be yelling at each other, they're going to be fighting. And if he bites his tongue and he doesn't talk about it, he's going to build more resentment. And that, of course, would lead to ruining that marriage and relationship. So I would rather say, yes, brother, it's good to control your anger, but talk about it. Vent at the right time with the right words.
I love that advice. And I think he just plays beautifully. A little bit of role play. I'm going to keep sticking that in there. Have a little bit of role play. Be fake. Be hypocritical a bit. Don't be yourself a bit. And what you do is you keep it as a, like, sticky note in the back of your mind. You keep a sticky note, that problem. Don't forget it. When Sheikh says address it later, wait. Don't try to address it later. Just wait. When you're giggling, laughing, something's good, something's fun, you bought a new thing, whatever positive, something good has happened where she is happy. That's when you drop that dime. By the way, I wanted to tell you this thing. That thing that happened the other day? I wanted to say this, but I didn't want to upset you. But you know what? It's okay. Now we can laugh about it. I find this is an excellent therapy when you have egotistical spouse. And when I say egotistical or even a narcissist spouse, it can be a man or a woman. It doesn't have to be just a husband, as many people stereotypically say. It can be a woman as well. Most of the time it is a woman. It's back and forth. See, I just did the same thing in reverse, saying most of the time it's a woman. It can be either, anytime. So you find the humble spot, and that is when they're laughing, when they're happy. When they're egotistical, you're poking, the ego, it doesn't help. So Sheikh Reda's advice is beautiful. Address at a different time. I'm just saying, add some role play involved because it will help you. It's like taking medicine. If you take a bit of water or drink with it, it helps it go down easier. Well, this is the same. You're going to poke it. But with a medicine, you want to make it with laughter. Laughter is the water that makes it go down easier. So make sure it's a laughing moment. We're going to talk about narcissism, ego to egos, etc., with, I think we have Ustadh Ramiz Ibrahim coming. And we're going to cover that after 2 o'clock, inshallah, when we take a break for Dhuhr Salah and Asr Salah for those wherever you are. I want to request you all to please make a contribution, make a donation towards the da'wah. I'm looking to raise some money to cover the gifts we're giving, the legacy collections, beautiful box that we had some letters come in and some teachers. It was from teachers, amazingly. And the teachers wanted to give the gift to the students who are doing Hifzul Quran. And I thought, these are our protectors. These people that do Hafiz, that do Hifz, the shuyukh, they are the protectors and they deserve the gift the most. So we decided to do a fundraiser and we covered the cost of the first few that went out recently. And now we have more students that we want to cover. So we have a link for you to donate on. If you'd like to contribute and buy one of those boxes as a gift for one of the Hufaz al-Quran, it's something that honors them. It's called the Quran Legacy gift box. It's a keepsake. It's an incredible box. And by the way, with that being said, it's a big supporter of the da'wah. The Quran Legacy box was designed by Dawah Art. It's a beautiful gift. It is actually designed to support the da'wah. 100% of the proceeds go towards da'wah. So what I wanted to say was, you should get one for yourself. And later on, I'll show a piece. I'll bring one in and I'll show it to you. It's a beautiful, beautiful gift that every household should have. Sheikh Reda, many people give out the Quran in English as a gift for da'wah. They give out the Quran in English to their neighbors, their colleagues, whatever. And most Muslims haven't read it in a language they understand. They haven't read it themselves. They're like, trust me, this is the book of Allah. Have you read it? No. It's phenomenal. So it's something very dear to my heart that I wanted to find a way to help Muslims read the Quran in English or in a language they understand with their family, discussing. So he created a whole thing. It's the feeling of the arabesque, the candle with oud scent smell, the chai, different aromatic teas, and you have a journal where someone uses this beautiful gold pen and they take notes in the family, and then you have the clear Quran. One person reads once a week, the whole layout, you put it all out, you have a family sit together for half an hour with some snacks, and someone reads a few pages every week. And this, you jot the notes in the journal, and this beautiful box is a keepsake that you pass down generation to generation. I want to share that with you. Every household should have that, because I really want to encourage everyone to do so. Sheikh Reda, I think I'm going to try to do one more question before we break. This is an interesting one. I need time to myself, he says, but my wife gets upset and says to me, I don't want to spend time with her. How do you explain that I need my own space? Now, before you answer that question, brothers and sisters, click thumbs up on the YouTube video. If you haven't logged into YouTube, you need to log in, click thumbs up, and click subscribe. Support the da'wah, click the link and make a donation, inshallah, as well. So Sheikh Reda, this brother wants space to himself. How can he help her understand?
Basically, and I'm going to be talking with the sisters here. The earlier question of the brother who used to bite his tongue and he wouldn't talk about it, look what he said. He started to build resentment. Do you want your husband to really start hating you? Just think about this. So that little space, both of you need it, and men need it more, because men, when they get that space, they just sit down and relax and they think about nothing. This is when they vent. They take that poison out of them, and then they become clean again, and they become more energetic, and they become more healthy in the relationship. So sisters, when your husband says I need a space, it means he needs some time for himself to rejuvenate and take all the toxins, take all the stress that's coming, from work and from his other relationships outside the house. So please give him that space. Why? Just take that practical example. The brother who just mentioned, he said, when I get angry and I bite my tongue, I don't talk about it. What did he start doing? He started building that resentment for his wife. Do you want that to happen to you? So think about it. Be wise. Each of us as spouses, genderless word, whether husbands or wives, we need a space. And you yourself will need a space at some point. But men need that more. Why? Because women vent a lot. Women just cry. That's a vent for them. But you can hardly find a man crying. Okay, so that space for the men, this is where they might be crying, but they don't want others to see them crying. It might be even just for them to sit and relax and think about the bad stuff and then just take it out of their hearts. Then they will be ready to have a healthy relationship with you, inshallah.
Jazakumullah khair, Sheikh Reda. With that, there is one last comment. What do you do about interfering in-laws who get involved with every single bump in our lives? It hurts us both. I think let's just touch that one as well, because it's a sensitive one.
Okay, the difference between the in-laws and the outlaws, Sheikh Jalal? The outlaws are wanted. I'm just joking. So basically, the problem is that should be the job of the husband. Never, ever take it to your parents. And it works both ways. The secrets of the house should always stay in the house. If they have to go out, they should go out to a trustworthy imam or scholar. Because he's not going to say, I think, or I favor you over her, or I favor you over him. No, he's going to say, Allah says. But your in-laws will say, oh, he doesn't treat you like this. You know what? Just get divorced and I'll find you a better husband. That would be the first advice I hear from the parents. No, it doesn't work that way. So your parents will not give you the best advice. I'm not belittling them, but they will be biased. Even if it's 1%, that's not fair. So again, the rule is this. Write this in front of you, 4:59. That's the rule. 4:59, which means when you have a dispute, take it to Allah and His Messenger. And your parents are not the experts to do that. It will be the imam or the scholar who will advise you. But once once you have a dispute with your spouse, or you have a disagreement with your spouse, you have a fight, then you pick up the phone and start talking to your mom. You know what happens? She starts to build that resentment towards your husband. Even though, subhanAllah, by the end of that day, your husband will come back, give you a gift, and everything will be back to normal, if not even better. But then what happened in the heart of your mom needs to be changed, and it's not going to change. And it happens both ways. If you go and talk to your parents about your wife, if you go and talk to your parents about your husband, now you are distorting the image of your spouse in front of them. And you yourselves, you clear things up and mashallah, you come to an agreement, but you don't go and clean what you have done with the in-laws. This is why once they start interfering, their interference is really, really, really poisonous. So involve them in the happy moments. Involve them when it comes to the good news. Keep the bad news for yourselves. Keep the fights for yourself. Take them to a trustworthy imam or a scholar.
Jazakumullah khair. Beautiful advice. With that being said, please do click on thumbs up, support the channel, subscribe to the Al Fitrah channel, and please do consider setting up a monthly standing order in support of dawah. You're not really donating, and I'm not really a volunteer. When we volunteer, it's an amana. We're doing what we're supposed to. Charity work is odd because it's not really charity. It's sadaqah. Sadaqah is not charity. Sadaqah is more than that. Sadaqah is something, a relationship, a trade between you and Allah, me and Allah. And with that being said, when you're donating today, you're not donating, you're investing in your akhirah, in your deen, spending upon what you believe. When you look at the land of kufr around the world, the way they spend their wealth upon the things that they love, the jahiliyyah, the shirk, the alcohol, whatever. You spend on what you love, as Rasulullah said, and the sidq, it is proof of your kalima. When you spend upon the sidq, the things for the sake of Allah, you see there's a difference of spending. Sadaqah is not just charity, it's spending for the sake of Allah, that you want to please Allah. This is proof that you believe La ilaha illallah. It is proof of your kalima. So today I implore you to consider setting up a monthly standing order of just, a pound a day, 50p a day, 10p a day, whatever it is, a small amount on a monthly basis, and it supports the dawah. And it helps the brothers and sisters do more, to pay for fuel, pay for delivery, venue planning, etc. Keeping the lights on for the dawah, and the volunteers that are already involved, already engaged, and give as much as they can. We can always do more. There's so much more, so many more people to reach. I'll give you an example. There was about 300-400 people that tuned in today, off and on. And out of these 300-400 people, etc., it probably cost about £300-400 to reach you. Because marketing is not easy. It's not as simple as send an email. You don't know who's where and how you're going to reach who's able and available, etc. So there's, just imagine each person that attends, there's about £4 or £5 spent on getting them there to be able to receive that knowledge. There's other things that are spent upon. There's things that are prepared. So you can have that sadaqah jariyah in the akhirah. With that being said, Sheikh Reda, final words with you. I'm so grateful for your time. It's after such a long time. I'm so happy to share this platform with you. And I've already asked the sisters, and they've already got some things moving to contact you and arrange a marriage course, inshallah, because that is something that I think you, mashallah, tabarak. I don't want to praise you to your face. I'll say it all when you're gone. But yes, you get it. We want you back for a marriage course, inshallah. So any final thoughts, final pieces of advice, and to everyone listening, inshallah. Over to you.
Jazakumullah khair for having me today. And my last advice would be, bring Allah to your house every day. By that, I mean, we have 3 meals for our body and maybe 6 snacks in between, but we need just a spiritual snack, maybe 10 minutes a day, where we sit down and just read 1 ayah. I'm not going to say like 10 ayahs, like just 1 ayah or 1 hadith, and understand the meaning and promise Allah that you're going to act upon it. Imagine how much would you learn in 1 year. And that wallahi brings peace into our relationship. because remembering Allah will bring Allah into your house and will take away shaitan from your house. So please have that snack every day, a snack for your iman, a snack for your soul. 10 minutes a day will keep shaitan away, inshallah.
May Allah bless you, Sheikh Reda. Barakallah feekum. Inshallah, I look forward to speaking to you again soon. Brothers and sisters, I will have this recording up available for you very soon so you can share it with your friends and family and we can continue to benefit from Sheikh Reda. And please keep Sheikh Reda and his family in your dua. We appreciate the time every single scholar, speaker, dua that share with us. You know, this is a sacrifice. They could be doing something else. Sheikh Reda, jazakumullah khair.
Wa yakum. Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
My brothers and sisters are going to wrap up now. We're going to take a break. We'll be gone for a few minutes to go for the prayer break. You have a few minutes to go freshen up, go get a snack, pray your prayers, and then we'll be back at 2 p.m. UK time. That gives us 20 minutes, inshallah. We'll be back at 2 p.m. and we'll resume with Ustadh Ramiz Ibrahim. And I implore you to please share the link. Keep the video on. Don't log off because you might get distracted. Don't keep it. And you can just turn the volume down while you're away. We won't be making any noise here anyway, but inshallah keep the cameras on and we'll be back at 2 o'clock. Until then, click thumbs up, click subscribe, make a sadaqah donation. By the way, many people do this afterwards or another time. I think try this before you pray. Give the sadaqah now, click the link and make a donation now, and then go and pray your salah. See the difference? Because the sadaqah washes sins away. Sins are upon the heart and the shoulders distract us in our salah. And we're trying to pray, we lack khushu. And we lack the sweetness of the salah. If you want the sweetness of prayer today, click the link, make a donation right now towards the dawah, because that washes the sins away, cleans the heart. Then go to the masala and pray your prayers. I'll see you at 2 o'clock, inshallah. I'm your brother in Islam, Jalal ibn Saeed. It's been a wonderful session with Sheikh Dr. Reda Bedeir. And inshallah, we'll be back at 2 o'clock with Ustadh Ramiz Ibrahim. And I'll see you then. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
يا لمعنا خط بكتابك الترحيب لو صرافة ليلك وجنة بالدجا في الليل.
Bismillah wa salatu wa salam ala Rasulillah. Brothers and sisters, respected elders, guests, friends, everyone tuned in. I bid you the greeting of believers, the greeting of the Anbiya of Allah Azza wa Jal, the greeting of Al-Jannah. I'm your brother in Islam, Jalal ibn Saeed, and I wish to wish you the same. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome to our second part of the series of gender wars. And Allahu Akbar, we had an incredible first session 2 weeks ago, and it was about feminism, it was about the modern household, how the family unit works, etc. And today is focused on the brothers and how to be the best of men, inshallah. We kicked it off today. Amazing, amazing interaction with Dr. Sheikh Reda Bedeir. Amazing, amazing reminders from him and his pearls of wisdom. Allahu Akbar. The Q&A especially was heart-moving, mashallah. And I'm so grateful to you for tuning in, but to you for being brave and sending in your questions and not being shy. May Allah bless every single one of you. I will get to the rest of your questions, inshallah, as well. Jazakumullah khair. We will cover more of the questions that were there before also, so don't worry. With me now is my very good friend, mashallah, tabarakallah. When I came to the UK, he was one of the first people that I was blessed with being introduced to. I've known him for 2 decades now. Allahu Akbar. And many of you may know him already. Our beloved Ustadh Ramiz Ibrahim. Assalamu alaikum, Ramiz.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
How are you?
Alhamdulillah.
Good.
Not day by day, alhamdulillah.
Tell me what you've been busy with. Tell us about your counseling, your hijab, and tell us. Let's take a quick 30 seconds on that first, because some people don't know who you are yet.
Everyone asked me how I started off, but I think hijama found me. I started in 2003, so I've been doing it for a long time. At the same time, I was doing my degree in psychotherapy, modular, and it just hit off from there. I mean, there was a time where I was doing hijama and counseling at the same time. It's a very eclectic type of work, but it's basically pain management, both mentally and physically, I suppose, alhamdulillah. So I've got my own clinic based in Ilford right now, and I do both hijama, SMS spinal alignment, pain management, sports therapy, as well as the psychotherapy and counseling. Alhamdulillah.
That's beautiful, mashallah, tabarakallah. So today's topic with yourself is, tell us about what you're going to talk about. It's about narcissism, it's about egos.
Yeah, something that's really, I think, is the main issue in marriage problems and divorces, and why relationships are failing because of that. One, because the oppressed, whether it's male or female, because they can be both male or female. Mainly the male is the major narcissist, in my opinion, but it does work on both sexes. So the oppressed has basically grown up without any good nurturing. So no validity, no love, no hugs, made to feel that they're loved and cared for, emotions being dealt with, understood. So they grow up either wanting to please people, seeking approval, validity, and then they marry a full-blown narcissist, and that's a recipe for disaster. And then he manipulates, gaslights, wants to be the center of attention all the time, wants to be the person that's me, myself, and I. And then he makes her feel like she's worthy of that abuse. And he gaslights it, makes it as though it's her fault. And this is why, and then the wife usually stays because they want that, they're waiting for that, the anticipation of waiting for that 5 minute of a romance that he actually needs her and feels her. Other than that, it's a controlled relationship on one side.
Would we say that most of these, we're talking about what causes us not to be the best of men, as the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ says, the best amongst you are the ones who are the best to their ahliha, their family, their womenfolk, their wife, mainly. And I am the best among you, meaning the Prophet ﷺ is the best example of this. So when a man is suffering or doesn't realize, or maybe he knows his issues are egotistical or narcissism, etc. So over to you. Let's spend about 10-15 minutes just you breaking that down for everyone, because I know this is an area you've been lecturing, you've been advising, counseling. So I hope the brothers are listening, and those who sisters, a lot of sisters are tuned in, and it might be good to take this clip later and watch it with your husband, inshallah, or your brother or your son, whoever needs it, inshallah. So Ustadh Ramiz, let's get to the bottom of it.
So, like you said, the best, the best of you is the best of his family, and I am the best of my family, it says sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So, sometimes these hadith stuff will become cliches. Yes, we know the Quran, what the Quran says about relationships, what the Sunnah says about relationships. Now, how do we put that into practice? Now, a lot of people coming from Jahiliyyah or Milat Tawabin and make them come back into the deen, and they try to find it difficult to submit. So it's like struggling to surrender. At the same time, they can't internalize certain aspects of the deen because the ego won't allow it. We have you have nafsul amaratu bisu, nafsul lawama, and nafsul mutma'inna. Now the amaratu bisu, the one that commands the evil soul, that commands you to do evil all the time, is always with us. But then you have to contend with that all the time. Okay? The contention isn't like, well, I'm not going to mention some of these groups that they ice cream one day, Coke one day, look left one day, look right next day, and then dance away to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I'm not talking about that kind of tazkiyah. I'm talking about purification through the pure Quran and Sunnah, the seerah of the Prophet ﷺ, the pure Quranic ayahs, the real tazkiyah that's been done, the real tasawwuf that's been done by following. It's like, for example, most people are not thankful for the blessings they have, but they actually complain about what they haven't got. The same light, there is so much Sunnah and Quran to practice in the right way, according to Ahl Sunnah Jama'ah. They leave that and they add to the deen, like they want to spice it up. The same with the ego of the narcissist. So he doesn't want to change it. It's the same person who, I love you for the sake of what he verbalizes, I love you for the sake of Allah. but in his heart, he's verbalizing, you can't marry my daughter because you're black, or you're blue, or you're brown. Although you're from the same country, I love you for the sake of Allah. They verbalize that, but really what they're feeling is, you can't marry my daughter because you're not from the same village or the same caste or whatever it may be. And you know this for a long time now. So that's an ego in itself. Secondly, the egotist or the narcissist learns these things from a very, very young age. Okay, the young boy or girl learns how to manipulate from a young age, how to get what they want from a very, very young age. And the way that happens is if the child doesn't know or hasn't been taught, basically, you acquire these negative things, you acquire these through parents who are not nurturing you properly, who are not teaching you how to deal with your emotions, how to positively understand your feelings, you know, how to get nurtured properly, validity, made to force basically your emotions to put aside. And when you grow up, you learn the manipulative side of things, how to gain things by manipulating. So if a child has done something wrong, for example, and he or she is reprimanded in a negative way, all they're going to learn is, how can I not get caught next time? Try and let that sink in. So what do? You've got to give them a smack on the bum. Well, yeah, but sometimes you can bring children up without laying a hand on them, without smacking their bums, albeit some kids need that. That's what they understand. But there are often feelings of negativity and saying, oh, I got caught, next time I'm not going to get caught. And they learn to develop that in a better way. They learn how to do things, how to do negative things, how to, you know, if the child has found a pound sitting down a pound laying around which belongs to the father or mother, and the father recognizes it and says, where's that pound? And the child says, I don't know. And the child is lying because the child thinks he can get told off because that's what he's used to. So it's also too much loving from a young age. You know, you're the best, you're beautiful. So they have a lot of self-admiration. They learn to have this self-admiration where only I matter, me, myself, and I. At the same time, the narcissistic traits are, you know, lack of empathy. They don't care about anybody's feelings. They want to be the center of attention. They take over the conversation. They gaslight you. They make you feel like you're the wrong. It's your fault that I'm abusing you. It's your fault that I'm shouting at you. It's your fault that there's domestic violence. Okay. Other things like, for example, it's really extreme selfishness. Okay. And if that narcissist marries a person who is a people pleaser, he or she is in heaven because he can manipulate very, very easily. So people that I deal with, narcissists that I deal with, are very, very difficult to actually counsel or give therapy to, because they try and manipulate. They try to manipulate you as well. They try and manipulate the therapist, and it's very difficult to, and it puts a barrier up. Now, does it define them? It defines them to people say, oh, he's a narcissist, he's selfish, he doesn't show me any feelings, etc., etc. So what happens is, in the relationship, she's used to being trodden on. And I say she because usually it's the man that's manipulating the woman. So in that relationship, and eventually she cannot deal with it anymore, and then cries for help, whether it's domestic violence or whatever, divorce or whatever she asks for divorce for, what ground she has. And instead of him saying, well, what is it that I can do to fix it? He said, well, if you want divorce, then I'll give it to you. He or she may know that they've done something wrong, but they don't want to admit it, because that means that goes against their innate nature, which is narcissism. Only I matter. And if I allow someone else to matter, then the light is taken off me onto the other person. So sometimes their relationships are very superficial as well. They don't know how to have the depth of a relationship. And, you know, it's okay talking generally and mainstream about this kind of thing. But when we have Quran and Sunnah to follow, then we should really put this ego, this narcissism, this ego aside, really, and follow what the Quran and Sunnah say. But it's very difficult for the person because it's arrogance as well. You know, it's not full-blown arrogance, but it's a type of arrogance. So in that regard, you know, you have to feel sorry for them, but not to extent by allowing them to get away with it. So some of the ways that you can, well, the major way that you can deal with a narcissist, and this is for all you sisters out there, or some of you brothers that may be going through it as well, with some really strong-minded women, is you just put your foot down. You don't have to be rude. You have to shout and say, look, I'm not gonna, you can be even passive aggressive. You can say, I'm not gonna allow you to cover your pain by abusing me. So anger, what they do is a cover-up. They don't want to be vulnerable, because when they became vulnerable when they were young age, it wasn't met with care and nurturing. So they've learned to put it away. Okay, they've learned to take things as they are. And as long as it benefits them, me, myself, and I, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Okay, so so you can be what I call respectfully assertive without being rude and causing a egotistical argument. Okay, you can just tell the person, I'm not going to take that rubbish from you. I'm not here for you to abuse me. You know, I'm your wife. I've got rights over you. I'm your husband. I've got rights over you. We stick to Quran and Sunnah. And then that person who has who have these traits, okay, will have to put themselves aside and do some tazkiyah and some reflection, and to understand that they are hurting someone with their so-called exploits. The other thing I wanted to touch upon is when you are in a narcissistic relationship, if you don't recognize the antics, and at the same time you don't recognize your own self, your own strengths and weaknesses, you're going to allow it. And all you're going to do is say, you're not going to say it's narcissistic. You will now, and I've heard it a lot over the years, because people haven't labeled it. But now I'm hearing it all over the place. Oh, my husband's narcissistic. My wife's got some of these traits, doesn't listen. You know, whenever I mention about my feelings, they turn it over to themselves, so that it's about, you know, twisting the situation over to them as if it's, you know, they're trying to find a solution for their own version of things, rather than listening to the facts at hand, the factual information about the person's emotion at hand. You have to be calm and collected about this, because the narcissist won't allow any kind of penetrative information. It's just not going to go through. You know, to them, it's me, myself, and I. Only I matter. Only my feelings matter. As long as I get what I want, then everything's hunky-dory. If I don't get what I want, I'm going to manipulate the situation. And if I don't, I'm going to go somewhere else. So in order for a narcissist to have a relationship, they have to really understand their own feelings and where it's coming from, and listen to the person, because sometimes they take offense that they can't be criticized. That's another trait. They cannot handle criticism. At the same time, they make you feel like it's your fault that they're shouting at you. It's your fault that they're abusing you. The cause of how can I say, the downward spiral of a relationship, 90% of the time it is this. It's because there is a narcissistic relationship going on, and somebody has to back down and do something about it. I've been to many mediation, I'm sure you have as well, Jalal, and some of the sheikhs of mediation, where the man says, it's not my fault, it's her fault. She shouldn't do this and she shouldn't do that. And that's a few points that I just wanted to touch upon, basically.
I think that's I want to come across in a way where just a bit of a balance, because I'm assuming a lot of people do that. Like you said, we used to not hear so much of it. Now we kind of hear it everywhere, don't we? It's like more and more people are saying, it must be narcissism. They don't listen, and so on and so forth. There has to be a balance, though. There is a bit where, something may be too much, or something may be incorrect, and it may be taken as someone who's not listening. It might be taken as someone who's not interested in what you've got to say, but maybe that's not what it is. How do you differentiate that, Ramiz? How do you see the difference?
Just because somebody doesn't listen or is not empathic doesn't mean that they're narcissist, because there is a spectrum here. There is a degree. Everybody has got some kind of collective narcissism from acquiring it over the years. They've learned to, as a coping mechanism, to push people away. But a full-blown narcissist knows. A full-blown narcissist knows what they're doing. Sometimes they lead up to it. They know that they're doing it, and this is where we have the nafs al-lawama coming. They feel bad. They feel when they reflect, and they're reflective, they understand what they've done wrong, and they may apologize. And in that apologetic situation, the wife can say, or the husband can say, "Look, I felt like this when you behave that way. This is how you make me feel." So we don't want to, just because someone has one or two traits of narcissism, that they're full-blown narcissists. No.
I think it's like Sheikh Reda said beautifully earlier, that you have to pick your timing as well, right? You might think they're not listening, or maybe it's not the right time, or maybe it's not the right mood, not the right feeling.
Absolutely. The husband comes home. This is the scenario that I always give it as an analogy. The husband comes home and says, "Oh, I've got a bad back. I've had a long day. My feet hurt." Now, her response to that is, "Oh, you've had a bad day. I had to wash the house, clean up, cook, take care of the kids." But if she listened, she would hear him say, what he's trying to say is, "Let me come home, have my shower, have my dinner, and you can tell me your day." The other side of the coin is he comes home and she says, "You're never home, you're always out." Now, always and never are a bit superlative. And he thinks it's a consolation to say to her, "Well, I was home Tuesday and Thursday night," like it's some kind of consolation. But if he listened, he would hear her say that, "I've got a right over you, the children have a right over you, the house has a right over you, I know you've got to give a dawah, has a right over you, friends have a right over you, and I love you enough to remind you that you have a right over yourself as well." But this will only happen that when the relationship starts from the very, very beginning, that they make it a point that allow the other person to express their feelings. Otherwise, what will happen is you'll end up with residual emotion, pent up feelings from before.
Yeah.
And then an opportunity may arise, which is something silly, but the past residual emotion comes up. So where'd that come from? Oh, that was forgotten about. But it hasn't been forgotten about because it hasn't been spoken about. It has to be dealt with. So if a relationship can start as the means to go on by giving each other the opportunity to say, "Right, on Fridays after Juma, we're going to come and have a cup of tea, and we've got an hour to discuss our feelings."
Right.
And that includes the children as well, especially the children. The children are the ones that suffer. Because if the husband and wife are not collectively on a balance, they're not grounded, you can forget the children being grounded.
Mm. When you say grounded, I guess that's what I'm saying. The mood, the emotions has to be there. You kind of opened up another can of worms there, Ustadh Ramiz.
Well, I like to play devil's advocate because it's important.
Yes,
because
absolutely necessary.
At the end of the day, we have to deal with things. We're not sitting here talking to each other and talking to brothers and sisters and everybody else who's listening, because it gives us a sense of, yeah, I've spoken. That's the information. Go on. I want to understand, because I've had narcissistic traits in the past, and looking back in the past, I can say myself that I was a maybe 60% narcissist, and sometimes my traits do come out still. I recognize that in myself.
Right.
And if I'm in a conversation and it's leading towards manipulation, I try and stop it. I know my heart in that sense. I've made some serious mistakes in the past, and going through, marriages, going through business relationships, going through your life, learning from my past, learning from my own traumas. I have a recognition for it, my own recognition. And to be brutally blunt, I don't really care about anybody else's when I'm saying this. It's not just about me. I'm not talking about when I don't care about anybody else's. I'm saying when I say that I recognize myself, I'm not saying that I am better at dealing with it. Of course not, because every situation is different. Honestly, every situation is different. Every person you talk to, I could be speaking to you, Jalal, and we're speaking about a certain subject, and I have to deal with it differently because you have a character that I have to deal with. And you have to deal with my character at that particular point. We may meet next time, and I may be in a mood that something is my trauma. I'm thinking of a trauma that happened to me, and I'm trying to express myself to you on a normal basis. How are you, Brother Ramiz?
I'm going to share an example quickly, and then I'll get to some questions, some really interesting comments coming in. So there's a text message comes in, sisters complaining. The advertisement for the event went out, and the sister replied, "Oh, can you please remove me? I never," whatever. She said some negative things. And when it was explained to her what this is, etc., she's like, "Yes, but I had this dealing with one of the volunteers," and she wasn't happy about something. I don't remember it. I don't even know what it was about. So I sent a voice message thinking text is going to be read wrong. And a reassuring voice message to which I got essays of negative responses. And I thought, wow, that's interesting. How is it being heard? How is it being read? And in that, I realized that as is there a monetary issue, etc. She made the comment that, you know what, doesn't matter, leave it on the day of judgment. We'll see who's right and wrong. And then it was me. It was no longer, the role, the hat of leading an organization. It was me as a person. And I was like, "Assalamu alaikum, sister. You know what? What do you want? If it's money, tell me how much it is. If it's a problem, tell me how to fix it, whatever it is, because I find it very bold for a believer who will go on the day of judgment to face Allah." And I remember this, guys. I'm talking about husband and wives do this. Brothers and sisters do this. This is two strangers. And she said, I'll see the team in front of Allah. And I was like, let me describe that day to you for a quick second. Let me just put it into perspective. The Prophet ﷺ is describing it. They will be naked. They'll be uncircumcised. They'll be barefoot. They'll be sweating. They'll be drowning in their sin. They'll be drowning in their sweat. A mother will put her foot on her own child, and so on and so forth. And they'll be out there. And Aisha radiallahu anha just mesmerized, says something's bothering her. Radiallahu anha, she says, but they will be naked? I mean, won't people see each other? Hijab, it says they'll be naked on the day of judgment. Won't people see each other? And the Prophet ﷺ said, Aisha, the matter is more severe than this. Meaning, not even hijab will matter on that day. Nothing will matter. No one will care. No one will look. No one will have any desires. No one will have any desires to do anything or look at it.
When they know what's coming, they're not going to bother looking at the nakedness. There's such severity ahead.
It's so horrific that day that they will not notice. But the point I'm making is I described that to the sister and I said, that's not a day you want to take such a miserly thing, a meager thing, to that day. So let me be the first one to say, is it money? What is it? I'll give it to you. Is it an apology? I profusely apologize. It doesn't matter who's right or wrong. Even if you're in the wrong, I forgive you. It's not important. I don't even know what it's about. And then she said, that's all I wanted. And I'm so grateful. I finally got a sincere apology that one of your team members a long time ago didn't apologize.
This is validity. She's not, it's like, subhanAllah, it's a very deep thing. It's like, for example, things get misconstrued. Feelings get misconstrued.
Yeah.
You could say the same sentence in many ways and be taken in many different ways. Like, for example, you could text a brother, say, don't call me until next week. He may think, oh, that's a bit blunt, isn't it? But if you add, don't call me till next week, Akhi, it makes it a bit sweeter. It gives a different kind of connotation to it.
Right.
The same way when you're dealing with a relationship, the feelings, face to face.
Yeah.
Like some people can't handle a solemn face in a room. It makes them feel uncomfortable. And these
if I can just use this example also to the other side of the coin, which you said a minute ago, Ustadh Ramiz, you mentioned just a few minutes ago about you don't know what mood the person's in. You don't know what's going on in their mind, in their world, and you take it that way. Well, isn't that exactly what happened? Because I'm the same person apparently she heard from before. She had a negative experience with the volunteer. I addressed it. She didn't like my address. I don't know it. I don't remember it. But yesterday or the other day, she brought it up again. I did the same thing. She responded the same. This time she openly said it. And then I apologized regardless of what the problem was. And she said, that's all I really wanted. My point is, it's the same person before and the same person now, meaning me.
Because there's a sense of ego there. They need time to calm down a little bit.
Or not necessarily that. How about me and the volunteers? Maybe we were at an event, we were stressed, we were busy, hot day, something else was wrong.
Same sentence, but it came out wrong.
Yes. I apologized in a different way because I was in a different mood.
This is self-accountability and responsibility and understanding how, because if you're stressed and all that, and someone comes to you and says, you know, how many sugars in your tea? You think, well,
no,
you can't give the correct answer in the right way, in the right manner. You can't give. Sometimes wisdom has to be waited on.
Sometimes it's even it's not just husband and wife. I mean, I'm making all these points I'm making for the husband and wife. But, you know, look outside, even a speaker. I had a message recently from someone saying, oh, I thought you were someone learned. I'm not going to listen to you anymore, etc. I have no idea where that came from, left field. And it was because this person had tried to reach me many times before and wasn't able to reach me. But they thought I was ignoring them. I have hundreds of messages and other speakers and scholars the same. And I find sometimes people jump to conclusions towards even speakers or sheikhs or imams. So how about husband and wife? It's going to happen even more.
Absolutely.
So I think the point was just that you have to be careful. You have to pick your timing. I've got a question here from someone who says they want to get married. She has 2 children, but she fears that there is no such thing as the best of men and in character. So due to her recent abusive experiences, she doesn't believe there is such a person. So is it permissible to stay single the rest of my life based on this fear?
Well, firstly, when the men came to ask Aisha Reda Bedeir about the worship of the Prophet ﷺ, and I'm not going to say that from a hadith, but one of the statements was that we're not going to get married. And when the Prophet ﷺ heard this, he says, I too marry. You know, who doesn't marry, then he's not of me. He's not of my Sunnah. The same way he's worshipping, you know, fasting, and they're always going to fast, not break their fast. And sometimes they pray, sometimes they don't. Obviously, the Sunnah prayers, supererogatory prayers. So whether it's permissible or not for a woman, it becomes permissible, becomes fard when your desires kick in. Some people can control these desires, some people can't, and leave that to one side. Secondly, you cannot judge the whole male sex based on one relationship. You know, nobody's perfect, okay? And even if you did your referencing for a whole year before you married that person, you still won't know that person. Because you've yet to know that person as a wife and yet to know that person as a husband and how they deal with relationships. So all I can say is, because 99% of the time we have no murabbi, you know, we haven't got mentoring, we haven't got coaches, Islamic coaches that our fathers pay to take care of our emotional intelligence, how to deal with our feelings, how to deal with certain aspects of our anger, etc. The 99% of the ummah of the Prophet ﷺ, which includes Muslims and non-Muslims, will have a problem. The idea is, because you're married, look, our first generation, they went through, I would say, dunya hell, coming from other countries, trying to make things work, trying to make a life for themselves, bringing up children, going through racism, going through attacks verbally and physically, but they kept together. Nowadays, people get married, 2 months later, oh, he's not listening to me, I want divorce. You've got to make it work. It's like people say, brother, why don't you call me back? I've been busy. Brother, you want to lose weight? Yeah, but I'm so busy. Everybody's busy. You have to make the time for it. So if you want to make a marriage work, you have to make the time and effort, including mentally, physically, spiritually, emotionally for it. Yeah. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So to the sister, I wouldn't not marry again because of one one poor situation.
One experience, one negative, one rotten apple, so to speak.
And if you make Allah your goal, attachments wouldn't matter.
Well, you know what? You just hit the nail on the head. Sheikh Reda said exact same thing. If people take their problems to people when they should be taking them to Allah. If you had a better relationship with Allah in the Quran, sorry?
Your directive is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So you're going to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Marriage, no marriage. Children, no children. Money, no money. Friends, no friends. Mom and dad. It doesn't matter. So it's like, for example, someone who's married a few times, unsuccessful marriages. No, the duration of a marriage doesn't make it unsuccessful. It's the quality of what you've learned from that person, your journey onto Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You don't meet people to stay with them forever. You don't meet people to stay with them for a short period of time, depending on your qadr. That's how Allah is teaching you. The person you marry may not be the one you end up on your deathbed.
Yeah. And with that being said, if every human being was assigned a person to make da'wah to help, to guide, to bring towards Islam, surely your husband or your wife should be that person first. As Sheikh Reda said earlier as well. So Ramiz, isn't it something missing in such marriages where it's about me on both sides a bit?
Yeah.
If there was a bit of patience that this is a jahil person, it could be the wife, could be the husband. This person doesn't know better. This person's afflicted with shaitan or this, that. So then now you take that as an amana, as a trial from Allah, and be more patient and endure more. Instead, I find most heartbreaks are because of films, movies, and Bollywood and Hollywood and Lollywood and Jollywood. And they have so many of these woods that they're just like all about my romance. And you can call it narcissism on this side or that side, but it just goes in a circle and it never ends. But when you love for the sake of Allah and you marry for the sake of Allah, then you will take your problems to Allah together. And when you're addressing them, you'll do it with laughter, not, I need to talk to you, I'm really upset. And okay,
you've said it. I mean, you've said it. I mean, at the end of the day, the woman follows the man. So if the man plays the victim, if the man plays the I don't know anymore, the man has to be strong enough. And a rajula, they have to be a rajul, they have to be mard. You have to be manly enough to deal with the emotions. If he can't deal with his own emotions, he's not going to be able to deal with and this is why I always say now to everybody who can hear me, minimally. Everybody should go and do level 2 counseling, learn level 2 counseling skills and put it into your relationship. I mean,
with that being said, Ustadh Ramiz, how, you said earlier about, oh God, what was it? SubhanAllah, I just slipped my mind. You said earlier about, what was the word you used? I think she said, you never listen, or you're never here, or you never try.
You're always out, you're never home.
That's it. So, but it's not just that statement, it's everything. Yeah. You never like my cooking. Okay, maybe not that one. You never take out the trash. You never spend time with the
Why? Because it's true. You just let the cat in the bag.
Now, wait. I'm getting to something, okay? I'm getting to something. Long time ago, I gave a lecture about Suhail and Farouk. And there was another one. There was one for February, Valentine's Day one. Love of Allah and love of Rasul.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
You remember those events? Anyway, so there was a parable back then about, okay, Ramiz, check this out. Couple get married, and they're about to get married, and the build up, so much romance feeding inside, the little melting, the butterflies, etc. And then they get married, and then it's, I love you. First day, she cooks some lasagna, and then he brings her flowers. Then wherever she goes, she sees flowers, she remembers him. Wherever he goes, he sees a restaurant with lasagna, he remembers her. And there's a veneration involved. And they just love each other so much that it almost feels like ibadah. Like, I love Allah, I must be pious, look how much we love each other. And I find a lot of people lose their Islam because of this, and they don't realize it. Until they get to a point where he disappoints her, she disappoints him, back and forth, tit for tat. This slowly builds up and gets worse and worse and worse. Distance in time, eventually it goes from, I love you more than anything in the world, to, I hate you. And that comment you made about when she says, you're never home, or you're never this, or you're never that exaggerating comment, all of these things are a taught response shows, their TV shows, romantic novels, romantic films. 5 minutes,
their own parents. I mean, this is what I was going to say.
Let's stop there for just 1 second before you go there. Let's just say parents, children, all generations are the same. They all learn it from some kind of romantic novel, some kind of story, and they pass it down to each other, whatever. But my point is, where did you learn how to love your husband? Where did you learn how to love your wife? If it was from television, that marriage might more than likely fail. If it was from people's experiences, that marriage might fail. But if you married each other, learning how to love each other from Quran and Sunnah, that marriage is destined to succeed. But both must have the same desire. So my point I'm making is that exaggerative comment is very damaging. Whether it's the man that does it, you never do this. He says you always argue, you always nag. And she says, you never do this, you never do that. I can't stress enough the importance. In my own experiences, my own marriage, my own life, I can tell you, I can't stress the importance of how many marriages I've seen fall apart because of the words you choose. You can choose better wording, and you definitely can be patient and choose better timing. That's the kind of balance I was trying to get to.
If a couple love each other for the sake of Allah, if they love Allah the way they're supposed to love Allah, then the love in the marriage will be pure as well, and nothing will matter. But obviously, you're going to have arguments. And I remember I always give an analogy. There's a film years and years and years, I think it's about 40 years old now, I don't know, Terms of Endearment. And the young lady, she came into the kitchen where the grandmother was peeling potatoes, doing something. And she heard them argue. And the grandmother said, marriage can be like a roundabout going round and round and round, or it can be a roller coaster going up and down. You have to choose one, and you don't get married and expect perfection. There's too much expectations. Marriage is not perfect. You're learning from about each other. As soon as the first onset of a problem, oh, we're not going to make it. I want divorce. I want this. I want this. This is the problem. This is what Shaitan wants. And we all know that, Shaitan has sons that wait by the door, Darsim, and come in to cause problems. And this is what they have. If they don't follow the Sunnah, they come inside the house. They're so hurrying to get it from the cold or whatever. The Sunnah gets forgotten. I know it's a simple analogy, but
with that, I want to add another piece of spice to that pot. Okay, it's becoming quite a spicy pot so far. But I want to add.
Spicy enough.
Sorry?
Not spicy enough. There's so much to talk about.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Here's another one. Another issue these are ingredients that we're taking from haram sources, okay? And these are the things that cause narcissism or the passive aggressive natures or whatever, the distancing between marriages. And the lack of learning how to be with your spouse, loving each other for the sake of Allah by the Quran and Sunnah. Here's another example. Wouldn't this be right, Ustadh Ramiz? The way, wow, subhanAllah.
There was a train of thought.
Yeah, I lost the track of thought there. I got distracted.
It'll come to you in a minute.
It was more about how people address each other at home and outside, but there's an embarrassment. Okay. It's pride. It's an embarrassment.
I have to touch upon that. I've got to touch upon that. We've all been guilty of this. We're one person at home, one person outside. I'm dealing with situations now, that the husband and wife, they're married, husband and wife, they've got children at home, and he's disappeared. He doesn't even call, return the call, come and see the children. And men, to be honest with you, I was not going to say this, but I'm going to say it. Majority of the Tablighi Jamaat families is what's going down the drain. I'll tell you that now. Because Tablighi Jamaat, and I'm going to say it straight, is a mobile man cave. Sit there eating roti sal all day long, doing 40 days fi sabilillah 2 or 3 times a year, then away from the home 3/4 of the year, And when their relationship goes down the drain, or the sons go to counselors to say, my dad's never home. I wanted him to be my superhero, but he's never even there to teach me how to even play football or ride a bike or whatever. But every time I ask him, Allah comes first and fi sabilillah and all that, and it's complete, and I'm not going to say it.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. With that, I'm going to bring some questions into the mix. Oh, here's what I was going to say earlier. Like the whole "I hate you, I love you," the phrases we learn. There's a lot going on about mental health issues, mental wellness, and then there's also things like these words like narcissism and so on and so forth. I find that a lot of intelligent Muslims, they study, they get educated. These words, they're excitable. They feed their own ego, etc. My point is, these words and other words like it, learn it from the Quran and Sunnah's perspective. Otherwise, you will misappropriate it. You will apply it incorrectly, because that's what's happening. That's what's happening in clinics. That's what's happening around the country. I can see it. They break more marriages apart because the easiest way for them in the West is out. It's a toxic situation. Get out of this toxic relationship. Well, who the heck is ever going to help each other and work things out? I do agree, when something's really bad, you need to get out. Divorce is a mercy from Allah in an emergency situation.
Like a final thing, but at the end of the day, it's all about progression and learning from each other. Look, I'm male, you're female. I'm a Muslim man, you're a Muslim woman, and there's different things that the way we understand things, the way we brought up to understand certain things, are going to come into play. So stop looking for perfection, because that's that's a narcissistic trait in itself. You're looking for perfection. I'm gonna throw a comment at you from Shaima, Sister Shaima. The caliber of men compared to women is very low. The fact that even at this talk right now, the majority are women. I don't know how you can tell that. I can't. It's just commenters are women mostly. But the majority are women. Isn't that quite telling? Men have high expectations, wanting us to work, cook, and clean, and then what? To that comment. Yeah, that's very simple. And you know what? I'm going to agree with it, and then I'm not going to agree with it.
Me too.
I agree with it to a certain point, which is, let me give you a scenario. Okay, so Ramadan, inshallah, right? Ramadan. She's expected to cook and clean and wash, make different meals every single day. Wow. And I always tell sisters, you cook food and make sure that your family eat that same food for the next 3 days, so you can have time to do ibadah as well. Who says that the Ramadan is for men only, and not for the wives to have their own khalwa with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sometimes during that month of Ramadan, and you do some cooking as well. And if you can't cook, brothers, learn. Okay, I agree with that side. The other thing I don't agree with is say that the majority of low-grade humans are men. That's what I heard. If that's not what I heard, then forgive me. But I heard the majority of human beings that are low-grade are on the male side.
No, the caliber of men. Yeah, you're right. That's what I got as well.
Right. Well, look, I agree with that as well to a point, because it's up to the man to make the woman.
Well, can I say we're different? Let
me finish that. It's up to the man to make the woman so that she can make the man.
I don't agree with that.
Well, no, because the woman follows the man.
I agree with you. I agree with you that it's the reality.
You are the king of your house.
I agree with you, Ramiz. I agree with you.
Cannot be oppressed. Your subjects cannot be oppressed.
No. Yeah, I agree with you.
They're going to react a certain way, and you're going to be busy trying to respond to that reaction.
I actually want to cry. That's really made me emotional.
I'll cry with you. Don't worry.
You know what? That's true. That's a reality, but it's not how it's supposed to be.
No.
So when we say the caliber of men, okay, men are very egotistical, and getting them to come to such a lecture is not easy. Like if I focus this lecture to men between 25 to 45 years of age or older even, but if I targeted this lecture to boys from the age of, say, 15 to the age of 25, young men, a lot more men would have shown up because they're not married yet. They want to learn how to be the best man. But people who are married, these sisters spot on. The ego is there, but that needs to be addressed. So now, sisters, while you are the ones that attended, you heard it from 2 men, you heard it from another man earlier, you're going to hear from another man in a few minutes. And take this information and deliver it to your husbands best way you can. Demand that families sit together and you play it on the big screens, because ultimately you are the mothers of children, the sons. So you're raising the next generation of these kind of lazy men, or better. You are the wives of such men. So to a massive degree, you can tempt him to this, you can tempt him to that. So you should tempt him to this dawah as well. And you also are daughters to men. So you have, daddy, can I have this? Daddy, can I have that? Then you should say, daddy, I want to watch this lecture with you. It is me saying to my sisters, I agree with you, and this makes me want to cry. It should not be this way. That's why men are not men, because they don't attend such lectures enough. So yes, it is your job now. Amana is upon you from Allah. You heard it. You need to now find a way to get those men to watch Sheikh Reda from earlier, watch us now, watch the next lecture coming. You need to find a way to get this information to them. I agree with you. Ustadh Ramiz, I've got a question for you. Okay, I'm going to go straight to your questions, brothers and sisters, because we're running out of time. I do apologize. So here's the first question to you. Wrong post, sorry. This is, Assalamu alaikum, Sheikh. What do you do if your spouse has an anger management issue? Some days he is okay, but suddenly he will have an anger outburst because something has not been done or to his plans. He will say vulgar stuff in front of the children, like having a relationship with other men. A'udhu billah. After a few days, he does not apologize for his actions, and he doesn't feel he has done anything wrong. It has been many years in this marriage like this. Is it a good idea for a separation?
No, I want to separate. But one, accusing a pious Muslim woman of basically zina is what you're doing is a major sin. Two, being outbursts of vulgarity is a trait of hypocrisy. Three, saying it in front of the children, you're teaching the children how to, especially the boys, how to treat their women. And this is important. How when you've got children, they must see how to take care of a woman by the husband, by the father, and how a woman should take care of the man if it's the daughters. So you teach the sons to be. By that, you're not teaching the sons that they're supposed to be warriors and take care of the weak and the meek. And secondly, fifthly, you're teaching the children how to react rather than how to respond healthily. So it's important to know this, that not to separate. Anger is basically covering up pain and trauma. So this is something that I would recommend him to get some kind of therapy before he destroys something that he loves.
MashaAllah, beautiful advice. I would say same. And then if separation is a must, or you feel like it's a must, I am grateful to the sister for saying separation, not divorce.
Separation, if it's danger, if there's danger involved, but I don't know if there is or not. If it's danger, then separate and get some mediation in.
Well, danger is always, you need help no matter what.
If he's verbalizing and breaking things, it's because he's maybe trying to sabotage. And this is another trait of, not narcissistic, but pain. Someone's gone through trauma and they don't believe they deserve what they've got and they're trying to sabotage it.
With that being said, brothers and sisters, a quick reminder, please do click the link and donate. We need your support today. Could you please text me right now? I'd like to announce. If you don't want me to say your name, I won't. I'll just say anonymous, or I'll say your name, inshallah. As-Sadaqa Jariyah, the angels are writing your names down right now. The Prophet ﷺ said, gratitude to Allah. One of the aspects is when you give sadaqah, it is not a charity, it's not a donation, it's an amana between you and Allah. You're making a contract, you're trading. Allah says, who will give a loan to the one whose wealth does not diminish, who repays without any deductions. So when you give money to Allah as a loan, that is what you're doing. It's an amana contract between you and Allah. So it's not a donation. It is you giving Allah his own money back, and he's taking it from you as a loan, and he will repay you many folds. This is a sadaqah jariyah. This is something that will continue. Every little bit somebody learns, they will pass it on to their children. That is your reward from today. So please text me. The number is 07958183184. Any amount. I mean, I'm hoping for some decent amounts today because we do need to raise funds. We want to give 10 of these boxes away. We already gave a batch away, mashallah. I want to give another 10 away, inshallah, to these Hafiz Quran when they graduate. It's a gift for them, but also we need funds for the da'wah itself. Ramadan's coming around the corner. We're going to start fundraising again. We need your support. But you know what? Forget we need your support. Allah will provide. But you need that. in your bank account in the akhirah. We have thousands of people pray salah on our masallas. We have thousands and thousands of people that benefit. We have loads of shahadas every single year. All that becomes your sadaqah jariyah. And if you like what we're doing, we'll do more of it, but we need your support, inshallah. This whole organization, everything's run by volunteers. Our speakers are volunteers. I'm a volunteer. I don't like that word because we're doing our part. Is not volunteering, really. We want the good deeds. It's another trade with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So Sister Samina always donates. Jazakallah khairi. She's the first one, mashallah, because I said to her, whoever starts a good, people follow her, them, they get their rewards as well. So very clever. She's donating £20. So you can message in the YouTube if you like, or you can text me 07958183184. If someone can please post that in the chat on YouTube, inshallah, I'd be very grateful, inshallah. If anyone's found this link from friends and family, please go to alfitrah.com and please register so we have your details so we can communicate with you. We can contact you of our future events as well. Right, moving on to the very next question. Click on thumbs up, click on subscribe. That's really important. And I'm going to announce as I get donations. So we've got our first one from Sister Samina, longtime supporter. May Allah bless you and your family. Imagine, Sister Samina, how much reward you're getting right now with all of the work that the Al-Fitrah teams and the Wani teams have achieved because of people like yourself, mashallah, tabarakallah. Let's see. Man bashing tends to be on the rise, and some of it is granted, but man bashing men doesn't help, man. It doesn't help men generally get better. Sorry, it's a new version, self-fulfilling prophecy sets in, etc. That's true. I think I understand. I think I've tried my best to give it a balance.
We're not bashing generally. We're specifically the narcissistic traits of the male.
We're talking about how to address those things. Yeah.
So at the end of the day, when no one's perfect, it's progression, not perfection. Just move forward, seek help, and move forward. It's not an issue.
Inshallah. So thank you for your comments. Keep your feedback coming. I will get to them. Here's a question. I have a question. I'm a sister who has been married for over 2 years, and me and my husband get along really well. Alhamdulillah, may Allah bless your marriage. We are great friends. However, after trying for a baby for a while, we got tested, and it turns out that he has fertility issues. My husband doesn't know how to communicate well, and even more so when we have arguments and it involves difficult conversations. I can imagine. I've spoken to him about this a number of times, and I have also expressed to him how I want him to react and be when I'm upset or angry. MashaAllah, that's excellent that you do that. For example, coming up to me and asking me what is wrong, etc. He really struggles to do this, and I find him, I'm always the one initiating conversations. We also have trouble with our sex life or intimacy, and even more so now. I do care about him, but I genuinely feel like we got on more as friends rather than husband and wife, and I don't know if I can handle that. He is very close with his family, and I am not so as much. He goes out of his way doing things for them, especially his mom, and I don't have a problem with that, but I just want similar treatment sometimes. I don't know what to do. Please advise.
Obviously, the man is going to feel his ego is in his heart himself is going to feel half the man he wants to be, because he can't provide you with a child. But before I continue with the answer, inshallah, a person, a husband and wife can be wanting a baby. They could be both. They could both be fully fertile. And if Allah doesn't want a child to come through them, a child won't come. Another couple can be don't want a children, and they can use all the conception that there is. But if Allah wants a child to come through that couple, no amount of conception is going to help. So the idea is the way we deal with problems is culturally and with the ego, instead of saying, I wrote an article some time back. It's called the displacing the illusion of control and the reality of qadr. So this is what it's about, turning back to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, understanding that everything, wherever you are, is where you're meant to be, and it's just a journey. So saying that, as a husband and wife, you sister have to make him desirable. Just say, look, just because we're not having children doesn't define you as a husband. You may not be a father yet, and I may not be a mother yet, but we're still husband and wife. So make him that make you know, you've got to massage his ego, really. Just, I know that we found out that the issue, we have an infertility issue, but it doesn't change the fact that I love you, I desire you, I still want you, you're still my husband. We can still enjoy our life together until Allah decides otherwise. So, but sometimes the ego takes a blow, and the husband doesn't really feel like, you know, just like the woman, you can have, just like the women, some women, they have like a body dysmorphia, or sometimes men and women have emotional dysmorphia, whereby you may love them as much as you can, but they have very difficulty accepting that love. So it's emotional dysmorphia. So the same way, he may feel the same way. You can say to him, I love you, you're a great man. It doesn't define you as a husband. You're still my husband, I love you. You could give him all the love, all the affection. If it doesn't feel right in himself, he's not going to be able to respond. So my suggestion is that he talks to somebody. It's not about ego here and saying, I don't want anyone to know that I can't have children. It's not a big thing anymore. You know, it can be dealt. There's always solutions, but you need to talk to somebody. Ask him to talk to somebody who he trusts. He needs to offload. So he's got all these pent up feelings and anger and disappointment and maybe going to self-hate, you know?
I think you beautifully answered that question. I think that, can I just add that we have a bigger purpose in our life than just getting married and living our life as go to get a job, get a house, etc. As Muslims, we have an amana of da'wah and serving the ummah, serving the poor. I know a lot of couples who really want to do a lot of work, but they have children who are in school and they're locked down. They can't travel much. And they always said that, oh, I wish we traveled more before we had kids. What a great opportunity for you and your husband to find a new purpose in life. Get him away from the family, get him away from everyone, and you two go and serve the poor or travel and see the world. Go umrah more often.
Yeah, great. Do something together, isn't it?
Always do something together. Stay busy. Take weekend trips, not a whole 2-week holiday, but just literally leave Friday, come back Monday, and do this regularly, or do it from Thursday to Tuesday. Whatever you want to do, you're in a very blessed position if you just look at your cup half full instead of half empty, because you're in a position where a lot of married couples with kids wish they could. They wish they could travel and they could do other things. So maybe that's another way out for you. And Allah knows best. I've got a question for you, Ramiz. This one, it says, what do you do if you're in a relationship with someone who is always gaslighting, often gaslighting?
Well, this is a narcissistic trait, isn't it? Emotional blackmail, blaming the other person, not taking responsibility, accountability, pushing somebody away because they're afraid of vulnerability. You know, you've got to either get someone to tell him or her that you're gaslighting, always trying to make the other person feel like they're wrong, even though you're the one who's wrong, and using emotional blackmail to manipulate the situation. You know, gaslighting is a big thing that most narcissists like to use. You know, and it's a trait. It doesn't make a person pure narcissist. We all do it sometimes when we're afraid of accepting responsibility and being afraid to accept that you're wrong.
No, that's true. MashaAllah, tabarakallah, jazakumullah khair. Sister Aisha would like to donate. Please send a text message of the amount you wish to donate. I will announce it. Anyone else, please do that now. Now's the time. There's about 50, 60 people watching. If you can all please click the link and make a donation, but text us, let us know so I can announce it. It'll encourage other people to give. We want to raise, I think we're down to, let me just open this page quickly. I'll tell you exactly how much we've raised so far for this project. We've got, oops, I actually printed something. I didn't mean to do that. £1,769 of 2560. So what is that? We need to raise 2560. So we're almost, that's the first batch completely done to be delivered. Half of them have already gone. So inshallah, if you'd like to make that donation, please let me know. We'll send you the link. So 1727. So about £800 remain, £860 remaining. Let's see who would like to give a bit of contribution towards that. It is your investment. It's your sadaqah jariyah. And if you'd like to donate specifically towards the dawah, we want to get ready for Eid. We need to buy some tarpaulin. We need to buy some new gazebos. We need to get some materials for some of our students, that kind of thing. So there's a lot going on. We need your support for, inshallah. Sorry to speak so fast. Ramiz, the next question for you is, the Prophet ﷺ was humble. Why do Muslim men find it difficult to be humble? Is being humble considered not a masculine trait? They tend to have egos, but verbally say, I don't have an ego. Can you share your thoughts?
In the same light, the Prophet ﷺ said, the strong man isn't the one who, finish it off. He's not the one who controls his anger. But what's the bit? He's not the strong man, but it's the one who controls his anger. That's very difficult to do. The same way to be vulnerable.
Are you asking me? Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm asking you.
Yeah, correct. That's right.
So, in that light,
the strong man is the one who can control his anger and his desires.
Yeah, and that's hard to do. I mean, that is damn hard to do. You know, especially in your own family, being subjective, and you want to be known as the strong man, and I'm the one. Only what I say matters. I say the final say and everything, etc., etc. But this is one of the things that we have to understand, that hadith is very profound, because it's not just about controlling your desires, it's about controlling your anger by being humble. And
but if I can add to that,
allowing the other person to be, rather than you being in the limelight. Put yourself away.
Do you think that? I think when sisters say, anyone says this kind of comment about humility of the Prophet ﷺ, why does a man have a problem being humble, etc.? It's who's teaching him, or how about this? Who's he learning from? If he watches a lot of movies, if he's listening to a lot of music, that's where the ego comes from. If he's watching a lot of films and he's watching a lot of heroic films, remember the whole concept of watching movies. And I keep referring to this because this is a big, massive disease that affects many aspects of your life you don't realize. Because films is a God concept. And that's where a lot of narcissism would come from. The I, the id. You're literally looking at people's lives as if you are God. It's a concept that it teaches the brain to think you should know things before they happen. It's an impatience. And it creates a complex of what is considered to be a heroism. So I want to say that I think a lot of this is by music, by tough love, the kind of crowd you have around you, the kind of friends you've got. And then from a wife's perspective.
I'm sorry to cut you there.
Yeah, go on.
Is a tough love. It's the way you've been brought up, how you deal with your emotions. That's what it boils down to. How a child is taught to deal with their own emotions. You know, a child will see, a child may do something that to an adult is something terrible, but to a child, they don't know they're anything wrong. It depends on how you react to that child. And the child will see that, so this is how I'm going to react next time. I'm going to react in anger when something simple happens. That's how we deal with it. That's how a child grows up, understands. They're always louder and proud and shouting and screaming.
And men are kind of like that, aren't we? I mean, we're children forever, aren't we?
Well, yeah. I mean,
so if a wife was to do something like, oh, I noticed that you were so and so was wrong, but you were so patient and you were so humble towards that. When you find a little bit, praise it, reward it, and you'll find he'll make more effort to be like that.
Well, absolutely. We're reactionary. We need to
reactionary. That's the word I'm looking for.
We need to learn to respond rather than react, and that comes from dealing with the ego. Look, it's not like three different hearts. Our hearts go from, taqallub means that, something that always changing. So
I'm running out of time. I've been out of time, Ramiz, so I'm just going to give you another 2-3 questions quickly.
Yeah, go on.
Those of us looking to get married, can you give us a few red flags that tell us signs of narcissism?
No, because in that first initial meeting, he's going to be the
sweetest, the fakest, right? Yeah, the sweetest and the fakest.
Yeah, the fakest person. Yeah,
and that goes both ways. The women's side as well. SubhanAllah.
You can always ask questions. How are you when you're angry? Are you easily forgiven? Do you listen? Do you find yourself allowing rather than reacting and things like that? You can always ask. Instead of saying, "Oh, do you pray 5 times a day? Do you do tahajjud?" These are all. Let's put these away as default cliches. We understand that. What kind of man are you looking for? Oh, he's got to have a beard. Pray 5. We know that. But what about the depth of things? Asking the person, how's his anger? How does it deal with situations? How does it deal with stress? Things like this. The same goes for the woman as well.
Jazakumullah khair. Sometimes I feel my children manipulate me a lot. Can children be narcissists? And if so, as a parent, how do we address this?
This is every child manipulates the parent. It's up to you to allow.
By the way, I'm listening, Ramiz. Yeah, I'm listening as well. I want to know.
I'm listening to myself as well. I've got children. Alhamdulillah. Allah bless all our children. I mean,
but to an extent,
they know they will manipulate.
But to an extent, aren't all children narcissistic by the definition, description?
This is what I was going to say. Their egos are bigger than yours, so you can't fight with their ego to ego.
Well, I wouldn't say their ego is bigger. I would say that their mental world is much smaller. They can't think outside the box.
Listen, I remember in 1995, I went to America, and I went to Camp America, Michigan. I was there for 4 months, and I was on a camp, and the lady there, she was a professor of child psychology. I'll never forget her. Her name was Barbara Veda, and she said to me, "Is always look at the child or the person behind the behavior. Don't react to the behavior, respond to the person." Look at the child behind the behavior. Look at the person behind the behavior. Otherwise, all we'll be doing is ego to ego, fighting ego to ego. It's not going to work. And a child knows how to manipulate, because you've forgotten. So what happens is if you allow that child, you've got to say no more times than yes. Because if you keep giving children stuff, and that's all they get, no love, no hugs, no affection, no validity, when they grow old enough to get their own stuff, you won't matter to them.
Jazakumullah khair. With that being said, I think we're going to wrap up here. We, brothers and sisters, we're going to go for a quick few-minute break. Go get a glass of water, maximum 5 minutes. Come right back, inshallah, okay? So don't switch off like some of you did and you switched back on. You missed a bit there. I saw you. So yes, so we're going to come back in 5 minutes, 3:15. So that's in 5 minutes, inshallah. So keep the screen open. Just go away, take 5 minutes, come right back, inshallah. Ustadh Ramiz, any final words? First and foremost, Ramiz, jazakumullah khair for making the time, for joining us, for sharing the wisdom with us. And I love knowing. Some of you might find me quite comfortable with him. I love knowing how well I know you. We've been friends for a very long time, and it made this conversation a lot easier. So final words and advice are from you, inshallah. Bismillah.
I don't know what to say really. At the end of the day, is looking back at my life, I can see where I went wrong, and I think most of us will have that reflective attitude as we get older.
Absolutely.
And right now, in my humble old age, I would say, or my young old age, is I've learned a lot. And the quicker you learn about yourself, the better you have to understand other people's feelings. And sometimes it's not about us, but it's about the other person. And if we can just put ourselves away sometimes and give the podium to somebody else just for 5 minutes, especially your loved ones, it will make their response and the way they deal with you later on is exponentially increased. But if you're always a person that you have the final say, even though you're wrong, that's a target for disaster.
Jazakumullah khair. May Allah bless you. May Allah reward you. I look forward to seeing you very soon. For those of you who don't know, Ustadh Ramiz is also an excellent chef. So I want to spend some time learning how to cook with him as well. I'm not joking. He's an amazing chef. And what is that? What is that saying? Sorry, say again?
Jazakumullah khair.
There's that saying when people are cooking, they say, clean as you cook. I'm telling you, I've seen Ramiz do it. He's just like cooking and cleaning at the same time. It's awesome. It's it's like a theater. Inshallah, I'll see you soon, Brother Ramiz. Jazakumullah khair, Ustad. If anyone has any more questions, we'll address them. We'll be back in 5 minutes with Ustad Gabriel. And wow, this is going to be a roller coaster, inshallah. We'll see you in 5 minutes. I'm your brother, Ustadh Jalal and Saeed. Forgive us for anything incorrect we've said. There were our mistakes. All things that were said, good and correct, are from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. May He accept it from all of us as a garden of paradise. See you in 5 minutes. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Bismillah wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. What an amazing roller coaster. What a difference. I mean, we had the lecture earlier with Sheikh Reda Bedeir, and then we had Ustadh Ramiz Ibrahim, completely opposite ends of the stick about love between couples, to narcissistic and egotistical behaviors, to now we've got a brand new section. But remember, many people asked earlier about why is this event only dedicated to men? What about women, etc.? We had a whole session. Part one was about women, about our sisters, about Islam and feminism, about the modern married couple, etc. We had sister speakers specifically addressing those subjects 2 weeks ago. That link will be available to you if you send us a text message. We will give you the link so you can watch that, inshallah. You saw the advert on the Legacy Collection box, and bismillah, it's kind of heavy, but here it is. Let me see if I can hold it up for you, okay? Too bright. It's absolutely heavy. I can't hold it. Let me open it. I just want to show it to you. It's a beautiful box, mashallah, tabarakallah, designed by Dawah Art, and it is, as I was talking with Sheikh Reda earlier, people donate the Quran, give the Quran away in English to people so they could read it in a language they understand. But the Muslims themselves have not read the Quran, and they have not read it in a language they understand. They haven't read it themselves. So this is a gift that you buy yourself and your family. You open it once a week. You light the oud scented candle. It smells amazing. You make some chai, sit down with a beautiful display with some snacks and have some nice tea. You have this gorgeous gold pen, which I'll show you in a minute. There's a gorgeous gold pen here, and you've got this journal. It's got a lot of guidance. This journal's really beautiful. A lot of guidance, dua, hadith, those kind of things inside. And then, of course, the Quran in English or in a language you understand. I'm going to have to get this out in a minute. There we go. It's still sealed. I'll open one, inshallah, and I'll show you this beautiful Quran. The language in it, the way it's written, is so easy to understand. And this is what we're giving as a gift to the Hafiz Quran that are graduating. And if anyone wishes to donate towards it, but I cannot stress enough, you should buy one for your own home as well as give a gift to someone you love. You should have this at home. It's a keepsake. You can pass down generation to generation, and 100% of the proceeds supports the dawah. So please make that donation as well. Earlier, I did mention we're about £860 short. If you can contribute £100, £50, £500, £200, whatever you want to give your akhirah, your sadaqah jariyah, the rewards are immense. They will count so weighty in your book of deeds. And inshallah, please do message. I've got a second sister who says she wishes to donate. Please send the text message. And I think we're ready with Ustadh Gabriel, inshallah. So we'll just begin in just a minute. So we've talked about the relationships between how to be a good husband and the questions the sisters had about marital issues. And then we've addressed narcissistic behavior, and we've addressed the negatives of men, the egos, the bad manners, the anger issues, etc. And now we're addressing a beautiful approach, which is how to be the best of men. The theme throughout this has been the same hadith of the Prophet ﷺ when he said to the Sahaba, the best among you are those who are behaving the best to their wife, their women folk. And I am the best among you. And he was our example of how to be towards our family. So without further ado, I want to introduce my next guest, Sheikh Gabriel, mashallah. Assalamu alaikum, akhi.
Alaikum salam wa barakatuh.
It was like I was saying earlier to you, it was such a pleasure sharing the platform with you a while back, and I'm so glad you're back, mashallah, tabarakallah. Without further ado, tell us about your own dawah. Tell us a bit about what you're doing right now, where you're at.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa rasulullah. Pleasure is all mine, alhamdulillah. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you and bless this gathering and the work that you're doing. Alhamdulillah, I work as an educational consultant and I move pretty much all around, alhamdulillah. So just traveling right now and sending you my salams from Dubai.
You know what? That's beautiful, mashallah. I wish I was there with you. I bet the weather is wonderful. It's not so great here.
Beautiful. It's beautiful.
Inshallah, tabarakallah. So the topic today is, we'll have a bit of a discussion, but I'll leave it with you for 15 minutes or so to really take us on this journey about how to be the best of men. Fadl, bismillah.
Alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. First of all, the topic is very important, and what the Muslim Ummah need to understand, of course, we're addressing men here. What our brothers need to understand is that we have the blueprint. It's very simple, actually. Everything is there. It's simple, yet not easy. Okay, let's keep it like that. It's simple, yet not easy. The blueprint is there, the template is there. It is the example of the Prophet ﷺ and the example of the Sahaba radiallahu anhum ajma'in. As the Prophet ﷺ said, اتبع سنتي وسنة الخلفاء الراشدين المهديين. So when you look, you have the Prophet ﷺ. Now some people, of course, I see one of the things that you sent me in the text, mashallah, was to talk also about some of the excuses that men come up with when it comes to them being challenged to step up to become the best that they can be, right? So one of the excuses that men have, so I do a lot of counseling with men. Sometimes I have about 8 clients per day, men, women, mashallah. So I do get to hear a lot of excuses as to why they're not doing as well as they should do, right? It's like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given us the curriculum, right? Let's compare it to a course that you do in university, in uni or something. So you're given a curriculum and then you are tested on it. And then the student comes in and says, well, I couldn't study because I was like this, or this happened, or whatever, dog ate my homework or something like that, or, you know, all these excuses, right? But you will be tested. And it's your responsibility. You have the curriculum, you got to study it, and then you have to implement it. So a lot of people will say, well, I'm not the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. I can never be like him. He is the Prophet of Allah, right? That's one of the excuses that a lot of people say when you say, bro, the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam used to do this. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam used to do that. They say, yeah, but I'm not Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That's one of the excuses that a lot of men use. I say, okay, no problem. So you're not a Nabi of Allah. I understand. But the Prophet ﷺ said, Sunnati wa sunnatul khulafa rashidun. So you have then Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, Ali, right? And you have another 4 great examples, different personalities, yet really champions of perfecting masculinity and being the best that they could be. So that's important to understand. There is no excuse for a Muslim man to misbehave, to not do the best that he can do. He's not left unattended. He's not left without any direction. He knows exactly what he's supposed to do. So in the requirement for today, one of the things that was said that we are in need of engaging, caring, knowledgeable, and brave men. And the Prophet ﷺ was all that. Before we get into that, obviously we are addressing this issue because there is a problem. We don't just bring out issues for no reason. There's a problem. I'm sure that a lot of the mashayikh, a lot of the coaches, counselors, when you came together and said, let's have this conference, you came up with a conference as a solution to a problem, isn't it? Right? It's a solution to a problem. Let's educate people because we have a problem. We are noticing in our practices, in my practice as a counselor, as a consultant, I noticed that this is a problem. Now, I know that a few weeks ago, you've addressed the issues of women, feminism, modernism, postmodernism, all these things. Yes, of course. And I do that a lot as well. But let us be honest, and I'm very direct to the brothers, that in the end, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has in charge men with the leadership role. Inni ja'ilun fil ardi khalifa. He has made it very clear. Adam was the first man that was created. He was the leader. He is the imam. He is the khalifa. And so are you, so am I. So is every single man that was born into this world on the fitrah. They are in charge with a certain responsibility. And when you look at the definition of the khalifa, what is it? It is to represent Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It is a generational thing, a perpetual thing. It is amana in this world. It is taking care of the environment. Is it taking care of people? It is taking care of the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, protecting humanity. There's so many elements that go into the definition of a khalifa. But one of the main things is that he is imam. What is an imam? Everyone knows what is an imam. It is the person who stands at the front, be it at the front of the salah, at the front of a project, at the front of the ummah. So you, me, your son, your father, your grandfather, your neighbor, your brother, everyone is in charge with this responsibility on different level. And the question is now, are we doing our job? Forget about, we're not going to talk about women now or blame women or feminism or blame whoever. That's not the point, even though there is blame there. We're going to talk about us, because if a company fails, who's going to be blamed? Is it the janitor who's cleaning, or the cook, or is it going to be the CEO? Never mind what the other people did. It's his first responsibility. So we need to, number one, we need to man up and take responsibility. We need to claim this responsibility. We need to own it and say, you know what? Yes, we have not been doing as well as we were supposed to do. And what is the excuse again? Well, I'm not this and this and this and this. And my reply, and our reply should be, well, neither am I. I wasn't born like that, but you need to work to become that. You have an objective, you have a clear path, you have a blueprint. What's stopping you from trying? Because yeah, well, I'm not this, I'm not that. Yeah, but did you try? That's the first question we need to ask ourselves. How much effort have we put in becoming the best version based on the blueprint? Again, we're not left confused, wandering around, not knowing what to do, looking left and right for what to do. No, we have a clear path that the Prophet said, I left you on a clear path that is like the difference between the day and night. Right? It's very clear. So what is the excuse then? Well, people are not trying. People are not trying to become the best version. And of course, if you don't try, you're definitely going to succeed at failing. You will be very, very successful at failing if you don't even try. Yeah, that's it. By default, forget about it. You have really, congratulations, you have failed. You're right in saying that I'm not going to be able to do it. Most people start with no, with an excuse. Most people like to go for comfort. And that's why they're not able. There's no growth in comfort. All right. So looking at the blueprint though, and we need to define what does it mean to be the best to your wives, the best to your family. And that's where we need to look again to the Prophet ﷺ. So the first point in the requirement for today was that we need, let's start with knowledgeable. Okay, because everything starts from knowledge. Islam started with Iqra. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala emphasized on knowledge because from knowledge you extract everything. So knowledge is very, very important. If we don't know what does it mean to be a man, according to which standard? According to self-development books or according to Quran and Sunnah? So when we look at, if you have the question of what does it mean to be the best version of myself, to be the best of my family, you need to really study the life of the Prophet. Now, our dear respected Sheikh and brother, he was showing us the Quran. He said, look, the Muslims don't read the Quran, which is true. How about the seerah? The Muslims don't know the seerah of the Prophet. Forget, they don't read the Quran. The seerah is a step further. They don't know the life of the Prophet. They don't know it. So how can you do something if you do not know it? So knowledge is number one. We are in need, again, let us rephrase. It's time to step up. The Ummah is in need of knowledgeable Muslims. Everything starts from knowledge. Is it the same for those who know and those who not know? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us. They're not the same. No doubt they are not the same. So everything starts from knowledge. Even if you have a good intention, what did the ulama say? It's not enough to have the niyyah. You also have to have the correct methodology and the correct way. And what is it? How do you know how to do something unless you have knowledge? So we need knowledge. We need to invest in education. We need programs as such. We need more. We need people, to invest. Please, no one is asking for sadaqah. People need to get this out of their mind. When such programs come on, no one is asking for sadaqah. Invest in your ummah, invest in yourselves, invest in these problems so we can solve them. It needs investment. Okay, it's nice. This is not entertainment. We're not here to entertain you. We are here to educate you. So invest in this da'wah. It's good for you. It's good for us. It's good for everybody. So knowledge. Number two, engaging. Well, what does it mean engaging? Well, once you have knowledge, it requires action, right? So we can't stop at the first step. Okay, I have knowledge now. There's many people that have knowledge, but then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, well, sorry, again, to use this word, but it is used that it is like donkeys carrying books on their back, right? And indeed, sadly, there's lots of donkeys, you know what I mean, in this world. I mean, excuse me, but that's what it is. So why? Because there's no outcome of that knowledge. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala uses this parable to to show the negative connotation of someone who carries knowledge but no implementation, and gives us the example of Bani Israel. Okay, very clearly, knowledge, but no action. So we need engaging Muslims. People need to engage. And when you engage with your wife, with your family, when you have the Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ, you engage in the correct way, from the correct knowledge, then of course the problems will be reduced. I'm not saying that there'll be zero problems, you're going to live on Jannah right away on this earth. No. There's going to be issues. The Prophet ﷺ had issues. Contrary to popular opinion, people think that, yeah, the Prophet ﷺ's life was perfect. He had family issues. Okay, he had problems with his wives. He had issues. He was tested. He lost his children, and about 6 of them before, he passed away, subhanAllah. So can you imagine the test? I don't think any one of us has lost, subhanAllah, 6 children. Do you understand the gravity, the seriousness, the pain of such an event? Right? I don't know if people think or realize that this is what happened in the life of the Prophet ﷺ. People would break in pieces today. I'm depressed. Oh, why did God did this to me? This and that. The Prophet ﷺ understood that in this suffering, which no one can avoid in this world, I guarantee you there's not one person in this world who can avoid suffering. In this suffering, there is growth. In this suffering, there is movement. In this suffering, there is closeness to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But at the same time, if you don't realize that, you can move further away from Allah. And we see today, COVID, right? Everyone's like complaining, everyone's losing things, everyone's saying, why me, moving away from Allah, and so on and so forth. So engaging Muslims, right? Caring. For caring, see, again, knowledge, engagement, action, but if it's lacking rifq or beauty or care or softness or a positive approach, then, okay, you have the knowledge, you have the engagement or the action, but the action is not organic. You don't feel it. There's no connection. So a man can be, he's got knowledge, he's implementing, he's going to his wife, my dear, I love you, right? It's like, what? Right? It's like, yes, it is your right to do this. It is my right to do that. So, okay, his action is correct, but see, there's no spirit in it. There's no, as Allah, the Prophet ﷺ said, if you remove
you could walk in with some flowers and some cake and then say it.
Exactly, right? Or you can walk in with some flowers, some cakes, and say, here you go. Thank you very much for being my wife, or something, right? There's no emotion. There's no care. There's no spirit. You have to be passionate. You have to have passion.
There's no romance.
You have to.
There's
no romance. And that's the thing, right? When men and women, when there's no polarity anymore, when men are women, women are men, there's no differences. There's no expression of strength and masculinity. When the Sahaba were coming back from war, they were rushing to their wives. And their wives were getting ready. There's, like, if you look at the hadith, they're just excitement. The Sahabas are racing. And the Prophet said, take it easy, send some messengers, slow down.
Give them some time. Don't walk in. Go clean up.
But you can, those women couldn't wait for their husbands to come home. And these days, like, oh my God, he's coming home. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah, like there was this excitement.
I think he stopped, didn't it? He stopped his caravan outside the city for that night, and sent a messenger to let them know they're outside. They'll be here in the morning. Give them time to clean the house, clean the room, give them self-time. They've been away for 2-3 months. They've been away for a few weeks, and now they're back. Their wife shouldn't be surprised. She's like, "Oh, I haven't done anything."
That's right. There's got to be some sparks in the atmosphere, man. So of course it has to be done right, So look at the wisdom, look at the beauty, right? There's no taboo things there. The Prophet knows what the Sahaba want, and he knows that. Just chill, guys. Take it easy. Literally hold your horses. We're gonna do this properly, and he taught them on this issue. So subhanallah, you see that passion, the desire. There's no like, oh, I'm going home now, la hawla, and you don't want to be home, and your wife don't want you to be home. It's like you're just roommates. A lot of brothers and sisters, sadly, and I'm telling you from my experience as a counselor, they're just roommates. Okay, they're just there. They're just dragging themselves along. So care is important, and it's care about how the other person feels, and care about, you know, how to please them, how to be nice to them, and so on and so forth. And it is our, again, as men, our responsibility. Of course, women have their responsibility, but today we're talking, again, I want to remind the brothers who might be like, man, what is going on? What about the sisters? We're talking about men today. Today it's about guys, okay? The brothers have already addressed the issues of women. So caring is very, very important. And last but not least, the point that was mentioned here was brave. And why is bravery important? Well, if you're not brave, so you have knowledge, you're implementing it to an extent, and you are caring, but you have no bravery, you're not going to take lead. You're not going to take risks. You're not going to be strong. And that is something, again, when we look at relationships, when we look, again, the Prophet ﷺ, we look at the Sahaba, you know, they were nice to their wives, but they were like lions outside, you know, and they would come home and play around and be nice. The Prophet ﷺ, you know, using pet names and cute names and different things, and racing and eating from the same, you know, bite, and taking bath in one jug, you know, kind of thing, and all kinds of things. They're doing cute things, but man, when they're stepping out, they're brave. And that bravery, again, it's polarity, right? The men are doing manly things, and the women were doing feminine things. And these two are coming together in this perfect way. There's this attraction, this, you know, you don't have to force yourself. It's happening naturally. So bravery is very, very important. Women are very much attracted to bravery. They respect bravery. You know, one of the things, subhanAllah, that I get in my counseling sessions where I do couples counseling, the men say, my wife doesn't respect me. And the wife replies, what is there to respect? You know, like, what should I respect? Like, you know, what can I do? The guy sleeps till 10 a.m. every day. You know, he doesn't pray Fajr. He can't even pay the bills. Okay, he's got money, but he's telling me to pay the bills and this and that. So what do you want? What can I respect? Yeah, Sheikh, I can't respect him. Give me something to respect, right? So you need to show this leadership. It comes to bravery. Yes, it's a scary world. Yes, there's a lot of issues out there, but you need to take the leadership and be brave as a man and lead your family through these difficulties, through these challenges, and you will find that the woman will settle in her place by default. She will respect you. But when you are flip-flopping and not knowing what to do, then of course she's going to start seeing like, what's going on? I need to step up now. I need to step and fill in that vacuum that's not being filled. And now you see women being very masculine, being more brave, assertive, going out, doing things, and so on. And the guys complain, oh, she's not respecting me. She's not staying at home. She's not, you know, and then the woman will say, yeah, but he's not doing his part. I know the guys might be upset. I know they might be like, yeah, but. But today we're talking about men. We're talking about what we can do with regards to ourselves as leaders, as imams, the responsibility that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has put on us on this earth, that we need to man up, we need to own it, and we need to fulfill the sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ, which has a clear blueprint and direction. No.
That's beautiful, mashallah, tabarakallah. So someone's asking, what about in terms of the communications element? How can I help him be a better communicator? I feel like I have done all I can, but can't help someone that doesn't want to be helped. And if we can't communicate, then this relationship just won't work. Do I have to accept the fact that I have to be the one that initiates conversations?
Okay. So guys, look, it depends on each person, but there's certain common things amongst men. And yes, we're not the best communicators. It doesn't mean we don't communicate. I think women also need to understand. They need to look at themselves first and understand themselves. So guys, they're okay to communicate, but if there's a purpose, all right? So let me give you an example. A guy comes home, okay? And the sister wants to talk about what happened to her auntie and her sister and whatever, her friend did this and she saw this on Instagram. And then the guy's like, he just came from like 9 hours of work having to deal
He's
with
exhausted.
all kinds
He's
of different-
tired. He wants to relax now.
So you know, and the lady's like, oh, you don't listen to me, right? Because he's like zoning out. Oh, you never listen to me. You're a very bad communicator, right?
Yeah.
So it depends, right? You got to be careful. Guys do. We like to communicate as long as it's meaningful. The truth of it is that a lot of women like to have.
Oh, that would be. I think I can just hear so many women saying, "Oh, did he just say that? Are you saying what I'm saying is not meaningful? How could he talk to me? My husband says that to me."
No. You got to look. Yeah, sure. You have to understand though. I'm talking about a specific example, right? Now, the problem is that guys start zoning out. If there's a lot of chit chat and non-meaningful communication that women are initiating, slowly with time, guys are going to zone out from all communication. You know, look for the right time to communicate to men. I'm just telling you, not what you're doing. It's an issue of how men are. Today's men, anyway.
You know where that response, Sheikh Gabriel, sorry to interrupt you. That response from me came because I'm in that zone. There are more women here, probably. Actually, they're about the same, men and women. Men are very quiet. They're not messaging as much. The wives are doing it for them, I'm sure. So what? I was in that zone that we're here and the women are sitting right. Now sit down. They're going to talk to you. And that's why the conversation is now looking at them, telling them, this is what you should do. And that's fair. We should do a balance. But in this particular case, what you're saying, I think that it is difficult. You hit the nail on the head. If it's not meaningful, if it's not interesting, if it's not this, if it's not that, we zone out. So how do you become the best of men? Fake it.
Fake it. Huh?
Even if you have to fake it, whatever, don't hurt their feelings, because ultimately the wife feels that her words are meaningless. They're not meaningful. The wife, she feels she's not intelligent enough for you to be interested. You're maybe you feel you're above her or whatever. She's initiating conversation. Or Sheikh Gabriel, I think sometimes it's the opposite. The woman is far more intelligent than the man she's married to, or far more intellectual or complex in her thinking. So while sisters, Sheikh Gabriel gives you beautiful advice about, think about what the man needs and his limited single, what's the word for it? We're not multitaskers in our brain. We're one topic, one thing, one block. Stick to the subject best you can. But men, how to be the best of men, the Prophet ﷺ multitasked. He opened up his mind. He focused. He listened. So I think from that perspective is how I meant it. I didn't mean any offense when I just kind of jumped in there.
No. There's no offense. Alhamdulillah. I mean, this is a question asked by a sister. So sisters are asking, how can I, communicate? Guys, we're stating not how men should be. It's not how they should be. We're stating how they are today, right? Guys zone out. Guys come tired. They're not engaged. And even if you fake it, I believe that a lot of women catch on that. They're smart. Women catch on these things, They're like, no, he's pretending. He's not really listening to me. So I think it's better to have less conversations, but meaningful conversations. And they have to be at the right time. They have to be where the guy is ready to have these conversations. And of course, the men have to also do their part. And they have to understand that, okay, you're not ready to do it when you come home. You're not ready to, but there has to be a time. And I usually advise couples, go out for a walk. Have a walk together at night, okay, before sleep. Just take a nice fresh air, hold hands, and just talk. Like, have it like a scheduled thing. Because couples start talking in front of the kids, then the man doesn't like to do that. Woman wants to do that. It's not good. It's not conducive. It's not meaningful. Have a set out time. Like the sister can go and say, look, my dear husband, I understand that you're tired. It's all good. State the obvious. But hey, how about we have every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, a walk for half an hour. We hold hands and let's just talk about, things. I'll bring up some subjects and you bring up some subjects. And these are meaningful conversations, things that you want to get off your chest, things that maybe you didn't like, things that you want to address. Agree, have these agreements. If you think that you just let things be out in the air, hoping that you're going to have these meaningful conversations at any point, it might not happen. Guys, avoid these kind of conversations. Should they do that? No, they shouldn't. They should be the best. Do they do that, right? So I don't want the sisters to misunderstand me. When I was saying the first statement about the sister, what they should, I'm just trying to tell you how men are today from my experience, right? And how you can maybe approach to take them out of their zone into a zone of meaningful conversation.
Jazakumullah khair. And due to the limited amount of time we have, brothers and sisters, we're going to carry straight through up until 4:15. And at 4:15, we'll break for Maghrib, inshallah. So bear with us for a few minutes. Ustadh, what do you say? Oh, and no wonder I can't read it. Sorry, I keep forgetting. Put these on or take them off. I'm not used to wearing glasses. Ustadh, sorry?
MashaAllah.
Jazakallah khair. Ustadh, what do you say about men who use their rights as being a father or husband to enforce things, but they are not really around to know the family dynamics or what's actually going on? Sometimes a wife is the leader 90% of the time, and then 10% the man shows up. Do we just hold over the reign? Do we just give the reins over to him because he is a man? Interesting.
All right. So again, obviously this question is coming from a sister. All right. So again, if the standard of what we are referring to is the Prophet ﷺ, the Sahaba, there was a sheikh who tried to do a calculation from the seerah of the Prophet ﷺ. Okay, I want people to pay attention to this. I'm not going to name the sheikh because maybe people are going to go get angry or whatnot. But there was a sheikh who tried to do a calculation based on the ahadith and the seerah of the Prophet ﷺ of how approximately how much time would the Prophet ﷺ spend in one household. And it was something like 6% of his total time. Again, how many wives he had and how he had to make rotations. So does that mean because he was not there, does it mean he's not present? Right? So this kind of question, with all due respect, I'm not trying to offend the sister. It's coming from a Western parenting perspective, a secular Western where the husband and the wife have to have equal share in parenting. It's not like that. Women are more on quantity and men should be on quality. So even if the man spends an hour or a few, it should be quality time with his family. As for the woman, she will spend more time. So she will be the one who will be, and that's what the Prophet said. Kullukum ra'i. He said, every one of you is a shepherd. Wa kullukum mas'ul an ra'i. Then he said, ar-rajul, he is the man, he is responsible for himself. Then he said, the wife is responsible for the household. She is the one who is leading that thing. She is basically in that situation. So yes, she is there, she's doing things, the children, So that does not basic absolver of things and say, okay, well, he's not home, so I'm the leader. And now he comes home for like 10% of the time and I have to hand over the leadership. No, this is a wrong argument. Yes, you have to hand over the leadership if he's worthy of that. And the Sahabiyat and the women of the Prophet ﷺ, when the Sahabas were out, they didn't say to their children or even give an indication
that they're in charge.
Children, that I'm in charge or that your father's absent. No, it was more like your father is going there striving for the sake of Allah. And there was this awe, this hero type, like the kids are waiting for their father who's out there struggling and providing for the family. And when they come home, there was this huge respect. SubhanAllah, I want to refer you to one hadith. Just one hadith.
Before you go to the hadith, Sheikh Gabriel,
no.
I've sat with many people, as you have, counseling, advising my own situations with my own wife at home, my own family. You know, we implement what we can and then we advise what we want for ourselves, we want for others.
No.
But the countless number of families don't do that. What you just described, beautiful. And maybe another time or later today, if I have time, I will share with you the story of Suhail and Farouk, which really does apply to this whole day. The topic of Sheikh Reda earlier, the topic of Ustadh Ramiz, and the topic here now with Sheikh Gabriel and later with Sheikh Alaa. All of these topics fall into this couple. Beautiful story about them. I'll share with you later, brothers and sisters. But Ustadh Gabriel, in that particular matter, what you just described really touched me. Because women, when the men are not at home, you're supposed to be painting the most heroic picture of him. So I think there's a misunderstanding of handing the reins over. Me, immediately, I agree with Ustadh Gabriel 100% that this is a Western approach, equal rulership, etc. but also it's a Western approach to what reins are. You don't hand the reins over. He has his own reins. Wherever he is, he still has reins to his house because he's left his instructions. And when he comes home, he holds on to the same reins. What you're talking about, sister, are your reins, which the hadith continues. Every man is responsible for his flock. And then the hadith says, every woman is a shepherd, and she is responsible for her flock. So the reins you're talking about are your reins. You never hand that over. I love this. Every time you ask a child, and my own children, who loves you? Daddy does. Who'll do everything for you? Daddy does. Who will protect you? Who will give you everything? Who will serve you? Who will take care of you all your life? Mommy does. It's natural. It'll come from the child, because who gives them food in his mouth or her mouth? Who cleans them? Who looks after them when they're sick? It's mommy. So those reins are yours and his reins are his. Let's not mix this.
MashaAllah. This reminds me of something I read recently. It was like a child was asked, who is your hero? He said, Daddy is. Daddy's amazing, right? And then he was asked, is this hero brave? Yes, he is. Is this hero afraid of anything? Yes, of mommy.
We are, my bro. We are. Let me tell you something.
No.
We are afraid. We are. The bigger they are, the tougher they are, the more afraid they are. And sisters, I think we need to define afraid. Wife screaming and she says whatever. Oh, what does my wife say? Oh, I have to check my wife. Bro, can you come out? Let me talk to you. Oh, let me check what my wife is saying, and so on and so forth. That's not fear. That's not what I'm talking about. Afraid is the man, and he's constantly like, no, yes, no, yes. Oh, honey, did I hurt you? I hope I wasn't rude. I'm a bit abrasive. Am I looking after you? Is there anything else? That is the kind of fear a strong man has. He is constantly afraid of hurting her feelings and infringing on rights.
Makes sense.
With that, adding with that, just to what you said, I want to add a next question, Ustadh, because I know we're short on time. Someone's asking, how can, I lost my place. Where was it? Ustadh, what do you say about, can you talk about how a man is emasculated? I think you mean demasculated. I don't know. As most of us men have been disrespected in our home, and therefore the harmony isn't there anymore. So yes, from a brother, mashallah.
Okay, so based on my experience and research, I want to talk about education, for example. System-wise, I think education not very conducive for masculinity. So it starts from there. It starts from the food that we eat, the way education is structured. It's not really conducive for men to be real men. We don't talk about responsibility. This is not taught. You don't talk about the financial independence in school. They don't teach you these things, right? So men are emasculated from a very young age. There's a book called The Boy Crisis, that I really recommend for people to look at. We are in a crisis, and again, our boys. So we become fathers, and if we are weak men, our boys are going to see that example. So that's going to continue generationally, and we being weak means we're not able to fulfill those responsibilities, which means we will infringe on others' rights, i.e. our wives. And then it's going to cause, of course, frustration. It's going to cause disharmony in the house, and so on and so forth. So yeah, there will be a lot of disrespect. Again, women ask, how can I respect a man who's not worthy of respect? Is it the right thing? No, woman, still, you cannot say that I'm going to do something wrong because something wrong was done to me. You don't fix a wrong with the wrong. But this is the reality. The Sharia tells us about how things should be done, but it also addresses what happens if things are not done a certain way, right? So right now, we are focusing on the crisis, okay? People are not following Islamic guidance. It's so real. We're not. So, of course, there's a huge systematic, targeting, affecting, hurting masculinity. Men are being hit from every side. Like, for example, masculinity is called toxic. What does that mean? The term toxic masculinity is used so much. How can masculinity be toxic? There's toxic males, maybe. Certain men can be toxic due to their behavior, But there's no such thing as toxic masculinity. Masculinity is not toxic. Masculinity is fitrah, and fitrah cannot be toxic. Certain men can be toxic, just like certain women can be very, very toxic. Okay? So yes, men are being targeted. And by that, they have to apologize. They have to be more in touch with their feminine energy. So they lose masculinity. Their boys see them like that, then they start following that example. And there's an imbalance. And women think that this is the way to go about it. Men have to be more sensitive, more in touch with their feminine energy, blah, blah, blah. But then what happens in reality is that they're not happy with it. It's not fitrah. It doesn't match. So indeed, there's going to be lack of harmony in the house. And the problem is that they don't know where it's coming from. There's blame left and right. Everything triggers them. Everything is very, very alarming. But when you look at the core of the issue, it is that a man is not a man anymore and a woman is not a woman anymore.
And this conflict continues to grow and it spirals out of control. It starts with the smallest things as well. The person saying, I'm talking about communicating when there is a problem and an argument is had. Oh, this is a continuation from the previous one. He would rather just pretend like it never happened and move on. I can't do that. I have to talk about it. Going back to the previous question where the sister was saying she initiates the conversation, she struggles with it. So if there has been a problem, he pretends like that conversation never happened. He'll just move on. But it's playing on her mind and she's like, I have to talk about it. I don't know. I think we addressed that though. But if you'd like to say,
I mean, men avoid conflict now, right? That's the thing. Not being brave, you avoid conflict, right? They don't want, and conflict doesn't mean violence. People need to understand. The Sahaba had differences. They settled it. They discussed. They argued. Okay, Omar and Abu Bakr would have differences, and they got angry at each other. Okay, you need to talk, but men avoid. They're avoiding. There's a lot of avoidance. They don't want to be in conflict. Why? We men today are not good at expressing our emotions. We're either too cold or too hot. Okay, we have knee-jerk reactions. So a lot of men are the kind of like, man, if I'm gonna talk and I'm gonna get into an argument, I'm gonna lose it, right? And you find that's where you see like guys like just throwing the divorce card out, right, really fast, right? He gets angry, or you're divorced, blah, like he's just angry. He cannot have a proper discussion. He cannot receive any criticism. He can't handle anything, and he's avoiding. He'd rather run away from the situation. And this is a huge problem that we need to address. And that's what I believe. A lot of times, the ulama and the counselors, they're very important to be used in mediating some of the discussions because they can trigger and challenge the two sides to discuss things that they might not be able to discuss when they're just alone or face to face, or you can't run when you go to a mediation. The guy will call you and like, look, you guys have to talk right now. So these are some of the solutions that could happen, because a lot of men are not going to talk. Forget about it. They're going to just run away, and the woman gets more and more and more frustrated, starts nagging. She starts going outside of the family, talking to her friends, complaining to her friends, to her mom, and the problem gets bigger and bigger because you need to talk to someone. You're not going to lose your mind. You need to have someone to help you.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to add to that you have to be careful who you talk to as well. As Sheikh Reda earlier mentioned, the massive problems created amongst in-laws and outlaws, as we said earlier. Talk to Allah first, and then talk to people you trust with knowledge, not just a friend. And never talk to your parents about it. Bring only good things to your parents. When you speak to your parents, I'd say this to my own daughters and my own sons. If you have marital problems, don't bring them to me. Bring them to me when you need me to step in, if it's that serious. So before it becomes like that, remember, when your parents step in, that's the beginning of the end. You don't want to go that way. If you want to resolve issues, never involve your parents. Find someone you trust with knowledge that can guide you both. So having said that, with that example, just one thing, I think that it's really important you're very careful. Men run away. I want to paint a different picture to that, Ustadh Gabriel. Men got a lot to deal with. And sometimes it's a lot to them and not a lot to you. And if this is something that men are very fixed in an opinion, they'll avoid it because they don't want to fight with you.
Right.
They don't agree with you. So here's my advice. Here's a secret back door to get your way. Stop trying to win the argument. Just ask for what you want, but ask it in a way you know he can't say no. You know that thing you're going to disagree with, right? But I love it. It's how I want, but that's what I want. Make me happy, please. This will really, I know you don't, etc. Come at it from a wife perspective, a humble approach. Emasculate him, make him stronger, make him feel big, important, like you are the man. There's a way into his heart to get whatever you want. Just not an argument. You won't win. Either he'll walk away or you'll get nowhere. So my point, I'm not trying to say men are right. I'm saying here's a back door to get exactly what you want. And with that, Sheikh Gabriel, I want to say also that everyone has a lot of pride, but no pride when it comes to strangers. Hello, how are you? Lots of love, hugs and kisses, anything, big smiles, big cheek, whatever. Bring that hypocrisy home. Be completely fake with your family. Show them that love and take whatever you want in the sweetest possible way and tell him how amazing he is every single day. Brothers, the opposite. Tell her how incredible she is. Tell her the same. But what I'm trying to say is we don't have to win the argument sometimes. Sometimes it's not that anyone's running away. It's just that it's just better not to fight. Allah knows best. I have a question for you, Ustadh Gabriel. This question is from a brother. I really like this question. This is interesting, okay? I didn't expect this. This came from Left Wing. You speak a lot about men standing up, stepping up for the women. But how about men stepping up and supporting their brothers, other men? Where is the brotherhood?
Right. Excellent question. Excellent. He's so right. He is so right. There's a lot of support for sisters. There's a lot of encouragement for sisters to open up, to get support, to seek help, and so on. But men do not have it. By default, men don't want, again, as we established, they don't like to talk about their problems. You ask the guy, how are you? Yeah, alhamdulillah, I'm okay, right? You can tell by his body language that he's not okay. And again, based on my experience in my counseling, guys hesitate. They wait till it's about to break or till it breaks to finally seek out help. And when they are looking for help, it's very hard to find someone who's not going to be judgmental, who's not going to make him feel like he's worse than he is. So there's definitely a need for support groups for brothers. That's how I started the Muslim Alpha Men Society. Alhamdulillah, we have about 1,550 brothers on a Telegram group, because it is a platform for men to share their problems without any kind of...
please put me on there. Where was that? Did you say Telegram?
It's on Telegram, yeah.
I just got on it last night, so add me in there. Stick me in there as well. I'd love to get some advice from you, inshallah.
Inshallah.
I'd love to benefit
we share things. Yeah, we're still in testing phases. We're seeing how things are, but at least it's a platform for brothers to share some of their pains, and guys step in, they give advice, they share some of their problems, then I give some of my feedback. So it is a place for men to come out. There's no sisters on it. It's only for men. So sorry, sisters have, mashallah, their support groups, but men need support. Wallahi, when guys start opening up and you can see the problems that they're going through,
I think that's a fantastic, beautiful initiative. It's not, I love this because we've always had brothers groups and forums and whatever, but it's all about teaching. This is a discussion. This is share. This is heart to heart. Amazing, because a lot of brothers just cannot be fixed by moms and dads or wives and sisters. It has to be by other brothers.
No. So alhamdulillah.
With that being said, Sheikh Gabriel, I'm going to give you a couple more. I'm trying. I'm sorry. I hope I don't sound like I'm speaking too fast. It's just I'm running out of time, and I really want Sheikh Gabriel to cover as much as possible. I'm going to give you one last question, but you know what, brothers and sisters, before I do, please click thumbs up. Please subscribe. And I've got a couple of people I want to announce and appreciate. Sister, I think it's Rahila. I think I got that right. Also, Sister Hayat. Sister Rihanna, of course, our long-term supporter, donated as well. Jazakallah khairi. May Allah bless you guys. So that's 4 more donations. Please, brothers and sisters, send me a text message right now. I've posted up in the group the legacy box the gift box, the keepsake. To give this as a gift. It smells amazing. I can smell the candle in there. To give this as a gift to Hafiz Quran students that just graduate. And
excellent.
We owe them our life. They that for 1,000+ years, they're the one reason why we have Quran untainted in its original form. It's because they are Hafiz Quran. They dedicated their PlayStation, game station, all that time to learning Quran, like instead of doing things what other kids do. They did sacrificed, they worked hard. So we should appreciate them, inshallah. So it's alfitrah.com/legacy. I posted that link. Please click it and have a look there. So the last couple of questions for you is, Ustadh, we spoke a lot about, can you give us 3 vital characteristics that we should embody so that we are men worthy of being leaders of the ummah? Amazing question.
MashaAllah, that is a beautiful, beautiful question. Number one, obviously, I mean, let's put knowledge aside because everything starts from knowledge, and we discussed about knowledge. Okay, so let's just talk about 3 things. Number one, I would say be brave. Okay, don't be scared. There's a difference between being afraid and being scared. Okay, fear is something that can come natural. Being brave is doing things even though you are scared. Okay, or you're afraid. Sorry. So do it. Don't let that stop you. So many men limit themselves. They don't realize their potential because they are scared. Be brave. Don't worry about how you feel. Your heart is going to shake. You're going to feel it in your stomach. You're going to feel like walking away from this or that, like not doing it. Do not do that. As you feel that, say Bismillah and just go ahead. Put your tawakkul on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, tie your camel, do the asbab, and be brave. Even if you feel that anxiety in your heart, those butterflies in your stomach, still do it. Okay? Courage comes from the word cœur, in the French word, right? It's of the heart. It's something to do with the heart, right? Be brave. The Sahabas were brave. That's why they realized what they realized. So be brave. Don't be afraid. Okay? That's number one. Number two, you have to be independent to an extent. The Prophet ﷺ asked for al-ghina. Okay, you can't be a strong man if you don't have some independence financially. This is something that no one discusses, especially in the Islamic circles. It's taboo. It's like you can't be a good Muslim if you're going to talk about finances. Muslims always have to be poor. We always have to ask people for help, right? No, this is not correct. Look at Uthman radiallahu anhu. Look at Abu Bakr radiallahu, look at Abdurrahman ibn Auf, and many Sahabas. The Prophet used to ask, okay, wal ghina, I want to, and ghina from ghani, from being wealthy. You have to have some form of independence, all right? That's a sign of manhood, that you have some form of independence. So be brave, have some form of independence, especially financial independence. And the third thing I would say, and there's of course many more, you only asked for 3, there's so many more. But the third one I would say, istiqamah, be consistent, okay? Be disciplined. You have to have discipline, all right? You have to continue. Discipline is what? Is you have to have, the salawat, the 5 daily prayer is a great example of discipline. It's in our deen, it's a part of our system. Be disciplined, have istiqamah, be consistent in what you do. Don't give up at the first difficulty.
That's probably one of the hardest ones as well. It's probably the most difficult one, subhanAllah.
Yes, most people are not able to establish what they want or realize their dreams or meet their objectives because they give up. So in order to start, you start with bravery and you end with not giving up. No matter how many times you fail, no matter how many times you fall down, get up. Get up till there's breath in your body. You can get up. The issue is that you choose whether to get up or to stay down. That's up to you. I leave that up to you. So these are 3 things. There's many more, inshallah, but taqwa, knowledge, those are given.
No, amazing, amazing. Jazakumullah khair. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you all. Comments, thank you so much, brothers and sisters. I keep forgetting, I take my glasses off, sorry. Thank you so much for all your comments. I will get back to them. We have Sheikh Alaa coming, and it's time to break for Maghrib in about 3 minutes. So I just want to say, please remember to click the link, show your support of the dawah, make a donation, every single one of you. Even if it's just £5, don't be the one that's left out. There's a list on the day of judgment for today's sadaqah, whose names are going to be written by the angels. It's your choice whether your name is on that list showing that sadaqah. And from today, every good deed al-fitr is done. One Eid is doing the shahadas, the Eid salahs, the prayers in the masalla, the da'wah, the lectures, everything, even though it's done by volunteers, etc. It is your sadaqah jariyah if you wish for it to be so, inshallah. May Allah bless you all. Sheikh Gabriel, thank you so much. Jazakumullah khair. We hope to have you back. We want to do something proper, like we did say this last time as well. I keep asking the team, we want to do something a bit more structured with you in terms of an actual curriculum course or something more regular. So I hope that we are able to do that. I'm so happy this is our second time together live, and I'm very grateful for your time, and your smile is beautiful, mashallah. I love how you present. And with that being said, final words, thoughts, prayers, advice are from you, inshallah.
I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to strengthen us, to help us, to assist us. Like, we're nothing without him, you know? I mean, we need to realize that. No matter what we do, what we read, what we try to achieve in this life, we are nothing without Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So you remember where you start from, okay? This is, our deen is our life. قُلْ إِنَّ صَلَاتِي وَنُسُكِي وَمَحْيَايَ وَمَمَاتِي لِلَّهِ رَبِّ الْعَالَمِينَ. Everything. Say my prayer, my sacrifice, my living, and my dying is for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Make Allah first, Allah-centric. Your life should be with Allah first, and everything else, inshallah, will come. It will come.
Jazakumullah khair. We will see you again very soon, inshallah. May Allah bless you. And brothers and sisters, we will be right back in, let's say, at 4:20, inshallah. Or is it 4:30? 4:30. We will return at 4:30. That's in exactly 15 minutes for Maghrib Salah, inshallah. And we'll return with Sheikh Alaa, inshallah, or we'll have something special planned for you. We'll see you in about 15 minutes. Please make dua for all our speakers. Give thanks, give sadaqah in their name, raise your hands and pray to Allah, make dua for them and their families, and all the volunteers, everyone behind the scenes. Abdurrahman, who's been doing all the casting and the streaming for years now. I remember him as a 12-year-old boy carrying massive power cables across the park, getting the Eid Salah sound system ready. And he was only 12. And now, mashallah, he's a grown man. He's 19, 20, and he's doing all of this. So, you know, mashallah, tabarakallah, make dua for him, for everyone involved, the children of all the du'at and the speakers and the organizers, their children who have to sacrifice and sit by and wait because their parents are busy. And lastly, make dua for each other as people who attend these lessons. They're people you don't know, pray for them. You don't know what they're feeling. You don't know what they're going through. So keep that in mind. Jazakumullah khair. We'll see you in about 15 minutes, inshallah. Jazakumullah khair again. I'll see you soon, inshallah. Maybe we'll meet in Dubai, I hope. Who knows?
Inshallah.
Rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum salam wa barakatuh.
الطارش يلم عنا خط بكتابك الترحيب لو صرافة ليلك وجنة بالدجا في الليل.
Bismillah wa salatu wa salam ala Rasulillah, brothers and sisters, respected elders, guests, friends, everyone. I'm your brother in Islam, Jalal ibn Saeed, and welcome to our part 2 of Gender Wars. If you missed the beginning, you just joined recently, don't worry, you can rewind, watch from the beginning. You can watch the link later as well. If you missed part 1 2 weeks ago, you can watch that as well. We're going to clean it up a bit. We have to edit that a bit, but it is available for you to watch also, inshallah, so you can catch up. These are such important, crucial topics. They are a witness upon you, for you, or a witness against you. It's entirely up to you. If you make the time to listen, take notes, ask questions, learn, implement in your life, or you just knew he was there, you didn't listen, you didn't watch it, you didn't take heed, and you meet Allah on the day of judgment with loads of sins, you are accountable. So this advice from the shuyukh, the du'at, its purpose is from the Prophet ﷺ, from the command of Allah Azza wa Jal, to teach us how to be the best Muslim we can be. 2 weeks ago was about sisters, feminism, modern household. Today is about men, the best of men. We talked about how to be the best husband earlier. Then we talked about narcissism and egos, etc., with Ustadh Ramiz. And then after that, with Ustadh Gabriel, we talked about who is the best of men, how to become the best of men. And now the most important topic of the day with Sheikh Alaa Hafidullah was going to be about leadership of man, the household, the family. How to be that person, how to become that. And Sheikh Alaa has graced us and blessed us with this opportunity. He's agreed to join us while he is on Umrah. Sheikh Gabriel was busy something else, and he made this time. Ustadh Ramiz is busy with his hijama and his tour, and he was doing that. He made this time. And Sheikh Reda Bedeir is now moved from Canada back to Egypt. He is a lecturer at the University of Azhar, and he made that time. So the scheduling was so complex, everyone agreed, and it was difficult to align. And alhamdulillah, we had everyone here today. Sheikh Alaa, in fact, himself, he is on Umrah. And he was traveling from Umrah, and along the way, there was going to be a stop, and this was his slot where he was going to have transit, and he was going to do a Zoom call, and he was going to be with us. But it is unfortunate that we have been completely unable to communicate with him. I'm assuming he has not landed, or there's a delay on the travel. Something's happened. May Allah preserve him, give him a safe trip, but he is not here yet. So I'm going to continue until he is able to join us, or we will reschedule his reminder, because it is a very important one. How to be that leader, how to be that person, that Muslim man, the best amongst you, who is the leader in the house, the leader for the ummah, and managing the family and guidance. You know, this is very, very crucial. With that being said, I'm also going to open the floor to anyone who wishes to call me live. You want to speak to me on the phone, you can do. You want to join me on Zoom, you can do that as well. And if you wish to just message, you can do that as well. I'll try to address some of your questions, inshallah, while we are waiting. Before I begin, I want to say a big thank you to the brothers and sisters who have donated. Please click on thumbs up to show you like this video. More than 200 people have tuned in, but I know a lot of you just click on the link and you watch on YouTube, you don't actually log in. So if you don't log into YouTube, you can't click thumbs up. It won't let you. So you actually have to log into YouTube with an account or your Gmail or something. And then click on thumbs up, support the video, and subscribe. So every time we go live, you are made aware. Today's lecture Sunday is normally with Sheikh Salim Al-Amri. So next week, we're going to have Saturday and Sunday with Sheikh Salim Hafidullah. And then we have Friday night halaqas coming back. So we've got quite a lot of things coming your way. And then we also have Gender Wars Part 3. And we have some other big conferences coming up, and you want to be aware of that. So register on our website. Make sure you register for this course. Go to alfitrah.com. And lastly, does anyone wish to donate towards one of these boxes? I would recommend you donate one towards the Hafiz Quran. And also, I recommend you buy one for your own home. They are on special offer right now as well. It's very heavy. It's beautifully handcrafted. It's beautiful. I mean, hand designed, bespoke design just for this project. The books are inside. This whole thing comes out. Maybe I can show it to you, but this whole thing inside comes out, and you can stack all your Islamic books and materials in here, your journals. You can have many journals. You can get more of these. And this pen, I said I would show you. It's so beautiful, mashallah. And meanwhile, you can start typing your questions as well. I will get to them, inshallah. But check this pen out. It's so beautiful. I couldn't help myself. There's something.
Bit of ASMR.
ASMR,
Yeah.
whatever that stands for, but yes, beautiful pen. If I could move the camera, I would have written, I would have shown you. It's just, it writes so beautifully, mashallah. It's got a little tip, you got to pull that off.
Autonomous sensory meridian response.
Autonomous sensory meridian response.
Tingling sensation that typically begins at the back of the scalp and moves down the neck and up the spine.
Does that do anything for you, brothers and sisters? Okay, so a bit of humor there, a bit of jokes. Let's get back to it. So who would like to purchase one of these boxes for your family? Take one home today, please. 100% of the proceeds support the dawah, the Quran legacy gold pen is beautiful, and the journal, the candle, everything is amazing. Oh, the smell is so nice, mashallah. Can you see that? So oud scent candle, the chai, everything is beautiful, mashallah. You saw the advert earlier. it makes a beautiful gift as well. But it's something that you want your great grandkids to find. And it had all of your notes from your family, studying together, learning together, reading the English Quran together, inshallah. So I recommend you get one, inshallah, today. Who would like to order one, inshallah? Bismillah, jazakumullah khair. Okay, so I've got a few people. I'm going to mention them again. Sister Samina was the first. She donated 20 pounds. Sister Rehana donated. Thank you very much. Jazakallah khairi, 20 pounds. I think this is a brother with a beard. MashaAllah. See the emoji. 10 pounds, MashaAllah. Jazakumullah khair. May Allah accept it from you. Make it many folds weighty for you. Sister Rehana, thank you very much for your donation as well, which was 20 pounds a month. That's the first standing order monthly. I will send you those details. Hayat Jama, Jazakumullah khair, Jazakallah khairi. So can I ask who will be the next one? We'd like to raise the funds towards the dawah. We need your support. You need the Sadaqah Jariyah. It is something the Prophet ﷺ would stand and he would call the people to donate towards an expedition or a project. And if it wasn't enough, if they hadn't, they all struggled. They were quite poor at the time, most of them. But he would just sit there and wait. And then I think it was Uthman radiallahu anhu, he would go and bring as much as he can, carry, and he brought more. And he still was quiet. And then he went back and he brought more. And he did this many times until there was a mound of it. And then the Prophet ﷺ said, this should suffice the projects, the work. It's something that we all must share the burden, inshallah. It's not a burden. It's such a huge blessing. But if you hold on to it today, it's only shaitan that causes us to sit and benefit and learn, but not want to implement that knowledge. It's shaitan that distracts us to make us think, oh, you got that. Yeah, you do that. Yeah, he whispers to our ego like that. But you can buy this and you can buy that. The dawah is so much more worthy. If you're spending 40, 50 pounds on a mobile phone every month or 20 pounds on a mobile phone, that could be your monthly sadaqah jariyah as well. If you could do that, you can do this. Do this for yourself, for your children, in your child's name, in your parents' name, a sadaqah jariyah that's going to benefit everyone in the family, and it's long lasting. So please send a text message if you wish to either order a gift box, or you want to donate one towards the Hafidh Quran program, or you wish to just make a one-off donation of any amount, or you wish to set up a standing order, a monthly amount, any amount that can help us, inshallah. Okay, so now I'm looking for questions. Let's see. I think I missed some earlier. I'll try to go back. And on YouTube, you're welcome to comment. You can text, you can call, whichever you like, inshallah. Let me put the number up again. So you can text me, or you can call, or you can message if you want to donate a small amount or any amount or a monthly amount. Friday night, it's Fitrah night. Better not miss it if you want to stay bright. Beats a Werther's original. That's beautiful, mashallah. I like that. Okay, and no, I haven't seen any other questions. I'm just looking to see what I've missed. Mohit, are you still here? How is the family? May Allah bless you. Brother Mohit is, mashallah, a relation in Abu Dhabi. Such a lovely family, mashallah. Muhammad Qalib, are you still here? He is what we call OG. He is original, yes, from Al Fitrah, long time ago, mashallah, tabarakallah. Let's see, brotherhood. Men don't have intimate connections with other men. They just idle chit-chat and soft chit-chat about footy, not about real talk. That's interesting. And if that's the case around you, then that's something you want to change. In fact, I think there was one, someone said, one of my relatives asked me, how many, who are your friends? Who do you have as friends? I don't have friends, I have brothers. And that's why I have such few brothers, because friends talk about footy. I think you mean football, or what we call soccer, and other useless things. Whereas brothers will constantly remind each other of Allah and push each other towards pleasing Allah and gaining some benefit, inshallah. So
I disagree, because I've got brothers and I've had the type of conversations that they have with their friends, And it can be quite playful sometimes, but it also can be quite meaningful at times. So it just depends on who you're surrounding yourself with, what type of people that are there.
Yeah, I think sometimes we get fooled by that. Oh, sorry, if you couldn't hear her, she was saying about how her own brothers, this is my eldest daughter, she's talking about her own brothers. She's hear them talking to their friends and they chit chat and stuff, but then they eventually talk about something meaningful as well. And then it goes back to chit chat. I think that that's true. That's really good if that's the case, but there's majority of the time it becomes games, this, that, whatnot, like the brother said. And sometimes there's some meaningful stuff there. You need to increase that. The dawah, the deen, ibadah, akhirah, Allah's topic, what pleases Allah is the best. And then there can be some worldly chit chat as well. In fact, the Prophet ﷺ said, surround yourself with people that when you look at him, he reminds you of Allah. She reminds you of Allah. That's the person you love for the sake of Allah. Just looking at them, it reminds you of Allah. And there are people in your life, by the way, okay? There are people in your life that you avoid because they remind you of Allah and you don't want to remember Allah. I'll give you an example. Someone's doing haram or someone's doing something that they're tempted with or something that they're used to, or maybe a sister's not wearing hijab or not properly, or a brother's hanging out girls. So that brother would not want to be seen by someone who reminds him of Allah, because right now he's chit-chatting to this girl that's not his mahram, and he doesn't want to remember Allah right now, because if he does, he'll feel guilty and it'll ruin the moment. This is all shaitan's plot. So you have to have friends. If you have friends that remind you of Allah, they are bringing you closer to Allah. But if they are not bringing you closer to Allah, they are surely finding a way to take you away from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, whether they want to or not. Benjamin's question, when looking for a potential spouse, is it best for a man to have more knowledge of the deen or vice versa? I did see that question earlier. We did miss it. And I'm so glad. Jazakallah khairi, Sister Taliba, who's also from Abu Dhabi. And she shared that information with us. It reminded me about that question from Benjamin. Let's see. What do you guys think? Should the man have more Islamic knowledge in a married couple, or should the woman have more knowledge? Islamic knowledge. Who is more important to have more Islamic knowledge?
Mom.
The father, the husband, the man. Why?
More, as opposed to having knowledge and having no knowledge.
No, that's not the question. Focus.
That's what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
more.
He should have more knowledge than her.
But that's not saying that she has little to no knowledge.
No, so you don't need to go there. You don't need to justify. Focus. Should he have more knowledge than her or not? The husband she's looking to marry, she look for a man who has more knowledge than her.
Yeah.
She should. Yes?
The more knowledge he has, the more he fears Allah.
Maybe. So the more knowledge he has, the more he fears Allah, you say. Maybe. Some people have a lot of knowledge and they become fools. They become buffoons. Makes them arrogant. So it depends. Fear of Allah is not automatic. Okay? But knowledge should make you fear Allah. Now, if a man was to ask me, what should I look for in a woman when I'm looking to get married? He should look for a woman with piety and iman, which means knowledge. The hadith does not say a woman who has more knowledge. The hadith of the Prophet ﷺ said you can marry a person for 4 things. Their wealth, that they have money. I'm going to marry him. He's going to pay my way. My life's good, sorted. You know what? More power to you. Or vice versa. I'm going to marry her. She's going to pay for my dawah. Anyways, so then you have status. If I marry so-and-so, I'll get into this country, or I'll get into that university, or I'll get into these family countries. So-and-so country and that country are at war with each other. But if we marry each other, we'll bring peace to the countries. I don't know, whatever. So status, you're allowed to marry for. Third, you can marry for a person's beauty. Oh, he is so handsome. She has to marry him. Oh, she is drop dead gorgeous. She's the one I'm going to marry. Those are the 3 reasons. Number 4, he says not knowledge. He says, or you can marry for piety. He doesn't say knowledge in the hadith. He says you can marry them for their piety. So I've seen people. I know someone who I consider to be one of the best husbands to his wife. There's a brother I know, a few of them I know, that I believe they are the best husbands to their wives. I'm thinking if I met a boy like that, I would marry him to my daughter. or a man, sorry, I shouldn't say boy. If I met a man like that, a young man like that, I would marry him to my daughter in a heartbeat. And I'm thinking of their piety. And all 2, 3 of them that I know, 4 of them that I've seen, they don't have much knowledge. It's their piety I'm in love with. And then I know people with lots of knowledge that if they came to me asking me for my daughters, I say no. So it's not that if the both can go together, fantastic. But the Prophet ﷺ said, marry of them the one who has more piety. So that does not mean lots of knowledge. That means he's a good person. She's a good person. They will do goodness. It's the fitrah is clean. You know, you can have lots of knowledge and corrupt fitrah. So, akhi, that's haram. I don't know. It's kind of makruh right now. You know, it's not really haram. It's makruh. I can debate with you. I can debate with you about this and that. And I can tell you this is something not so haram because I know Tabarani and I know Tirmidhi and I know this. And I can debate with you with dalil and isnad, etc. So that knowledge didn't benefit that person.
Not correct.
No, it's not corrupt knowledge. It's corrupt heart. The knowledge is correct. The dalil is correct. It's being the dalil, the evidence, the knowledge is being manipulated into something wrong, which is a lot of couples fights, husband, wives fighting. A lot of fights when you want to establish your case. Here's one for you. The Prophet Muhammad ﷺ said to the women, if a husband had a wound and there was pus coming out of the wound and you were to suck it and clean it, and kiss it, like make it better. Even if you were to do that to him, it would not repay his rights over you. So men would throw that at their wives, say, I don't even have a wound yet. You see how that hadith is authentic? And it's true. The rights, what a man facilitates for a woman, you could never repay. What does a man facilitate for a woman? Her hijab, her deen, her iman, her khushu, her jannah. So yes, you can never repay him for that. But then the same applies the opposite. What does the woman supply the man? Could he ever repay the woman for being a mother to his child, preserving the izzah of the house? She could go do whatever she wants, but no, she's a woman of haya. She could say certain things, but she's a woman of shyness and iman. She could be obedient. She could be good. She could be advising him in his life. She could be guiding him eventually to Jannah and raising his children as a sadaqah jariyah. So it's on both sides. My point is, dalil can be used to argue a fight in the wrong way. So a good, sound heart doesn't need dalil. You just be like, I'm sorry, that was wrong of me. A good, sound heart only needs dalil when he or she needs to get closer to Allah, not when in argument. A good, sound heart needs dalil to get to know Allah better, to know what is right and wrong for the sake of Allah. I hope that makes sense. So the answer to the question, should you marry a man who has more knowledge than you? Sure, but check the piety. And the same applies to men. When you ask men, if you ask a young man who's looking to get married, do you want a woman who has more knowledge than, what do you want in a woman? He'll say, I want her to I want her to be Hafiz Quran. Are you Hafiz Quran? Oh, not yet. But man, if she's Hafiz al-Quran, she's going to make my children Hafiz Quran. You see? Everyone wants the best. We're going to do a quick exercise. Can you guys grab a piece of paper? You can use your tablet, yeah? Grab a piece of paper, your tablet, and write this at the top. Tell me when you're ready. You guys do this at home. Come on. Do this at home. Get a piece of paper or open up a notepad on your computer and type this. Okay? It's just a quick little thing. We're going to have a quick little exercise. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Right at the top, the title, The Perfect Spouse. So if you're a woman, you mean husband. And if you're a man, you mean wife. So you write the perfect spouse for you. Now, you ready? I want you to list down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Imagine him in your mind. Come on. Imagine you're a spouse, future spouse, husband, future wife. Imagine them in your mind. And if you're married already, imagine what you would have imagined before you married them. So imagine that person in your mind. And now describe that person to me. He looks like this. She looks like that. He does this. She does that. He acts like this. His hair's like that. She dresses like this. She walks like that. Write those kind of things. Descriptions. Write those descriptions down. The most perfect spouse. You don't have to show this to anybody if you don't want to. If you don't want to, you don't have to show this to anybody. This is just for you. So don't be shy. Write it out. What's he like to the girls? What's he like? Describe him. Character, looks, physique, wealth, iman, knowledge. Write it all down. And brothers, Who's the perfect wife? If you're already married to a woman, it's still listed. Think about it, what you wanted before you got married. Write it down. Everything you want, inshallah. Tell me when that's done. Ben Jamil, you said that's a good answer. Jazakallah khairi. I hope it benefited you, inshallah. Abdul Ali, man should have more knowledge, but should not be big gaps between the two. So they become mirrors, or else they may fall into the gap. A very good point, mashallah. Like I said, they both want the same. They're going to end up in the same. They'll have a compromise, They will come to a compromise. So you guys ready? Have you listed it? You shouldn't be done yet. You should have tons of stuff. No sharing. Have your own stuff, please. Your own list. Yeah? Don't cheat. Don't mishmash. You're not sharing a spouse. Okay? Have your own spouse. Okay. Have you guys done it on YouTube? Can you guys respond? Give me some comments. Have you listed it up? I have that list in my laptop matched to myself. I have no idea what that means. I have that list in my laptop matched to myself. What does that mean? Are you telling me you found?
No. They've written the person that matches to them.
Oh, you've already. Okay. I was like, wow. How'd you do that? When you make that list, finding that perfect person, difficult.
Or maybe they've written a list of what they want themselves to be as a perfect.
I don't know. We're about to find out. Okay, you guys ready? You ready? Okay. So you got your list. You've written up your list. Any more? Can anyone brave enough to read it out loud? I want to just know some of those items. Name some of them. Tell me about him. There's no. Go on.
He's rich.
Woohoo! He is rich. Okay.
Has very good taste in clothes.
Has very good taste in clothes. Go on.
Dark hair.
This one's gonna be difficult, guys. Patience. Dark hair.
Dark skin.
Dark skin. Really? I like that. Okay. Most people are like, oh, he has to be fairer than the moon. Anyways, okay. Fine. All right. So dark skin, dark hair, rich. Is that it? You didn't write anything else?
I don't know. He's perfect.
He's perfect. What makes him perfect, though? You're supposed to tell me what makes him perfect. Your list is perfect. Of course he's perfect. But what about his personality?
What is his personality? Is he funny? Is he smart?
Smart. Yeah.
Smart. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. All right. These youngsters, you know that. Okay, how about you? Anything?
Tall,
pious,
wealthy,
pious and wealthy. My God.
Hafiz Quran.
Hafiz Quran. Ooh.
Respectful and funny.
Respectful and funny. That's all you got.
And knows his boundaries.
Knows his boundaries. I don't know what that means. Next one. Anyone? How about you in the corner? I won't say anyone's names. Don't worry. You don't want to tell me. It's fine. So you don't have to tell. You didn't do it. You don't know. Maybe I can help her. Go on. Go on. What have you got?
I haven't finished, but I said tall, brown.
Tall.
Hair.
Okay, guys, stop there. Okay, now we're going to do this. Have you guys on YouTube done it? Is anyone going to list anything? Can you guys list some items, please? Write up what you wrote. Okay. Now, practical. What's the word? Exercise number 2. Right now, I want you to look. Now, I want you to imagine that person exists. Okay, this is the hard bit. Imagine that perfect person. Imagine them. That person is walking down the street towards the masjid. Okay, and he is married or she is married. If you're a brother, you're looking for a wife, right? So now look at her for just. Wow, this is going all wrong. So think about this person. Now imagine that person walking and they're married, how they're dressed, how they walk with their iman, Islam, whatever you think of, right? All the things, Hafiz Quran, and so on and so forth. Now imagine all that. They are married to their spouse. Now look at their spouse. Write their spouse down. Who did that person marry? That person you're describing, what kind of person did they choose to be their spouse? Write it down now. Don't cry, just write. Yes, heartbreaking, isn't it? Heartbreaking. The question, Abdul Ali, is to list up all of the requirements that what is the perfect spouse for you. You kind of missed that bit, I guess. So just write it down on a notepad, all the things you want in your spouse, not the one you're married to, someone else, the perfect spouse. List those items. It's a really important exercise. So write all this stuff and don't show it to anyone, especially your spouse if you're married. So list all that stuff down. Now, next to it, now write, describe the person they're married to. So this man you described, Imagine this brother's wife now. What does she look like? How is she dressed? What is her knowledge? What is her iman? What level of Quran does she know? Etc. So list that. Who are they married to? Describe the person they're married to. Because you know what? Every single human being thinks of the perfect spouse, but never thinks they will get that. Because they think, well, that's the perfect spouse. I'm not going to get it because that person's perfect. Why would they pick me? They're going to pick someone else. So describe that other person they chose. What do they look like? How do they behave? What do they look? Okay, so someone's written, Bin Jamil's write down, the perfect spouse is akhlaq, good akhlaq, patient, has good hygiene, that's a good one, and has ghira. Very good, mashallah. Ghira is important. Allah hates the dayuth. So yes, ghira. Very good. So now look at that perfect husband, that perfect spouse. Who did he marry? And don't say me. Right? Now that you've done that, have you done it? Can you guys read out what she looks like now? Describe her to me. Anyone? You didn't write. You hate her. Okay. Y'all took this a bit too personal. Okay, so when you look at the descriptions of the person he would have married or she would have married, you take that. That part's very important. You need to write it if you didn't do it now. You need to write what she like now.
Three things, and two of them are the same.
Go on, what is it?
Religious, modest, and has haya.
Religious, modest, and has haya. You can write 1,000 things under those three because those three can be broken down, yes? Those are weighty words. Religious, modest, has haya. All three things define 101 things. That's amazing stuff, yes? So now look in the mirror and make yourself that woman so that you end up with that guy. So when you look at the perfect woman and she's married to the perfect man, then you better know who that perfect man is and then work hard, start curling up that iron and start making some of that money and memorize the Quran. I don't know, whatever it is that you feel, then you become that so that when you do get married, you have a perfect match. That's how it works. Everyone wants the best, but no one wants to be the best. You need to be the best. And Allah says in the Quran, the chaste for the chaste, the unchaste for the unchaste. Allah will match people based on their status. So if there's someone perfect out there, do you deserve them? If you don't, you're not going to get them. Allah will not let you have them because Allah will protect them from you. You have to become worthy. You will get someone at your level, what you deserve, inshallah, and Allah knows best. Which is why if you're already married, we need to work it through because that was what Allah matched up. We need to find a way to fix our problems. Right, brothers and sisters, I think Sheikh Alaa is going to be rescheduled, inshallah. So I'm going to open the floor to any questions to anyone about anything relating to men, Muslim men. I think I've got a question here. Guys, type your questions up. And also, I please, brothers and sisters, let me read out some more donations. Send a text message or a message saying you'd like to donate, please, inshallah. I've seen 5 donations, mashallah, so far. Humble, but may Allah bless them and multiply them for you. Ameen. Okay, I've looked at all the chats. I don't see any questions. I didn't make a list as my wife is perfect for me. Mohit, yeah. MashaAllah, well done, because I know the family. You have to be careful. Good one. No, of course she is. Of course she is. This wasn't an exercise to say my wife is not perfect, my husband's not perfect. This exercise was to really check yourself. So those of you who are married, let's have a different exercise. Write down all of the best characteristics of your spouse. Just the best ones, not the negatives. Write only the best things you know about your spouse. Write them down. And then check yourself. Do I deserve them? And then think about the things you need to fix in yourself to be deserving of those characteristics. These are the practices that make the husband humble and make the wife aspire to want to be better and him to be more humble and better. So these are the things that help us, inshallah. Okay, with that being said, if anyone would like to order a legacy, brothers and sisters, like I said, this box, I want to sell at least 10 of them to the Hafidh Quran program. So these youngsters are being gifted these. We already sent them out to the Stevenage Masjid, mashallah. And there's more students we'd like to give these out to, inshallah. So please sponsor one. You can pay monthly towards it, or you can pay it all in one go. But ultimately, just if you could say, I'll take a box, so we can ship one of these out. You know what? Even more so, I'll be even happier if you buy one for yourself. I want every household to have one of these, not just for the sake of supporting the dawah, which it will massively, but also because we all need to read the Quran, the word of Allah, more, inshallah. Any other questions, brothers and sisters? How about you guys while we're waiting? Any questions from here? Sister Taliba, have I missed any questions? I'll just wait a couple more minutes. Have we missed any questions previously? Like the one you sent from Bint Jamil? And I'm happy to address some of the points that were made. I think we've covered so many topics today. I'm thinking I don't want to overburden you guys, but I'm happy to cover some of the topics as well, if you like. Yes.
Would you think, it's a very debatable topic, but would you think that you have a better chance of a long-lasting marriage if the person is found and trusted to you by your parents, or if you have a better chance like finding someone yourself, you've known them for a few years, you've even tested, you've even spoken about marriage, you've seen their personality grow, how it changed over years and stuff, and then you decide, I want to marry this person because there's not, like, even through the flaws, we've still gotten through it together. This is someone who I want.
You mean dated?
No, not dated, but I just mean like.
Well, how did they get through it together?
No, so not through it together, but I mean you can see like through personal.
Meaning you've known each other all along.
Yeah.
Okay. So the question here is about what's a higher likelihood of a marriage that's more successful and blissful? One that is arranged by the parents. Did I get that right? Yeah. One's that's arranged by the parents, or you got to know a person and you've known each other for a while and then you eventually get married. Okay. What's more likely to be successful? SubhanAllah, I actually don't know. So that's something really difficult. Like, for example, the default answer is what? Parents. Why?
Just 2 reasons they want. Huh? I've got 2 reasons. What's yours? They want what's best for you.
Parents want what's best for you. That's one answer. Go on.
They can see things that you can't see.
They can see things you can't see. What else?
Just because you've known the person all this time doesn't mean you know them as a partner.
Just because you've known someone all this time doesn't mean you know them as a partner. I was going to say that earlier when I said, how do you know them? Just talking on the phone, chit-chatting on the even dating. Umar radiallahu anhu said, you never know a man unless you live with him or travel with him. And traveling means living. Traveling back then meant you spent a month in the desert together. So unless do business transactions. Business transactions is one of the easiest ways to get to know someone, because that's when the truth comes out. Unless you're being set up and played long con, which is let you win everything, make you think they're good, and then they get you in a bad way. So yes, parents, but it depends on who your parents are. I'm going to say it. That's why I was hesitant to answer the question. All of you probably expected me to say parents, of course, because that's my daughter asking the question. And that's a very good question. But let's say, you know, I might be a great example. You're asking this question because I'm hopeful. I'm hoping you think my dad's going to look out for me. He's going to make sure I'm fine. Well, you know, you take that. I can't just say yes then, because you take that for granted. But there's majority of the young girls out there I can't say that for, because their father's going to marry them to somebody wrong, you know, and it's all about culture and it's all about tradition or family name or some tie, etc. Ultimately, here's the perfect balance. The father and mother bring the candidate to you and say, what do you think? He approaches from the outside, his mom, his dad, somebody, and the parents get the first check. Tick, 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 about 1,000 times, and then tick, 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 tick. Oh my God, bring this one in. Now the parents' ticks are done. You're still not married. Now this person is brought in front of you and you start doing your ticks and you get to know each other. You spend time talking and a halal environment. And then you find, now your parents have to go tick, tick, tick again. about another 1,000 times, and then bring 1,001 to you, and you're like, tick, 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 and we're like, yeah, this is the one. We're like, oh my God, gotta do this all over again. It's the mom and dad's job to do that for you, over and over until you decide, tick, 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 tick. Whatever you say, Daddy. I don't know these things. Whatever you say. The shyness of a woman that doesn't say, yes, I want him.
I think in the other case as well, like in the other side, getting to know each other, you get loads of people who from outside Islam, or they're not practicing, and then together they become practicing and they get married.
Say that last bit again.
Like two people, they're either not Muslim,
yeah,
or they're not practicing, they're Muslim by culture, and then they find Islam, and they get married together through Islam.
What's your question?
That's the way for that one to work.
Okay, so now you're looking at different parables. Okay, there's a bridge. There's a bridge to get to the island, but you come in from different land masses, and there's different bridges, and there's airplanes, and there's ships, and there's boats. Yeah, there's different ways. In your situation, I can answer that question how I did, because a lot of people have practicing parents that look out for them. The cultural ones are also good. It doesn't have to be just Islam, because Islam is culture in many countries. They may not know the Quran and Hadith very well, but the culture is based on Islamic culture, so it does work. But then you have the bad ones where the daughter says no and the dad says, well, you must. That's not fair. The girl gets to choose and refuse. It's her choice, right? Now, your question is about what about people who don't know Islam? They go dating and then they find Islam after, or they get married and then find Islam after. Or how about they're kafir all their life and they're married and they find Islam together? Or how about one is divorced, finds Islam, and then marries a Muslim? There's 101 ways you can end up with the right person for the sake of Allah. But the one with the least amounts of negative experiences, the better off they are. You don't want negative experience. You don't want your heart broken again and again, do you? You don't want to go through pain and sorrow. You don't want to put your family, your parents through pain and sorrow. So you want to try to do best you can, inshallah. And Allah knows best. Think of your questions, guys. Think of your questions. I got one here. Will you schedule a talk about polygamy as part of a series, or should I ask the question? Go on, ask the question. And in terms of a series, yeah, I think this is something that's been on our minds. We've discussed it a few times. Should we talk about polygamy or not? Yeah, I don't see why not. We can do, inshallah. It's part of knowledge. Next question is, how open should husband and wife be? And is there such a thing as privacy? For example, in social media, phone, privacy, etc. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
I know that question could be very different.
Should a husband and wife have privacy from each other on the phone?
I think it depends.
It depends.
Yes.
I'm so disturbed by that answer. Should a husband and wife? What do you guys say? Should he?
It depends on
What does it depend on? Oh, I know what you're going to say. I know what you're going to say. Go on. Go on. I know what you're going to say. Go on. Bismillah. Okay. Right. Okay. So it depends. The husband and wife should have some privacy to a degree, or how open should they be with each other? Go on. What's your reason?
Okay, there's 2 ways to go. Like a husband and wife, it's just them two. Someone like a man and a woman are married. A woman should be able to, if a man should not flinch if she picks up his phone, or the other way around. But then the other should respect the privacy of that's a conversation between you and your mom, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to read it.
Mm-hmm.
But it shouldn't be a problem for him to read it or for her to read it.
I think that's the perfect balance. It should not be a problem, but I will say it is a problem. Because while it's not a problem, there's nothing to hide. But when you read it, it causes a problem. You should never have had that conversation. It's not that he or she should not have read it.
Yeah.
It's that conversation should not. If it was going to cause a problem, then that conversation should not have happened.
No. Like I might have a conversation with my mom about
personal things.
Something.
But that's not going to
nothing to do with my husband.
But that's not going to cause a problem.
Yeah.
But if a conversation,
respect the privacy that this is a conversation between you and your mom. I'm not going to read it.
Correct.
But it's not a problem if he did read it.
Correct. And Sheikh Salim says what leads to haram is haram, and he strictly says it's haram for you to send pictures and stuff to each other, because someone's husband's gonna see them.
Yeah.
Someone's brother's gonna see them, and that's very haram. So I can't stress that enough. Be careful with your pictures and stuff.
You have a man who's married to multiple women.
Yeah.
Then I would say that a woman shouldn't.
Well, my next question. Okay, that's a very good point. My next question, before we get to the polygamy topic, is so a woman's phone should be read by the man if he needs to, and it shouldn't be a problem, but he should respect her enough not to.
Yeah.
I agree with that. But what about the opposite? Should a woman feel like she can check the man's phone anytime she wants and it not be a problem? And I would say generally yes, but if he's married to another wife and if he has another family, this can cause problems.
Yeah.
Correct?
She shouldn't.
Sure, she shouldn't. So it depends, really.
As in, I don't think it should even be allowed.
So now coming back, I have a better aspect to this. The question was, how open should a husband and wife be? How open do you want your husband to be with you? How open do you want your wife to want your wife to be with you? My answer is, I don't care about the phones. I don't know how I got sucked into that conversation. I don't care about the phone. Forget the phones. You know what I care more about is you should be as fake as humanly possible. Only with good intentions. You should say everything you want to say, but say it in the fakest way possible. I don't even feel like I like him. Oh, I love you, and because I love you, I want to say this. Fake it. In the nicest way possible, be open. And that means when you start being open with someone in loving, heartfelt ways, there's something that you just can't do it like that. There are some things that are just too negative. So for those things, you don't want to be open. So there should be a level of shyness. God, some bad examples, huh? How can I say this? You're hanging out with your brother, you and your brother, two brothers, yeah? And one does something funny, the other one's laughing. And if a girl saw that, she'd think, ew, they're so gross. Do you know what I'm talking about? Two sisters are joking, and if a brother heard it, a man heard it, like, how could you say that? Oh, don't bring that up around me. It's opposites, right? So those things you should not bring into a marriage. Don't treat your husband like he's your brother. Don't treat your wife like she's your buddy or your pal. No. Keep the romance forever. Formality. My culture, not mine, sorry, my parents' culture. I wish it was mine. My parents' culture, they don't even call each other by their name. Never. They have nicknames, and they'll never use their real names towards each other out of respect. And when they speak in the plural. In Urdu, you say aap or shama, or in Arabic, we say you all or multiples. You know, the plural respect. They speak like that. I wish I lived in that era. So beautiful. When they fight, my parents fight. You shouldn't expose our personal life, but let me show you my parents fight. You ready? I'm going to share with you simply because today's day and era, subhanAllah, here's my parents fight. Oh, did so-and-so say this? Oh, they said that. I thought they said this. No, they said that. Should I get you some tea? No, don't want to drink. Don't want tea. Well, let me get you some sweet then. No, I don't. So I'm going to step out for a while. Well, wait, I'll come with you. No, you stay. You do what you got to do. No, I'm coming with you. I have plans. I have to do something. And she will not let him go. She will not stop. She will not stop. If he's not willing to openly say, I'm upset, she will not let it go because she knows he is upset. That is beautiful. That was an argument in my house. Like that. What do y'all think? Think about the other. I'll think about me. Today's day and age in English, it's a weak language, it's a rough language, it's a tough language. And in this language, we're just kind of abrasive and cold. And you can be romantic as well. You can be soft. So that's my advice, inshallah. Allah knows best. Any thoughts? Any questions? Will I schedule a talk on this subject? Yes, we will. Is the lecture finished? Yes, we are finished. I'm going to wrap up now because it is way past 5 o'clock. I agree. Also in cultures where women are told a man should never be questioned. I have no idea which culture that is, but yes, you do not want to marry a man from such a culture where he thinks he should never be questioned by the woman. That's not Islam. Goodbye. You are the weakest link. I couldn't help it. The next one is it right for the second wife polygamy, here we go. Is it right for the second wife to advise the husband to be good to the first one? What is the boundary? My God. I mean, I think that is a beautiful thing. Yes, it's a beautiful thing when the first wife advises the husband, be good to your second. Oh, I think she's upset, or I think you should try this, or I think you should. There's no boundary here, but only that. She is never allowed to say anything else. She's never allowed to cross that line. The first wife can do the same in return. And that's beautiful. And many couples are like that. Many are like that. And that's beautiful. But it's not easy. It takes a woman that doesn't love her husband much to do that. People think, oh, she loves him so much. No, 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 no. She loves him just enough. She loves Allah more. And for love of Allah, she loves her sister. She wants to be equal and fair in the eyes of Allah with her sister. So it's that kind of love. So yes, she would love her own sister, Islamic sister, not blood sister. She would love her, because you can't marry two sisters in Islam. Her blood sister, no, but her Islamic sister, she would want for her what she wants for herself. So for the sake of Allah, she would say pious things and good things like that. Like I believe one of the wives of the Prophet ﷺ, he married her because she was a widow, I think, or something, and she was not a woman that most men would have married then, and the Sahaba said, marry her. It's not out of anything strange. It's because you need a mom to look after your daughters. So he married her, and he was single at the time. He was a widower himself at the time. So he married her, and later in life, he thought, well, I'm married to someone else now. I can let her go. He said to her, you can go. I can divorce you so you can marry someone to be happy with. And she said, no, Rasulullah, don't divorce me. Let me go to Jannah being your wife and take all of my time with me. You don't need to worry about me. Go spend it with that wife, because I know you like spending time with her, etc. So it's that kind of compassion and that kind of love. So Allah knows best. But I would say there is a boundary. Yes, there should be a boundary, and you should be very careful not to cross it. But saying good things, wanting good for each other in the two households, absolutely beautiful. MashaAllah, tabarakallah. Okay, I think that's it, guys. Allahu Akbar, I haven't left anything. Do you have any questions? Does anyone want to still donate? Does anyone want to support the dawah and support us, inshallah, or ask any questions? Feel free to call me. The number's on the screen, 07958183184. If you wish to donate towards the legacy box or buy one yourself, please go to legacy-collections.com. 100% of the proceeds goes to support the dawah. Beautiful, heavy keepsake that's designed by Dawah Art. And that's it, really. I think it was a fantastic day. I loved it. Thank you so much for your time, for dedicating all this time to us. And also big jazakumullah khair to Sister Abida for organizing all the speakers. And she's going to continue doing so. She works in the background with Sister Jannah, and they arrange all of this with Abdul Rahman, who is the glue that puts all the IT stuff together and the streaming, mashallah, tabarakallah, who's also my eldest son. Very proud of him. Young Abdullah, who does the other lessons and does the Sheikh Salim hosting, Sheikh Salim Lamri's lectures, Sister Taliba, who joins us and moderates the YouTube channel for us, YouTube chats for us, Jazakallah khairi, everyone involved. I'm so grateful to all of you for all of your dua and your donations. We didn't get much in donations today, but please, if you intended to give, please get in touch and do so. It's how the dawah thrives. You look at the kuffar. I remember there was once upon a time in a country where there was a fight between Christians and Muslims. May Allah protect us from these fights and these hatred situations, but they burnt a mosque to the ground, and then the Muslims retaliated and burned a church to the ground. The mosque, I remember last I checked, it was still being rebuilt slowly, and it was years had gone by. The church was built back, rebuilt, twice as big within 6 months. It's such a massive difference in our communities. You spend on what you believe in. So when you look at the kuffar, they believe in their kufr more than you and I believe in our haqq. That can't be the case. We have to spend upon this dawah and the deen the way we would spend upon our own homes, our own lives. This is the dawah call for the sake of Allah. And whenever any Muslim says, please donate, there should be everyone giving £5-10 at least, something. No one should not give anything. And that's pretty disheartening for you, not for me, not for us, but it's disheartening because it shows you the knowledge is not benefiting if you're holding back. Oh, but I've given here and I've given there. No, that's not how a Muslim thinks. Oh, but I can't give anymore. We can always give something if we want a better akhirah, because Allah provides it. If we say I can't give more, it means Allah does not give us. And Allah is not stingy. He is ar-Razaq, always provides. So when time comes when people say, I'm looking for help, then Allah will provide them with help. But when it comes to tests like this is a test from Allah. Who will give a loan to the one whose wealth does not diminish? Who will give the loan back to Allah, what He's the one who gave it to you in the first place? And these are the times when everyone's quiet. It's kind of worrying, like, There's no reason that everyone doesn't say, okay, again, £1 then. It should never be that you don't put your hand up, even if it's just £1. But it should always be massive numbers of hands of Muslims going up whenever a Muslim says, who will give for the sake of Allah? Because don't we believe in him? This is his religion. This is our life. Everything we have, he gave us. We should be worried if that's the case. We should be really worried about this knowledge. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you all, enable you and me to do a lot more. And I look forward to Sheikh Alaa's lecture when we reschedule, inshallah. We have more lectures coming up. Sister Abida's arranging more talks as well. We have next Saturday, Sheikh Salim Al-Amri at 12 noon again. And then Sunday, Matters of the Heart. Fundamentals of Tawheed on Saturday and Matters of the Heart on Sunday. I look forward to seeing you all then. Until then, keep me and my family in your dua. Fi amanillah. Jazakumullah khair to everyone who participated. And anything correct we've said is from Allah Azza wa Jal. Anything we've said incorrect is from us. May Allah forgive us for saying it and make us all forget we said it. أقولي قولي هذا أستغفر الله لي ولكم وأشهد أن لا إله إلا أستغفرك ونتوب إليك. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. The sacred words of the Quran were sent by Allah to Angel Gabriel and conveyed to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. For over 1400 years, the Quran's legacy has remained unchanged and passed from generation to generation. A book we have sent down to you so that you may bring forth mankind from the darkness into the light. Surah 14 verse 1. This Quran legacy is a gift box designed for you to continue this honored legacy of preservation, reflection, and understanding the words of your Lord in your own home. A box of barakah that makes family time meaningful again. Reflect on the translation of the Quran in easily understood English. Encourage your children to write their deeply provoked thoughts and feelings in the beautiful Quran journal provided. Enjoy the treats of aromatic teas and luxury snacks as you discuss and debate the incredible stories of the past. The Quran Legacy gift box would make the perfect family gift to someone you truly care about. This is a box every house must have. With Ramadan and Eid around the corner, order yours today.